Chapter 47:18. Fei Huang frowned and then sighed. It's a pity that the two of us are trapped here and can't get out. Otherwise, we wouldn't be afraid of the celestial race. Tang Feng, do you have any ideas? You can't just watch. It's difficult for your real bodies to get out. The only thing we can do now is trigger the origin tribulation first. Tang Feng said. What? You have a way to trigger the origin tribulation first? Fei Huang's expression changed. I've already set it up outside. Originally, the origin tribulation would erupt on its own in about 100 stellar years. It's not difficult to trigger it in advance. Tang Feng said. Once the origin tribulation starts, all the existences in the origin realm, or above in the entire universe, will have to seal themselves to avoid the tribulation. Otherwise, their source root will dissipate and they may even die. If that's the case, the celestial palace's origin will have to seal itself and won't be able to do anything. Similarly, our origin will also have to seal itself. When that happens, all the origins in the universe won't be able to do anything. Divine Masters are the pinnacle, but the number of Divine Masters in the Celestial Palace is far greater than ours. Do you want to use formations to block the people of the Heavenly Palace? Fei Huang asked several questions in a row. You're right. Formations. The current formations of the heaven-destroying army can't stop the attacks of reciprocity experts, but if it's just godlords, they can last for a very long time even if they operate on their own, Jianqin said. Tang Feng said. The encampment of the heaven-destroying army was covered in layers of formations. However, these formations were not of a very high level after all. They needed to be powered by reciprocity experts to block attacks from reciprocity experts. If there were no experts to activate them, the formations would not be able to withstand the attacks of Origin Realm experts. The fundamental reason was that the formations were not advanced enough. Most of the formations were incomplete, excavated from the ruins of the universe. However, if it was only Divine Masters, the formations in the Heaven Destroyer Station could withstand for a long time even if they operated on their own. Tang Feng's meaning was very simple. If he did not trigger the origin tribulation, the Heaven Destroyer's array formation would be broken in 2 days. If the origin tribulation was triggered, the Heaven Exterminating Army's formation would be able to hold on for a long time if both sides' existences above the origin realm could not attack. With Fei Huang's intelligence and experience, she immediately understood. However, she was still worried about something. How long will the origin tribulation last for? Fei Huang asked. 10,000 years. It can only last for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, the crisis will be over, and reciprocity existences will be able to emerge, Jianqin sighed. Tang Feng said. 10,000 years. Then how long can the Heaven Destroyer's array last? Fei Huang said. 1,000 years. Tang Feng replied. What will happen after 1,000 years? After 1,000 years, we can only rely on Lu Ming and the others. The young people of this generation are very impressive. After 1,000 years, I believe they will have grown a lot. At that time, they may be able to fight against the Heavenly Palace. As for us, we have 10,000 years. We should be able to leave. Although this place is full of danger, it also represents a great opportunity. If we can leave this place smoothly, we will definitely have a major breakthrough in our cultivation, Tang Feng said. This place is a dangerous place in the last era. Are you really confident that you can leave this place within 10,000 years? Fei Huang said. In this world, no one and no place can trap me, Tang Feng. Tang Feng said. His eyes were brighter than the stars. They were filled with invincible faith and endless confidence. You are really narcissistic. Fei Huang curled her lips. Well, I'm going to start, Tang Feng said. With a wave of his hand, the image in the air disappeared. Then, an incomparably terrifying aura soared from his body. His whole person seemed to have turned into an invincible divine sword, piercing through the endless void. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a shocking sword chi suddenly rushed out from a fragment of the continent very far away from him. Bang! The ground exploded, and a battle sword flew out from the depths of the ground. The sword chi rushed out endlessly, cutting the void hundreds of millions of li in half. Clang! The sound of the sword resounded through the world. Then, the battle sword flew rapidly toward the void above. The sword chi became bigger and longer, and its power became stronger and stronger. In the end, when the long sword flew out infinitely, the void was cut open, and a huge crack appeared, leading to an infinite distance. Then, in the depths of the crack, a strange and mysterious place appeared. Cosmic Sea, Fei Huang whispered, and there was some shock in her eyes. Originally, there were still about 100 stellar years before the great calamity of origin would erupt, so Cosmic Sea is very close to our universe. Otherwise, even if my cultivation is 10 times or 100 times stronger, it would be impossible to trigger the great calamity of origin. Tang Feng said and continued to control the battle sword, letting it fly into Cosmic Sea. Boom! As soon as the battle sword flew into Cosmic Sea, it exploded, forming a terrible energy storm that stirred up Cosmic Sea. At this moment, Universe Sea seemed to be boiling. Endless energy, mysterious energy, poured into the entire universe. At the same time, Cosmic Sea was rapidly approaching the universe. More and more mysterious energy poured in at an astonishing speed, and it covered the universe ruins and the universe's starry sky at an astonishing speed. At this moment, the stars were trembling, and the fragments of the land of infinity were trembling slightly. Ordinary people or ordinary cultivators were fine. They only felt a slight tremor, and it was over. However, the expressions of all the origin realm existences changed drastically. For example, the origins that were besieging Heaven Destroyer's base suddenly felt their origin roots throbbing wildly, as if there was an extremely powerful force that was trying to draw their origin roots out. Although they suppressed it with all their strength, their origin roots still turned into energy and flew out. If this continued, their origin roots would fly away completely and disappear completely. What's going on? What's going on? My origin root is shaking. It's turning into energy and flying away. The origins of the Heavenly Palace stopped attacking and suppressed their origin roots with all their strength. In fact, it was not only the origins of the Heavenly Palace. The origins of the Heaven Destroyer were the same. Their expressions changed drastically, and they could not care less about controlling the array and suppressed their origin roots with all their strength. Apart from the origins of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace, the origins of the other places in the universe were the same. For example, the origin realm experts of the quasi-immortal tribe were like the origins of the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer. Their origin roots were about to fly out, and they hurriedly suppressed it in fright. It's the origin tribulation. Damn it, according to my deduction, the origin tribulation should only erupt in 100 stellar years. Why is it happening ahead of time? At this moment, Ye Immortal roared. Origin tribulation. The expressions of some experts who had heard of the origin tribulation became very ugly. However, there were even more origin realm experts who had never heard of it and hurriedly asked. Chapter 47:19. When the Cosmic Sea is the closest to the universe, it will greatly affect the origin realm cultivators in the universe. If it's light, their origin roots will be sucked away, causing them to lose all their cultivation. If they die, they will die. Ye Immortal explained quickly. This made the origin realm cultivators' faces become extremely ugly. Forefather, is there a way to resolve this? Someone asked. There is. The only way is to seal yourself and hide deep underground to resist the influence of the Cosmic Sea. However, after sealing yourself, you can't come out. Once you do, your origin roots will immediately be devoured. As a result, the era of the origin tribulation is known as the era without an origin. Normally speaking, there's still 100 stellar years before the origin tribulation. Why has it been brought forward? Has someone interfered with it? Ye Immortal asked with an extremely gloomy face. The era without an origin naturally referred to the era without an origin. Oh no, I can't hold on any longer. Forefather, what do? We can't attack the Heaven Destroyer like this. An origin realm cultivator from the Heavenly Palace roared. The energy of his origin root was constantly flowing away at a faster and faster rate. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before all of his origin roots disappeared. Retreat first, then seal your origin root. I'll think of a way to deal with the Heaven Destroyer, Ye Immortal said. He was well aware of the great tribulation of the origin force, as he had experienced it once. Thus he was well aware of how terrifying it was. He had once personally witnessed an existence beyond the origin realm trying to resist the origin tribulation, only to die in the end. The origin tribulation originated from the cosmic sea. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Only by sealing oneself and entering a long slumber could one avoid this tribulation. Let's go. Immediately, the origin realm cultivator from the heavenly palace did not linger at all. With a flash he left, vanishing in the blink of an eye. I'll let you live for a few more days. Even without an origin, I'll still destroy you. Yi Wuxiu looked at the heaven-exterminating army's encampment and said coldly. Then he left in a flash. No one above the origin realm can resist the origin tribulation. All of you, seal yourselves quickly and find a place to enter a long slumber. Wait for the origin tribulation to pass. The origin tribulation this time will last around 10,000 years. You can come out after 10,000 years. Fei Huang's voice rang through the entire Heaven Destroyer. All the reciprocity experts moved quickly. They left in a flash, searching for a place to seal themselves. This origin realm cultivators below the origin realm were all stunned. They had never thought the origin realm cultivators. And what was the origin tribulation? The reciprocity calamity is a calamity for those above reciprocity. It doesn't affect those below reciprocity at all. Those above reciprocity must seal themselves for 10,000 years. I'll leave the heaven-destroying army to you for the next 10,000 years. Remember, the danger is nowhere near over. The attack from the heavenly palace will arrive very soon, so it'll be up to you. Fei Huang's voice rang out once again. She was talking to the powerful divine masters. The origin tribulation. There's actually a tribulation like this. Lu Ming was surprised and doubtful. Because at this moment, the purple copper coffin in his sea of consciousness, which had been quiet all this time, suddenly moved. The coffin shone with resplendent light. Dense inscriptions appeared on it. In the end, the inscriptions formed a formation that enveloped the coffin. The originally ordinary purple copper coffin looked even more ordinary now. It sealed itself. Even the coffin sealed itself. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Swish. At this moment, Fei Huang appeared beside Lu Ming. Senior. Lu Ming opened his mouth. Lu Ming, the origin tribulation has descended. All existences above the origin realm will seal themselves and disappear from the world. During this period of time, the world will be dominated by divine masters. Whether the Heaven Destroyer can survive this crisis will depend on you. I hope you can rise quickly. With that, Fei Huang took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. She said, "There are 200 million desolation crystals in here. Tang Xiao, I, and the others have collected during this period of time. This is all we have for now. I hope it can help you. Although I'm not in my true form now, only the 10,000 demons avatar, I still need to seal myself. Otherwise, it will affect my true form. I hope you can surprise me when I come out. Also, Xiaoqing, Qiuyu and the others are still cultivating outside. Here is the detailed location of their cultivation. I'm afraid that the heavenly palace will harm them later. You need to be careful." With that, Fei Huang handed a jade talisman to Lu Ming. Senior. Lu Ming accepted it. He wanted to say something, but he discovered that Fei Huang had already vanished. The origin realm experts of the heavenly palace and the Heaven Destroyer had all vanished. They had sealed themselves and entered eternal slumber. Whether it was the ruins of the universe, outer space, or the dark universe, no matter where the existences above the origin realm hid, they could not avoid the origin tribulation. There was only one way to avoid the origin tribulation, and that was to seal themselves and find a place to enter eternal slumber. Otherwise, the consequences would be very severe. In just a single day, there were no longer any origin realm experts in the entire universe. Tang Feng and Fei Huang stared at the distant space. At this moment, the crack that was cut open by Tang Feng had already disappeared. However, the origin tribulation had already begun. The cosmic sea was close to the universe, so the outcome could not be changed. We've succeeded. However, we've forcefully triggered it this time, so it can only last for 10,000 years. 10,000 years should be enough for them to grow, Fei Huang whispered. Let's cultivate as well. This place isn't completely without benefits. At the very least, this place won't be affected by the origin tribulation. We won't waste the next 10,000 years, Tang Feng said. With that, he turned around and took a step forward, disappearing without a trace. Lu Ming, Xiaoqing, let's meet again 10,000 years later. Fei Huang also turned around and followed Tang Feng. After a short pause, the Heaven Destroyer's base began to operate normally again. At this moment, Tang Jun had already explained the Great Tribulation of Origins in detail. Most people understood the meaning of the Great Tribulation of Origins. Afterwards, under the arrangements of a few peak god lords, the Heaven Destroyer's base began to operate again. The formations shone with a dazzling light, continuing to envelop the Heaven Destroyer's base. Of course, without the support of the Origin Realm experts, the formations dimmed by a lot. However, overall, the Origin Tribulation this time was still more beneficial for the Heaven Destroyer. Originally, the Heaven Destroyer's base would not be able to withstand the 150 Origin Realm experts sent by the Heavenly Palace. It would be breached in 2 days at most. However, the Origin Tribulation had allowed them to avoid it. However, they were certain that the crisis was not over yet. The Origin Realm experts could not take action, but those below the Origin Realm could. The Heavenly Palace had more God Lords than them. They believed that the God Lord army from the Heavenly Palace would descend soon. The war was not over yet. Chapter 47:20. The members of Heaven Destroyer understood that the war this time was far from over. The Heavenly Palace was able to mobilize 150 origins. Clearly, they had mobilized all the origins guarding the Dark Universe. Although they did not know what had happened in the Dark Universe, it was definitely not good news for Heaven Destroyer. Since the Heavenly Palace could mobilize all the origins guarding the Dark Universe, could they mobilize all the Divine Masters guarding the Dark Universe? The last time they entered the world of light, the Heavenly Palace could mobilize many more Divine Masters than Heaven Destroyer. The number reached a shocking 8,000. If all the Divine Masters guarding the Dark Universe were mobilized, the number would be 3 times more than Heaven Destroyer's Divine Masters. Moreover, Heaven Destroyer did not have any advantage in a one-on-one battle between Divine Masters. They might even be inferior. Under the origins, the Celestial Clan's talent was truly astonishing. However, overall, the unforeseen event this time was still beneficial to Heaven Destroyer. Originally, they would not be able to last for 2 days. Now the crisis was temporarily resolved. Another thing was that Heaven Destroyer's encampment was filled with formations. Although these formations could not stop origins, they were very effective against Divine Masters. Even if the Heavenly Palace's Divine Masters wanted to break through, they would not be able to do so in a short period of time. Even if all the Divine Masters of the Heavenly Palace were mobilized, they would probably be able to hold on for thousands of years. After thousands of years, they might be able to turn the tables. As everyone waited nervously, 3 months passed. 3 months later, roars could be heard from the distant void. There was also the sound of war chariots crushing the void. In the distance, war chariots appeared before everyone's eyes. Hundreds of Heavenly Palace experts stood on each war chariot. They were all Divine Masters. There were dozens of war chariots in total. They were lined up in a row. So many Divine Masters. The members of Heaven Destroyer turned pale when they saw this. On the dozens of war chariots, there were more than 16,000 Divine Masters from the Heavenly Palace in total. More than 16,000 Divine Masters. This number was just too shocking. Without a doubt, the Heavenly Palace must have mobilized all the Divine Masters guarding the Dark Universe. What had happened in the Dark Universe? Why did the Heavenly Palace not need to guard it? No one could figure it out. On the war chariot in the middle stood Yi Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, and the foremost powerful Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. Even if there is an unforeseen event, you traitors, you will not escape the fate of annihilation. The Divine Master's Immortal's cold voice. He did not know that the great calamity of Source was triggered by Tang Feng in advance. He only thought that some unforeseen event had occurred. The arrival of the origin tribulation in advance is enough to prove that we are recognized by the universe, which is why we received help. Your Heavenly Palace is destined to be destroyed in the future. A divine master from Heaven Destroyer sneered. Is that so? Do you think you can stop us with this formation alone? Without the control of the origin, the power of this formation is reduced by more than 10 times. The divine master of Ye Immortal said calmly. Then he waved his hand. Swoosh. Swoosh. The 16,000 divine masters from the heavenly palace moved. They flew out, gathered together, and suddenly attacked. The 16,000 divine masters attacked together. Although they were not as powerful as the 150 origin experts, they were still powerful. 16,000 attacks blasted toward the Heaven Destroyer. Boom. Boom. A series of explosions rang out as more than 16,000 attacks landed on the formation, causing ripples to appear on its surface. However, it was firmly blocked by the formation. The members of the Sky Exterminating Troop looked delighted. The Heaven Destroyer's formation was still very stable. Although without the control of the origin experts, its power had weakened a lot, but that was only for the origin experts. It was still very stable for the divine masters. Even if they did not control it, the divine masters from the heavenly palace could not be defeated in a short time. Continue. The divine master of Ye Immortal ordered. The heavenly palace's origin experts continued to attack. More than 10 waves of attacks were launched in a row, but they did not affect the formation of the Heaven Exterminating Troop much. Retreat. At this moment, the divine master of Ye Immortal suddenly ordered. The 16,000 divine masters stopped attacking and took a few steps back. They did not attack anymore. Could it be that they know they can't break it and are not attacking anymore? Some of the members of Heaven Destroyer were overjoyed. It's not that simple. They were probably probing. The formation's energy is limited. Although they can't break it in a short time, they will definitely break it after a long time. I estimate that the formation can only last for 1,000 years. Even if we control the formation, it can only last for a few hundred years. A peak-level divine master expert said. It can only last for 1,000 years? The expressions of the others were very ugly. 1,000 years was just a blink of an eye for them. It was over in the blink of an eye. What could have happened in just over 1,000 years? When the formation was broken, the Heaven Destroyer would probably be destroyed in the face of 3 times the number of enemies. Although the eruption of the origin tribulation had bought them more than 1,000 years, what could they do in 1,000 years? Cheer up. No matter what, we've gained more than 1,000 years. Maybe there will be a turn for the better in 1,000 years. What we need to do now is to defend the base and buy as much time as we can. Do you understand? A loud roar spread throughout the base and shook everyone's hearts. It was Lion who had spoken. Many people trembled and came to their senses. Yes, no matter what the future held, the most important thing was to defend the base first. Let's control the formation and replenish its energy. Let's go. Many figures flashed and appeared at the base of the formation, and began to replenish the formation's energy. The Heaven Destroyer had around 5,000 divine masters in total. 5,000 divine masters had entered the world of rings, but more than 1,000 had died, leaving only 4,000. However, the divine masters who had entered the world of rings were not all the divine masters of the Heaven Destroyer. At that time, some divine masters had been delayed by other matters. This time, it was a matter of life and death, so all the divine masters had been summoned. As a result, there were only around 5,000 left. The experts of the Heavenly Palace did not stop for too long. Soon they continued to attack. This time, only around 8,000 divine masters attacked. The other half stayed behind to rest. Clearly, the Heavenly Palace wanted to use the same tactic as the Origin Tribulation, taking turns to attack the Heaven Destroyer's formation to deplete the energy of the formation. They took turns to attack, but they did not give the Heaven Destroyer a chance to replenish its energy. Kill. A loud roar that shook the void rang out. More than 8,000 people began to attack. Energy rampaged, attacking the formation and causing ripples. About half a day later, the 8,000 people at the front became tired and retreated. The other 8,000 people continued to attack. Chapter 47:21. More than 16,000 divine lords took turns attacking the Heavenly Palace, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. The Heaven Destroyer's formation showed no signs of being breached. It was still very stable. Lu Ming finally relaxed. It seemed that the Heaven Destroyer's formation could last for 1,000 years without any problems. Lu Ming found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Before Fei Huang had sealed herself, she had given him nearly 200 million desolate crystals. His top priority was to increase his cultivation. Sealing himself at reciprocity was an opportunity for him. If he could make continuous breakthroughs and reach peak Divine Lord. No, as long as he reached the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm, he would be virtually invincible under reciprocity. Of course, this was with the exception of freakish geniuses like Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian. In an era where reciprocity couldn't be produced, the stronger he was, the more he could seize the initiative. With a wave of his hand, a large number of desolate crystals appeared, and he began to absorb their energy. Tang Jun also went into seclusion. Before Fei Huang had sealed herself, she had given Tang Jun many resources to help her break through. Lu Ming refined the primordial crystals at a very fast speed. Piles of primordial crystals were refined by Lu Ming, turning into pure energy that entered his body and eventually turned into taboo energy. Lu Ming's cultivation rapidly increased. However, breaking through wasn't so easy. Lu Ming was currently at the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm. If he wanted to break through to the 7th level, he would need an astonishing 50 to 60 million desolate crystals. With so many great desolate crystals, even refining them would take quite a bit of time. Although Lu Ming's current speed of refining the primordial crystals was astonishing, it still took him a few months to refine 60 million pieces of primordial crystals. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm, and the forbidden energy in his body was extremely dense. Boom! Lu Ming's cultivation broke through, breaking through the bottleneck and reaching a new level. 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. After attaining the 7th level Divine Master realm, the taboo physique in Lu Ming's body had increased tremendously. Lu Ming circulated his forbidden power, and the tens of thousands of cells in his body were filled with a dazzling radiance. Then a door appeared, and inside the door was a yellow mud road. At this moment, the yellow dirt road extended a lot further, leading straight into the pitch-black depths. I'm already a 7th tier godly master. Once I reach the 9th tier godly master realm, the yellow mud road should be able to connect to Universe Ocean. Lu Ming smiled. Reaching the 7th level of the Divine Master realm had given him a lot of confidence. Now he was confident enough to face off against an ordinary peak Divine Master. He was also confident that he could defeat his opponent. If he used all his cards, it would be normal for him to kill his opponent. Lu Ming was already confident in dealing with ordinary peak-level Divine Masters, except for those extremely abnormal peak-level Divine Masters. There are still nearly 140 million desolate crystals left. Let's refine them all. Lu Ming continued to refine the desolate crystals. Time flew by, and a year went by. In a year, Lu Ming had refined all the desolate crystals in his possession. His cultivation had made great progress. Of course, he was still far from breaking through to level 8 God Lord. Based on his previous experience, he would need at least 500 to 600 million desolate crystals if he wanted to break through from level 7 God Lord to level 8 God Lord. 140 million desolate crystals was still far from enough. Over the past year, the people of the Heavenly Palace had been constantly attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base, taking turns to attack without stopping. It was obvious that the Heavenly Palace had made up their minds. They would not stop until they had broken through the Heaven Destroyer's base. Lu Ming came out of seclusion and planned to walk around and relax before going back into seclusion to cultivate. He did not need to participate in maintaining the array. The people of the Heaven Destroyer had high hopes for him. His goal was to cultivate and increase his cultivation. Because the potential of others was limited, they would not improve much in just 1,000 years. But peerless geniuses like Lu Ming were different. They had endless potential. If they could improve, it would be the greatest wealth for the Heaven Destroyer. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone shouted in shock. Lu Ming could not help but look outside the base. Kaboom! Roar! Roar! Outside the base, behind the experts of the Heavenly Palace, a violent roar came, accompanied by the roar of beasts. Then demonic chi surged, covering the sky and earth. Demons! Demons! Many people shouted. Yes, there were demons in the demonic chi, and they were very powerful demons. All of them were demon lord demons. Each demon was filled with dense demonic chi. They were huge, and when they spread their wings, they covered the sky. There were about 6,000 to 7,000 of them. 6,000 to 7,000 demon lords equivalent to god lords. What surprised the people of the Heaven Destroyer the most was that these demons stopped not far away from the Heavenly Palace, and did not attack the people of the Heavenly Palace. Attack! Break the base of the rebels! The Yi Immortal waved at the demons and gave the order. Kill! All the demons roared and rushed toward the base of the Heaven Destroyer crazily. Attacks after attacks were launched toward the base of the Heaven Destroyer. This time, all the people of the Heaven Destroyer were stunned. They could not believe it. How could this be? Why would the demons listen to the orders of the heavenly human race? What's going on? Don't the demons have a feud with the heavenly human race? They are natural enemies. Why would they help the heavenly human race? What happened in the dark universe? Countless people of the Heaven Destroyer shouted, full of doubts. The demons and the heavenly human race were mortal enemies. They had been killing each other for countless years. For countless years, both sides had suffered heavy casualties. There was no room for reconciliation. But now, the demons actually listened to the orders of the heavenly human race and attacked them. Moreover, the fact that the Heavenly Palace could summon the elites guarding the dark universe was right in front of them. They had to believe it. Many people's hearts sank, and their faces became more and more unsightly. Originally, it was difficult for them to deal with the Heavenly Palace alone. Even if they tried their best to control the array formation, they could only hold on for a few hundred years at most. Now that so many demons had joined, the time they could hold on would be greatly reduced. It would be good if they could hold on for 700 or 800 years. The situation was getting worse and worse for the Heaven Destroyer. Facing the demons and the elites of the Heavenly Palace, once the array formation was broken, they would die. It would be difficult for them to even escape. But there was no other way. They could only continue to control the array formation and hope for a miracle. After the 6,000 to 7,000 demon masters joined, the elites of the Heavenly Palace retreated. The Heavenly Palace, including the demons, had more than 22,000 people, close to 23,000. They were divided into two groups, with more than 11,000 people in each group. The attack was much more powerful, and the energy of the array formation in the Heaven Destroyer had also been consumed a lot. I'm far from being powerful enough. I have to continue to increase my power. If the array is really broken, I can only let a lot of people into the ancient desolate ring. Lu Ming thought. He had to protect his family and his friends. He had the ancient desolate ring, so many people could enter it. However, he also had to be able to protect the ancient desolate ring and fight his way out. He had to continue increasing his power. Chapter 47:22. Lu Ming continued his seclusion. However, without the ancient desolate ring, he was left with only a few hundred stalks of primary divine herbs, which could not help him break through. Thus, Lu Ming placed his focus on comprehending secret techniques and the battle character manual. The chances of activating the battle character manual's ninefold power were still not high. As his comprehension deepened, he would be able to use it more and more freely. Moreover, the more secret techniques he comprehended, the stronger his forbidden energy would be. Lu Ming entered the valley where he had comprehended secret techniques in the past, and used the primordial divine voice to enter deep seclusion. Day by day, month by month, year by year passed. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. In these years, Lu Ming had used the primordial divine stone to comprehend secret techniques at an increasingly fast pace. The last time Lu Ming had been in seclusion for 300 years, he had only comprehended 100-odd secret techniques that were similar to ancient secret techniques. In these 500 years, Lu Ming had comprehended a total of 400 secret techniques that were similar to ancient secret techniques. In addition to the previous 100, he now had a total of 500 secret techniques. These 500-odd secret techniques were about the same grade as ancient secret techniques. Each one of them was comparable to an ancient secret technique. With the addition of these 500-odd secret techniques, Lu Ming's forbidden energy was growing stronger and stronger, its might more and more astonishing. At the same level, Lu Ming's fighting strength was rapidly increasing. Now, at the same level, Lu Ming was confident that he could easily defeat an opponent like Yi Qiuxian. Of course, Lu Ming was still not confident that he could defeat an opponent like Yi Immortal. Little Ball has increased his cultivation by another level, reaching level 8 of the God Lord realm. Unfortunately, I lack materials, or else Little Ball would have improved even faster. Lu Ming muttered to himself. In these years, Little Ball had lacked a damaged source-level divine weapon, so he had only eaten some metallic materials and refined the remaining energy in his body, allowing him to reach level 8 of the God Lord realm. At level 8 of the God Lord realm, if he wanted to increase his cultivation further, he would have to eat a new damaged source-level divine weapon or even a new one, or else it would be very difficult to increase his cultivation level. Little Ball had refined all the materials he had eaten in the past. It's been 500 years. I wonder how the array outside is doing? Lu Ming was a little worried. According to their previous estimations, the Heaven Destroyer could hold out for another 200 to 300 years at most. Lu Ming left the canyon and soared into the sky to look outside. The heavenly human tribe and abyss devils were still attacking. However, after 500 years, the light of the Heaven Destroyer station's array formation had dimmed greatly. Every time it was attacked, it would shake violently and cause ripples. From the looks of it, he really couldn't hold on for another 300 years. Everyone in Heaven Destroyer had anxious and nervous expressions on their faces. Layers of crisis were pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. This is bad. Lu Ming sighed softly. If this continued, it would be really bad. Could it be that Heaven Destroyer was going to be destroyed just like the forces that resisted the Heavenly Palace in the past? Lu Ming, you finally appeared. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the encampment. A loud roar came through the formation. Lu Ming looked over and discovered that the person who had shouted was Yi Qiuxian. What? You want to fight me one-on-one again? Sure, tell your people from the Heavenly Palace to retreat. I'll go out and fight you. Lu Ming said loudly. Haha, who wants to fight you one-on-one? Don't use such a cheap delaying tactic. Yi Qiuxian sneered and said, Lu Ming, I just want to tell you a piece of news. Some of your rebels are still scattered outside or cultivating in some places. There's a woman called Xian Yanqing. I heard that she's your wife. Coincidentally, she was discovered by us not long ago. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled wildly. Xian Yanqing was discovered by the people from the Heavenly Palace? What about now? Lu Ming was a little anxious. However, he didn't show it on his face. He pretended to be calm and said, Haha, nonsense. Xiaoqing is in the Heaven Destroyer station. How could she be discovered by you? Are you trying to trick me to go out and disturb my state of mind? Nonsense. Haha, that location is the boundless demon abyss. Our people will take her down soon. At that time, you'll see if I'm talking nonsense or not. Yi Qiuxian laughed. Lu Ming's heart sank. Back then, Fei Huang did send Xian Yanqing to the boundless demon abyss to cultivate. Yi Qiuxian even knew the exact location. Xian Yanqing was facing a crisis. Crack! Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with strong killing intent. Then he turned and flew in a direction. Lu Ming. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was Tangjun. Lu Ming, you want to go out and save Xiaoqing? This must be the Heavenly Palace's scheme. They must have a lot of experts in the boundless demon abyss. If you go, you'll be walking right into their trap. Tangjun said. I know, but I must go, Lu Ming said in an unwavering tone. How could he not know that this trip would be very dangerous? However, he had to go. He definitely could not sit back and watch Xian Yanqing fall into danger. Even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, he had to give it a try. I'll go with you, Tangjun said. She knew that she could not stop Lu Ming. No, you don't have to go. I alone am enough. Lu Ming said. I must go. After all, Xian Yanqing was my sister in my previous life. Tangjun said. I said I alone am enough. You'll only be a hindrance if you go. Lu Ming said coldly. He did not want Tang Jun to take the risk with him. This trip would be very dangerous. Moreover, he was telling the truth. Although Tang Jun's cultivation had broken through another level and reached the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm, which was the same as Lu Ming's, she was definitely not a match for Lu Ming in terms of combat strength. Moreover, Lu Ming still had Qiuqiu and the Bone Demon. He was more confident if he acted alone. If he brought Tang Jun along, she would really be a hindrance. Tang Jun glared at Lu Ming. She had never been looked down upon like this before. However, what made her want to vomit blood was that she found that she could not refute. Lu Ming's combat strength was indeed above hers. Swoosh! Lu Ming stepped forward and disappeared like a phantom, leaving Tang Jun standing in the void in a daze. Soon Lu Ming came to a large hall. There was a wormhole in the hall that led to the outside. Heaven Destroyer had certainly left a way out for itself. There were a few wormholes that led to different places in the universe ruins. If the array was really broken, Heaven Destroyer would arrange for some people to escape through the wormholes and leave a spark for Heaven Destroyer. Now Lu Ming was going to leave Heaven Destroyer's base temporarily through the wormhole and go to the Infinite Fiend Abyss. Lu Ming, are you really going to leave? This trip will be very dangerous. Lion appeared not far away without making a sound. I have to leave, Lu Ming said. That's good too. If you can save your wife, don't come back. Find a place to hide and cultivate in peace. It won't be too late to kill your way to the Heavenly Palace after you've completed your cultivation, Lion said. Chapter 47:23. Lion did not persuade Lu Ming to stay. He understood Lu Ming and knew that once Lu Ming made a decision, he would not change it easily. If I don't die, I will definitely come back, Lu Ming said in his heart. How could he not come back? His family and friends were still here. How could he not come back? The reason why he did not plan to put his family and friends into the Chaos Ring was because this trip was really dangerous. If they followed him, they might die and the Chaos Ring would fall into the hands of the Heavenly Palace. If they stayed here, they would be safe for at least 200 to 300 years. Maybe there would be a turn for the better. Take care. In the end, Lion said. Don't worry, I will be fine. Lu Ming smiled, and then stepped into the wormhole in the main hall and disappeared. After some time, maybe a few hours, or maybe a day or two, Lu Ming appeared on a small fragment of a continent. This should be the smoke region. It should not be far from the Infinite Demon Abyss. Lu Ming took out the map of the universe ruins and looked at it. There were several wormholes in the Heaven Destroyer base that could lead out. The one Lu Ming chose was the closest to the Infinite Demon Abyss. After knowing his location, Lu Ming's figure flashed and flew toward the Infinite Demon Abyss. The Infinite Demon Abyss, even in the universe ruins, was relatively remote. Very few people came here. The Infinite Demon Abyss was on a fragment of a continent. There were almost no other continent fragments around this fragment. It was empty. After some time, Lu Ming arrived near this fragment of a continent. Looking from afar, the entire continent fragment was shrouded in a thick demonic aura. The situation inside could not be seen. Lu Ming restrained his aura to the extreme and rushed toward the fragment of a continent. He was on high alert. There might be experts from the Heavenly Palace lying in ambush in this fragment of a continent. He did not dare to be careless. Soon, Lu Ming rushed through the thick demonic aura and landed on the continent. This continent was dead silent and filled with dense demonic qi. There were no plants at all. What entered one's eyes were bare rocks and mountains. Where exactly is the immeasurable devil abyss? Lu Ming muttered. This piece of land was neither big nor small. It would take some effort to find the boundless demonic abyss. Lu Ming head north. I can sense that the demonic qi is the thickest there. The immeasurable demonic abyss might be there. Bone Demon's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's right, the Bone Devil was the first devil bone in the primitive universe. He was the ancestor of the Devil Tao. Naturally, he was very sensitive to devil qi. Perhaps Bone Demon would be of great use on this trip. Lu Ming no longer hesitated and quickly flew towards the north. Along the way, they did not encounter any masters from the Heavenly Palace, nor did they encounter any danger. After a while, a large palace appeared in front of Lu Ming. This palace looked dilapidated, and had weathered the wind and frost of time. No one knew how many years it had been there. It was very likely that it was left behind from the last era. Lu Ming, the place with the densest demonic qi, is behind this palace, Bone Demon said. Lu Ming nodded. He did not intend to pass through this palace. Instead, he went around it from one side, intending to bypass it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a few rays of light shot out from the palace at an astonishing speed. There were a total of 3 rays of light, 1 sword ray and 2 spear rays. They were extremely sharp. Ultimate heavenly energy. It's the masters of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, the battle god spear appeared in his hand. The battle god spear shook and stabbed out. 3 spear rays burst out and pierced towards the 3 rays of light. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 sounds of collision. The 3 rays of light were blocked. Lu Ming was pushed back by a powerful force. He retreated for 10,000 meters before he stabilized himself. 3 figures appeared in front of him. Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. There were indeed 3 heavenly human tribe masters. Moreover, they were all at the peak of the almighty Lord of Heaven level. At this moment, the 3 Lord of Heaven stared at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with shock. Just now, the 3 of them had joined forces, but Lu Ming had blocked their attacks. They could clearly sense that no one else had made a move. The one who had blocked their attacks was Lu Ming himself. Lu Ming's combat strength had reached such a level that he could fight the 3 Lord of Heaven alone? Join forces and kill him. One of the Lord of Heaven shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 3 Lord of Heaven's figures flashed and attacked Lu Ming together. This time, they pushed their combat strength to the maximum. All kinds of killing moves poured out in torrents. They were determined to kill Lu Ming. Bone Demon, I'll leave it to you, Lu Ming thought. The next moment, Bone Demon flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows and turned into a huge black skeleton. Its palm was like a demonic blade as it slashed out continuously. Clang, clang, clang. There were 3 consecutive bangs. The 3 Lord of Heaven's attacks were blocked by Bone Demon. Kill! Bone Demon roared and launched a counterattack. However, the 3 Lord of Heaven's combat strength was also very strong. Although Bone Demon was strong, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat the 3 Lord of Heaven. For a moment, the 2 sides were evenly matched. However, there were obviously more experts from the Heavenly Palace lying in ambush here. In the palace, several figures flashed and rushed out. Their speed was very shocking. Before they arrived, their attacks were already attacking Lu Ming. It was the Lord of Heaven again. And there were 3 of them. However, one of the attacks made Lu Ming's muscles tense up. Terrifying, terrifying. Lu Ming felt a fatal danger. One of the Lord of Heaven's strength was very shocking. Qiu Qiu. Lu Ming did not hesitate to send a telepathic message to Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu turned into armor and covered Lu Ming's body. Whoosh. Lu Ming activated the War God Spear and swept it out, colliding with the 3 attacks. 2 of the attacks were blocked by Lu Ming, but the other attack was too terrifying. It directly passed through the War God Spear and bombarded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he retreated rapidly. Fortunately, Qiu Qiu's armor was able to block the attack. This person is very strong. He is much stronger than an ordinary Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming stared at one of the Lord of Heaven. This person was the tallest and wore silver armor. He held a silver spear in his hand, and had an oppressive aura. Obviously, this was a terrifying Lord of Heaven, a peerless genius. Lu Ming had never seen this person before. He should have been guarding the dark universe and did not participate in the fight for the human king's body. He felt that in a battle of the same level, this person's combat strength was stronger than Gu Mo's. Just now Lu Ming had activated the battle secret art to increase his combat strength by 9 times, but he still could not block this person's attack. Lu Ming reckoned that he would need to activate his origin source power in order to contend with this person. In order to deal with him, the Heavenly Palace had really put in a lot of effort. They had actually ambushed 6 Lord of Heaven here. Chapter 47-24. But this was to be expected. Back in the Halo world, Yi Qiuxian already knew that Lu Ming had the Bone Demon by his side, and that this person alone was comparable to several Lord of Heaven. Thus, in order to kill Lu Ming, the heavenly palace naturally had many experts lying in ambush. Among them was a top-class Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming, it seems like you've made another breakthrough in cultivation. As expected, a scourge like you can't be left alive. Kill. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven coldly roared as he gripped his silver spear and charged at Lu Ming. The spear pierced through the air with astonishing speed, thrusting toward Lu Ming's forehead. Let me. Qiuqiu's voice rang out as he quickly wriggled, transforming into a mirror in front of Lu Ming's chest. A pillar of light shot out from the mirror, and instantly enveloped the silver-armored Lord of Heaven. Qiuqiu was now an 8th-tier god lord, so his fighting strength had soared. The illusory realm created by the pillar of light was also much stronger. Although the silver-armored Lord of Heaven was powerful, he was still somewhat affected. His movements stiffened for a moment, and his eyes went blank for a moment. A good chance. Lu Ming's eyes brightened as he used the heaven-cleaving style. Man and spear became one, transforming into a spear of light that stabbed at the silver-armored Lord of Heaven. Break for me. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven roared as he madly struggled to break free of the illusory realm's influence. He swung his spear to block Lu Ming's attack. However, he had still been affected by the illusory realm. In his haste, he could not use all of his strength, only a portion of it. How could a portion of his strength be a match for Lu Ming? Clang. The two spears collided, and Lu Ming knocked aside the silver spear. Lu Ming's spear did not stop there, continuing to stab at the man's forehead. The man's pupils constricted as he rapidly retreated, hoping to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, it was already too late. Lu Ming was even faster. Just as he was about to stab the opponent's vital points, two weapons suddenly appeared from both sides, blocking Lu Ming's spear. Wang. The long spear vibrated, and Lu Ming staggered back a few steps. His attack was interrupted. They were the other two Lord of Heaven. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed softly. Just now, when he and Qiuqiu cooperated, they really had a chance of killing this top-notch Lord of Heaven. Unfortunately, the other party was not alone and had companions. The other two Lord of Heaven stepped in and blocked Lu Ming's killing blow. It would be difficult to find such an opportunity later on. Lu Ming, you're courting death. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven was enraged after escaping death. He uttered a furious roar as his figure split into more than 10 clones and charged at Lu Ming from all directions. Every single one of the clones looked real, and it was difficult to tell which was the real one. At the same time, the other two Lord of Heaven also charged at Lu Ming. Qiuqiu transformed back into armor and covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming brandished his war god spear and fought with the other party. However, once they exchanged blows, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, dealing with an ordinary Lord of Heaven was more than enough. It would not be difficult to kill him even if he used all his means. He could even deal with 2 of them, but it would be very difficult to deal with 3 of them. And this silver-armored Lord of Heaven was extremely powerful, far surpassing the combined strength of 3 ordinary Lord of Heaven. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming was no match for him. Fortunately, with Qiuqiu, he could tangle with the other party for a while. The two sides quickly exchanged more than 10 moves. Bone Demon, let's go. Don't get entangled with him. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bone Demon. Then, he suddenly stimulated his origin energy and a trace of the power of the War God Spear, pushing the silver-armored Lord of Heaven back dozens of meters. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and rushed out of the encirclement. He rushed to Bone Demon's side and swung his War God Spear, sending a Lord of Heaven who was fighting Bone Demon flying. Bone Demon seized the opportunity and turned into a ray of demonic light, rushing into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming used the Great Aurora technique and quickly rushed through the palace, flying north. Chase! The silver-armored Lord of Heaven shouted, his face rather gloomy. There were 6 heavenly lords, as well as a top-notch heavenly lord like him, but they did not manage to take Lu Ming down. It would be a great disgrace if word got out. Lu Ming flew past the palace and saw a pitch-black abyss. This abyss was very long and wide. It was filled with demonic qi, and he couldn't see how deep it was. Infinite demonic abyss. Lu Ming was sure that this was the infinite demonic abyss, and Xian Yanqing was below. Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all. He rushed into the abyss and fell rapidly. The 6 heaven lords also chased after the abyss, following closely behind Lu Ming. Greater teleportation technique. Lu Ming's mind stirred. He circulated the forbidden power and cast the transference skill. His body, which was originally falling rapidly, disappeared right away. He shifted forward. The infinite demonic abyss was originally filled with dense demonic qi, which seriously affected one's vision. Lu Ming suddenly moved out, and the 6th Lord of Heaven instantly lost track of Lu Ming. They stopped in midair and carefully scanned their surroundings, but they didn't find Lu Ming. Damn it! Send a message to the people below the infinite demonic abyss. Lu Ming has broken through the seal and entered the infinite demonic abyss. Have them attack together. They must kill Lu Ming below the infinite demonic abyss. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven said with a cold face. Immediately, one of the Lord of Heaven took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Don't worry. The exterminating Lord of Heaven is below chasing after that Xian Yanqing. Once Lu Ming encounters the exterminating Lord of Heaven, only death awaits him. Another Lord of Heaven said. The exterminating Lord of Heaven was one of the 4 strongest Lords of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace. His strength was ridiculously strong, standing at the limit of the Divine Master Realm, far surpassing the other Lords of Heaven. The other Lords of Heaven couldn't even block a single move from the Lord of Heaven, and would be killed instantly. After the message was sent, the silver-armored Lord of Heaven and the other 5 continued to descend, joining in the pursuit of Lu Ming. Lu Ming moved about 1,000 miles away, but he was still in midair above the infinite demonic abyss. He didn't dare to move too far away. After all, he wasn't familiar with the infinite demonic abyss, so he didn't dare to move recklessly. If he ended up in an irresistible danger zone, he would vomit blood. As long as he could avoid the silver-armored Lord of Heaven and the others, it would be fine. Fortunately, he was fine. Lu Ming continued to descend rapidly. The infinite demonic abyss was very deep. Lu Ming descended for 1,000,000 miles before he finally reached the bottom of the abyss. The bottom of the infinite demonic abyss wasn't much different from the top. It was deathly still, without any living creatures or plants, filled with demonic energy. However, the density of the demonic energy was much denser than the top. Lu Ming, go in that direction. There are mysterious and powerful fluctuations coming from that direction. There must be something strange. That little girl, Xian Yanqing, might be in that direction. Bone Demon flew out and pointed in a direction. Go. Lu Ming flew in that direction. After a short distance, Bone Demon suddenly shouted, "Careful!" Next, the Bone Demon struck a black shadow with his palm, causing it to scatter. However, there were still 2 black shadows that pounced on Lu Ming with shocking speed. With Bone Demon's warning, Lu Ming reacted. The War God Spear appeared and stabbed out twice, hitting the 2 shadows. Chapter 47:25. The spear of the God of War pierced through the 2 shadows, but the shadows were like phantoms. The spear of the God of War didn't seem to have hit anything. The 2 shadows continued to charge towards Lu Ming and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart was filled with murderous intent. The negative emotions that had been accumulated during the siege of the Heavenly Palace seemed to have exploded. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His eyes were red and his face was distorted. But in the next second, Lu Ming's eyes regained some clarity and he shouted, "Get out of my way!" His soul vibrated and the forbidden power was activated. His body shone brightly. Screams came from his body and at the same time, wisps of black mist were released. The black mist seemed to be alive. It was like a few small snakes that wanted to drill into the ground. "Where are you going?" Guemo shouted and opened his mouth. A few wisps of black mist were sucked into Gumo's mouth. The soul flames in Gumo's eyes flickered and he looked intoxicated. "Phew, so powerful. It can trigger and strengthen my inner demon." Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The shadow just now was too powerful. He attacked with the spear of the God of War, but it couldn't kill it. Instead, the shadow rushed into his body and triggered his negative emotions, creating an inner demon. It was dangerous. If he wasn't careful, Lu Ming would be completely taken over by the inner demon and become its puppet. "If I'm not wrong, this is the immeasurable demonic soul," Guemo said. Immeasurable demonic soul? Lu Ming was puzzled. It's a special type of demonic creature. It's very strange and powerful. It can detonate the negative emotions of any living being, causing them to be controlled by negative emotions and completely sink into depravity, becoming the puppet of the immeasurable demonic soul. Fortunately, your willpower is strong and you managed to break free. Otherwise, you would be in danger. Guemo explained. Why are you fine? You can absorb the immeasurable demonic soul? Lu Ming asked curiously. Because I have a way to deal with them. Moreover, the immeasurable devil soul is a supreme treasure to Xioma cultivators. After destroying their bodies, they will leave behind a strand of incomparably pure devil qi. Xioma cultivators can directly absorb it and transform it into their own power. The effect is much better than absorbing and refining primordial crystals, Guemo said. So that's the case. No wonder Elder Fei Huang wanted to send Xiaoqing here to train. Xiaoqing's cultivation can rapidly rise in this place. There is no lack of energy, Lu Ming pondered. Bone Demon, how did you deal with them? Can you teach me? Lu Ming said. That's simple. The immeasurable demonic soul's body is in between the real and the illusory. Normal attacks are ineffective against them. However, your taboo power can actually cause damage to the immeasurable demonic soul. You just need to attack a few more times. However, I will teach you a more useful method. As long as you attack, your power will explode with a special vibration, and you will be able to destroy the body of the immeasurable devil soul. Immediately, Guemo imparted a method to Lu Ming. This method was actually very simple. It was much easier than the ancient secret technique. It was just a small trick to use power. Lu Ming learned it immediately. After learning it, they continued their journey. In the next 10 minutes, they didn't encounter any immeasurable devil souls. However, there were still immeasurable devil souls attacking them. This time, Lu Ming used the Bone Demon Sex method. He swept out his long spear and hit 2 immeasurable devil souls. The 2 immeasurable devil souls collided and exploded, turning into 2 wisps of pure devil qi that were absorbed by Guemo. As the 2 of them continued their journey, they were attacked by immeasurable devil souls from time to time. There were strong and weak immeasurable devil souls. Even if Lu Ming had mastered the method, it was still difficult to deal with the powerful immeasurable devil souls. Of course, it was easy to deal with Guemo. Guemo was naturally adept at dealing with this kind of devil. According to him, he had at least 10 methods to deal with these immeasurable devil souls. The one he taught Lu Ming was the simplest one. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, Lu Ming didn't encounter Xian Yanqing or other experts from the Heavenly Palace. The reason was that the immeasurable devil abyss was too big. Needless to say, it was tens of thousands of miles wide. Who knew how long it was? Moreover, the terrain was extremely complicated. Huge rocks and peaks were all over the immeasurable devil abyss. From time to time, immeasurable devil souls would appear, causing Lu Ming and the others to be unable to speed up. In such a complicated terrain and vast area, it was really difficult to find a person in a place where they would be attacked from time to time. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at a huge rock. On this huge rock, there was a circle. This circle was obviously not natural. It was carved by someone. What's so special about this circle? Could it be that Xian Yanqing was the one who carved it? Bone Demon seemed to have noticed something and asked. That's right. This circle is indeed carved by Xiaoqing. This is a kind of signal that we use to communicate with each other. It can point out the direction of her current location. Xiaoqing must still be alive. She might be trapped somewhere, and my sound transmission jade talisman can't be sent out, Lu Ming said. This place didn't suppress the communication jade talisman. He wanted to use it to send a message to Xian Yanqing, but he found that it couldn't get out. A circle can point out the direction. Wait, I see. Bone Demon looked carefully. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, I see. Although this circle doesn't have any arrow to point out the direction, the line on one side of the circle is thinner than the line on the other side. Although it's just a little thinner, it should be deliberately left there. Senior Bone Demon, your eyes are really sharp, Lu Ming said with a smile. The line on one side of the circle was indeed thinner. Lu Ming, although this method is good, the flaw is also very obvious. If I can see it, so can others. It's easy to guess the meaning of this circle. Xian Yanqing pointed out the direction for you. Doesn't that mean that she also pointed out the direction for the people of the heavenly palace and exposed herself? Bone Demon said seriously. Of course it's not that simple. Lu Ming smiled and said, look carefully. There are actually 3 small gaps in this circle. Yes, there are indeed 3 gaps. Bone Demon said after careful observation. I made an agreement with Xiaoqing. If there is 1 gap, it means that she carved the first circle. Then, her position is the direction where the line on the ball is thinner. If there are 2 gaps, it means that she carved the second circle. Then, we have to change our view. The direction where the line on the ball is thinner is the opposite direction where Xiaoqing is. Lu Ming explained. I see. What about the 3 gaps? Bone Demon asked. Chapter 47:26. 3 notches means that this is the 3rd circle carved by Xiaoqing. Then, we can see it differently. The direction where the lines of the ball are thinner is the direction where Xiaoqing is. Lu Ming said. Wonderful. It's so unpredictable. Even if the heavenly palace sees it, they won't be able to guess where Xian Yanqing is. They can only look around blindly. Guemo said. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't delay any longer. He flew out with Guemo according to the ball's instructions. Sure enough, after a while, Lu Ming saw another circle. There were 4 small notches on this ball. Obviously, it was the 4th circle carved by Xian Yanqing. Naturally, there were different ways to identify the 4th circle. They continued to follow the guidance of the circle. Just like that, one by one Lu Ming found the balls. After finding the 9th circle, they came to a place filled with jagged rocks of strange shapes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly the ground was filled with runes. These runes intertwined and formed a large array. The array condensed beams of sword gleams and slashed toward Lu Ming and Bone Demon. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He took out the war god spear and prepared to block. But the sword light stopped halfway and turned into wisps of devil chi and dissipated. Lu Ming! A delicate shout rang out, and the voice was filled with a strong sense of surprise. Then, a figure floated out from the rocks. Who else could it be but Xian Yanqing? Xiaoqing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He went up to her. The two stood facing each other and hugged. After a long time, they separated. Xiaoqing, it's great that you're fine. By the way, how did you know I would come here and carve a mark to guide me here? Lu Ming asked. The people from the heavenly palace said that they would lead you here. They wanted to anger me and influence me. Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. You met people from the heavenly palace? How did you escape? Lu Ming carefully examined him, and discovered that Xian Yanqing's cultivation had greatly increased compared to before. He had already reached the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. This speed of improvement could be said to be shockingly fast. Actually, this was normal. This place was definitely very suitable for Xian Yanqing to cultivate. In addition, Lu Ming's cultivation base had not improved much in the past 800 years. He had only improved by 1 level. The rest of his time was spent on comprehending secret techniques and the battle character formula. As for Xian Yanqing, she could constantly improve here. Furthermore, she had the memories of her past life and the origin seed. Naturally, her improvement would be very fast. However, even if Xian Yanqing reached the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm, he was still far from being a match for the experts of the Heavenly Palace. The people sent by the Heavenly Palace this time were likely to be 9th level Divine Lords or Peak Divine Lords. Xian Yanqing was definitely no match for them. Once he encountered them, it would be very dangerous. This was why Lu Ming had been so worried. Senior Fei Huang had once left behind some traps in the boundless devil abyss. It was because of Senior Fei Huang's traps that I was able to avoid a calamity and shake off the experts of the heavenly human race. Senior Fei Huang has also set up a powerful killing and concealing array here. I have been hiding here for the past few days, and the people of the heavenly palace have not found me. Xian Yanqing explained. Lu Ming finally understood. It turned out that Fei Huang had already left behind a backup plan. Lu Ming, did something happen outside? The people of the heavenly palace were clamoring that the Heaven Destroyer would be destroyed soon. What happened? Xian Yanqing asked again. She had been in seclusion all this time, and she knew nothing about the outside world. It's like this. Lu Ming immediately recounted the major events that had happened in the universe during this time. What? Something like this actually happened? When Xian Yanqing heard this, his heart beat wildly, and he found it hard to calm down. At the same time, he was incomparably worried. The Heaven Destroyer could last for 300 years at most. What would happen after that? Xian Yanqing's brows were tightly knitted together, and he remained silent. What's in that direction? Why do I feel that there's a shocking amount of devil qi and powerful fluctuations in that direction? Bone Devil looked towards the depths of the boundless demon abyss. Xian Yanqing regained his senses and said, "That's where the boundless devil steel is located, and it's the core of the boundless demon abyss. The boundless devil souls here are most likely related to the boundless devil steel. Because the closer you are to the boundless devil steel, the stronger the boundless devil souls are, and the purer and denser the devil qi it contains. It's also more helpful to absorb it." Boundless devil steel. Bone Devil's eyes flickered with curiosity, and he said, "I feel that there's a great opportunity over there, and it might be able to improve our cultivation by leaps and bounds." Xian Yanqing sized Bone Devil up curiously. He could feel a powerful devil aura coming from Bone Devil's body. He knew that Bone Devil was a devil cultivator. It's a pity that there are too many boundless devil souls around the boundless devil steel. I can't even get close, and I'll be drowned by a large number of boundless devil souls. Xian Yanqing sighed. "Let's go take a look, maybe I have a way to get there," Bone Devil said. A light flashed in Xian Yanqing's eyes and he nodded. "Then let's go. After all, that place is filled with boundless devil souls, and the heavenly palaces people won't come close. There's no need to be afraid of being discovered," Xian Yanqing said. With that said, he led the way into the depths of the boundless devil abyss. Xian Yanqing had stayed in the boundless devil abyss for many years, and he was very familiar with the terrain. He led Lu Ming and the others around, avoiding the heavenly palace's people as well as the boundless devil souls. They went deeper and deeper into the boundless devil abyss, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. What a powerful fluctuation. 2 balls of flames burned in Bone Devil's eyes, and he looked very expectant. They hid on top of a tall rock and looked into the distance. The terrain in front of them was flat, and there was a giant stone stele on the flat ground. The stone stele was huge, at least several hundred zhang tall, and it was faintly discernible in the devil qi. There were countless black shadows flying around the stone stele. These black shadows were all boundless devil souls. At a glance, it was hard to tell how many there were, but there were at least several tens of thousands of them. With so many boundless devil souls, it was definitely a terrifying force. If they swarmed together, Lu Ming would definitely be trapped in his heart's devil forever, unable to extricate himself. "Bone Devil, do you have a way to get past it?" Lu Ming asked. "Very simple. Disguise us as boundless devil souls, and we can easily pass through these boundless devil souls and get close to the boundless devil stele. Did you guys notice that there are no boundless devil souls around the boundless devil stele? I'm guessing that the boundless devil souls don't dare to get close to the boundless devil stele," Bone Devil said. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing nodded. They had also noticed this point. "Do you have a way to disguise us as boundless devil souls?" Lu Ming asked. "Simple, we'll kill a few boundless devil souls and control their devil qi. I have a way," Bone Devil said. Chapter 47-27. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the Bone Devil retreated from the area and found several immeasurable devil souls. The Bone Devil dealt with these immeasurable devil souls, and took control of the devil qi left behind by the immeasurable devil souls. Thereafter, the Bone Demon began to set up, carving runes on a wisp of immeasurable demon soul. After a period of time, this wisp of immeasurable demon soul flew toward Lu Ming, and turned into a gush of energy, shrouding Lu Ming within. With this ball of energy, those immeasurable devil souls will treat you as one of their kind and won't attack, the Bone Devil said. He then repeated his previous actions, and arranged the remaining 2 strands of devil qi around himself and Xian Yanqing. "Let's go. Don't worry, I guarantee that nothing will happen." The Bone Devil was brimming with confidence as he led the way towards the immeasurable devil stele. What else could Lu Ming say? He could only follow. Soon, they were close to a large group of immeasurable devil souls. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's hearts rose to their throats. They were not as confident as the Bone Devil. If the Bone Devil's method didn't work, then it would be game over. Both of them were on high alert. If they discovered something wrong, they could run away immediately. However, the Bone Devil was extremely confident as he swaggered towards the large group of immeasurable devil souls. In the end, it was proven that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had worried too much. Those immeasurable devil souls acted as if they did not notice the Bone Devil, allowing him to swagger past them. The two of them breathed out in relief as they followed the Bone Devil through the large group of immeasurable devil souls. Soon, they passed through the group of immeasurable devil souls and approached the immeasurable devil steel. That is, when they got close to the immeasurable devil steel, all three of them felt a jolt in their hearts. They had not noticed before, but there was a figure sitting cross-legged under the immeasurable devil steel. This figure was a skeleton. The skeleton had the shape of a human, but it was much bigger than a human skeleton. Just by sitting cross-legged there, the skeleton was more than 3 meters tall. Moreover, the skeleton was not white but pitch black. It was as black as ink, but it had a faint luster, like a piece of black jade. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing sized up the Bone Devil. Both of them were too similar. Both of them were human skeletons in human form, and pitch black like ink. The black immeasurable devil souls was sitting there, without a sound. There was no movement or life force. However, a powerful pressure. Devil's might. This devil's blood was devil's devil soul. The bones devil's devil lord, devil soul he's devil's. If devil's devil. Devil's devil. If devil soul. Devil soul devil the devil. S of devil bone demon. Is this skeleton one of your kind? Lu Ming could not help asking. He had heard from the Bone Devil that he was the first devil bone in the primitive universe that gave birth to intelligence. The Bone Devil speculated that his predecessor was probably a skeleton left behind by a peerless expert from the previous era. After the evolution of the universe, he gave birth to intelligence. The skeleton in front of them was probably left behind from the previous era. Wouldn't it be similar to the Bone Devil? I don't know. In short, I'm sure that if I can fuse with this skeleton, it will be of great help to me. You guys stay here and don't move. I'll try. After the Bone Devil finished speaking, he dashed toward the pitch-black skeleton. The pitch-black skeleton exuded a terrifying fluctuation. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it. Even the peerless Lord of Heaven would not be able to get close to it. However, the Bone Devil was not affected by it. He continued to approach the pitch-black skeleton. Swoosh! In the end, the Bone Devil turned into a ray of devil light, rushed into the pitch-black skeleton and disappeared. Then, the powerful devil aura exuded by the pitch-black skeleton quickly retracted, until it completely disappeared. The pressure on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing disappeared. This skeleton is already under my control. Next, I'm going to fuse with it. You guys can do as you please. The Bone Devil's voice sounded, and then it went silent. Only the pitch-black skeleton remained, emitting a faint devil aura. The Bone Devil succeeded. Lu Ming's heart leaped with joy. The Bone Devil's strength would increase significantly with this pitch-black skeleton. Although it was the origin tribulation, and the Bone Devil would not be able to break through to the origin realm, his battle power would increase significantly. It would be of great help to Huang Xiaolong. Xian Yanqing's gaze was completely attracted to the immeasurable devil steel. The immeasurable devil steel looked extremely ancient. There were faint carvings on its surface that looked like the most ancient runes. This was only one side of the steel. On the other side, there were drawings of living beings of various shapes and sizes. Some of them had green faces and fangs, while others had 3 heads and 6 arms. They exuded a powerful devil aura, exuding a mysterious aura. This immeasurable devil steel is very unique. It can exude a mysterious fluctuation. I have only sensed it from afar, and it has been very beneficial to me. It can help me comprehend some powerful secret arts, and it can even deepen my understanding of cultivation. Now that I've come into contact with it, this feeling is even more profound, Xian Yanqing said. It seems like this is a Devil Dao Supreme Treasure. Lu Ming nodded. He did not have the feeling that Xian Yanqing had described. Suddenly, the immeasurable devil steel flashed, and a wisp of devil qi flew out from it. This wisp of devil qi flew into the distance, and the surrounding energy gathered towards it. In the end, it formed a boundless devil soul. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were shocked. It turned out that the boundless devil soul was produced by the immeasurable devil steel. This had exceeded their expectations. The pure devil qi in the boundless devil soul had come from the immeasurable devil steel. Xian Yanqing circled around the immeasurable devil steel, sizing it up. Swish. Suddenly, another wisp of devil qi flew out from the immeasurable devil steel. This time, Xian Yanqing was prepared. The moment the wisp of devil qi flew out, she also flew out. Her palm reached out, forming a giant palm that grabbed at the wisp of devil qi. In the end, the wisp of devil qi was caught by Xian Yanqing. The wisp of devil qi seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and struggled, trying to escape. However, it could not escape from Xian Yanqing's palm. She sat cross-legged and circulated her cultivation technique, slowly absorbing the wisp of devil qi. After absorbing the wisp of devil qi, Xian Yanqing's aura grew stronger. Such rich and pure devil qi. It's many times purer than the devil qi I got from the immeasurable devil soul. Xian Yanqing exclaimed in admiration. Little Qing, you can focus on your cultivation. After all, the bone devil is merging with his bones. I'll stand guard for you. Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded and continued to wait. Devil qi didn't fly out from the immeasurable devil steel all the time. In the next few days, no devil qi flew out from the immeasurable devil steel. After 3 days, 2 wisps of devil qi flew out from the immeasurable devil steel, and were caught by Xian Yanqing. Chapter 47-28. After catching the 2 strands of devil qi, Xian Yanqing slowly refined them and absorbed them into his body. After refining them, he continued to wait. A few days later, more devil qi flew out from the immeasurable devil steel. Just like that, devil qi would fly out from the immeasurable devil steel every few days. After refining this devil qi, Xian Yanqing's cultivation rose by leaps and bounds. Originally, Xian Yanqing's cultivation was only at the early 7th layer of the Divine Master Realm. As he continued to refine the devil qi, his cultivation rose rapidly. In just a month, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had reached the mid-7th layer of the Divine Master Realm. This speed was shocking. At this rate, as long as there was sufficient devil qi, Xian Yanqing would be able to cultivate to the 8th layer of the Divine Master Realm. The bone devil was still merging with the devil qi. This pitch-black skeleton was clearly extraordinary. No one knew how strong it had been when it was alive. Hence, the speed of merging with the bone devil was extremely slow. 1 month's time wasn't enough. As for the immeasurable devil souls around the immeasurable devil steel, they were roaming around randomly. They didn't dare to approach the immeasurable devil steel. This made Lu Ming feel relieved. He split a portion of his attention to observe the surroundings while comprehending the battle symbol formula and other secret arts. He didn't want to waste any time. Time flew by, and another 2 months went by. Suddenly Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Several figures appeared in the distance. They were the heavenly human race's experts. The heavenly human race's experts were standing in the distance, looking at the immeasurable devil steel. They had clearly seen Lu Ming's group. Then, the 3 of them whispered to each other. One of them left in a hurry, while the other 2 stayed behind to guard the area. It seems like they went to look for help. Lu Ming pondered. Should he take the opportunity to leave? Lu Ming hesitated. In the end, Lu Ming decided to stay. The immeasurable devil souls surrounded the immeasurable devil steel. According to Xian Yanqing, the closer the immeasurable devil souls were to the immeasurable devil steel, the stronger they would be. The immeasurable devil souls in the vicinity were all powerful existences. Even if the heavenly human race's experts came, they wouldn't be able to rush in. Sure enough, several experts from the heavenly human race rushed over. There were more than 20 of them. Even the weakest of them was a 9th-level divine master. There were more than a dozen of them, and there were even a dozen of them who were peak divine masters. Immeasurable devil steel, the devil steel of the immeasurable devil souls. The Lord of Extermination. Lu Ming's of the immortal of his face he saw an acquaintance, one of the 4 strongest heaven monarchs of the Heaven Palace, the Extermination Heaven Monarch. Lord Huang heavenly human, of the god of devil immortal Huang. Lords of the immeasurable him. The Lord of Extermination was definitely in existence standing at the peak of the Divine Master Realm. He was definitely stronger than the devil steel of the immeasurable devil souls. Ordinary lords of heaven wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. This time, the Heavenly Palace had actually sent their strongest Lord of Heaven. They wanted to kill Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing are inside, but there are too many immeasurable devil souls. What should we do? Someone asked the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven stood in the middle, looking at Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. His face was gloomy. There are too many immeasurable devil souls here. There are more than 10,000 of them. And the closer they are to the devil steel, the stronger they are. With our strength, only death awaits us if we rush in. The Lord of Heaven said. In order to deal with the immeasurable devil souls, they had brought some treasures from the Heavenly Palace that could restrain the immeasurable devil souls. However, there were too many immeasurable devil souls here. Even if they had treasures that could restrain the immeasurable devil souls, it was useless. Then what should we do? The person from before asked. They will come out sooner or later. Let's just stay here and wait for them to come out. It won't be too late for us to take action after they come out. The Lord of Heaven said. The others nodded. Then they scattered and hid themselves well, blocking the exit. Indeed, they don't dare to take action? Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming was aware of the movements of the Heavenly Palace's experts. This wasn't out of Lu Ming's expectations. He had long expected that these heavenly humans wouldn't dare to take action, and would stay outside. Now, we just have to wait for the Bone Demon. I hope that the Bone Demon's combat strength will skyrocket after fusing with the Black Bone. When the time comes, we can fight our way out. Lu Ming thought. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. The Bone Demon was still fusing with the Black Bone. However, after a few years, the Bone Demon seemed to have reached the final juncture. The Black Bone had shrunk several times, shrinking to the size of an ordinary person. However, the bone seemed to have become more condensed, and it seemed to contain an extremely dense devil chi. The aura emanating from the bone was almost entirely the Bone Demon's aura. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the Bone Demon successfully fused with the Black Bone. After a few years of cultivation, Xian Yinqing's cultivation had also improved greatly. She had reached the peak of the 7th-tier Divine Master Realm. She wasn't far from the 8th-tier Divine Master Realm. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Xian Yinqing's body. The devil chi on her body flourished. Then an illusory figure emerged from Xian Yinqing's body. What a powerful aura. That woman seems to have been absorbing the devil chi to cultivate and increase her cultivation these past few years. A heavenly human expert exclaimed, revealing a look of envy and jealousy. Even if she reaches the peak of the Divine Master Realm, she's still no match for me. The Extermination Lord of Heaven coldly snorted, her killing intent chilling. Also, from the 9th-tier Divine Master Realm to the peak of the Divine Master Realm, one can't rely on absorbing energy. One needs to slowly condense their origin energy. By the time she reaches the peak of the Divine Master Realm, the Heaven Destroyer will have been destroyed. At that time, the few of them left will not be able to escape death. The Extermination Lord of Heaven coldly sneered. At this moment, Lu Ming completely ignored the people of the Heavenly Palace. His gaze was completely focused on the illusory figure on Xian Yinqing's body. Lu Ming had seen this illusory figure before. In the past, when Xian Yinqing pushed her fighting strength to the limit, this illusory figure would also appear on her body. This illusory figure was clearly that of a woman. Her figure was graceful and alluring, but it was a pity that her face was shrouded in a layer of devil chi, making it impossible to see her face clearly. In the past, Lu Ming had thought that this illusory figure could be Xian Yinqing's previous incarnation. Later, Lu Ming thought that this illusory figure could be related to Fei Huang. After all, Fei Huang was Xian Yinqing's master. But now it seemed like neither of them were related. It didn't look like her at all. Buzz. Right at this time, a shocking scene occurred. The immeasurable devil's steel started to tremble violently. The carvings on the steel emitted a dazzling light, as if they had come to life. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The immeasurable devil steel's trembling became more and more violent. Dense devil chi spread out from the steel, forming a pillar of devil chi that shot into the sky. Lu Ming wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded by this scene. The Heavenly Palace's experts in the distance were also dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. At this time, Xian Yinqing also stopped cultivating and looked at the immeasurable devil steel in shock. Chapter 47:29. Is this strange phenomenon related to Shaoqing? Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder. When Xian Yinqing's shadow had appeared, the immeasurable devil steel had started to tremble. The timing was too coincidental, and it seemed to have been caused by the shadow. However, Xian Yinqing had ended his cultivation, and the shadow around him had disappeared. Even so, the immeasurable devil steel was still trembling. What's going on? Why did the immeasurable devil steel start to tremble when I was cultivating? The bone devil was also alarmed, and he exclaimed in shock after ending the fusion. The soul flames in his eyes flickered, and it was clear that he didn't know what was going on. The immeasurable devil steel started to tremble more violently, and it eventually left the ground and flew high into the sky. The immeasurable devil souls in the surroundings let out ear-piercing shrieks as they roamed around restlessly. However, they didn't dare to get close to the immeasurable devil steel. The immeasurable devil steel started to shrink rapidly. It had originally been tens of thousands of zhang tall, but it quickly shrank to the size of a palm. Next, it transformed into a beam of light as it charged towards Xian Yinqing. It was simply too fast. Xian Yinqing wanted to dodge, but found that he was simply incapable of doing so. The immeasurable devil steel charged into Xian Yinqing's forehead and disappeared. Xian Yinqing seemed to have sensed something, and he sat down cross-legged. Boom! Xian Yinqing's aura soared, and the shadow around him appeared once again. Xian Yinqing was breaking through to the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. In a few breaths' time, Xian Yinqing had successfully broken through the bottleneck, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. However, it didn't stop there. His aura was still rising rapidly. Early 8th level of the Divine Master Realm, mid-8th level of the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming, the Bone Devil, and the Heavenly Palace's experts were dumbfounded. The immeasurable devil souls let out ear-piercing shrieks as they charged towards Lu Ming, the Bone Devil, and Xian Yinqing from all directions. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. With so many immeasurable devil souls charging at them, only death was waiting for them. Bone Demon, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming shouted. No, run. Bone roared. Lu Ming was helpless. Just as he was about to put Xian Yinqing into his desolate ring and go all out, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Xian Yinqing's body. This aura spread out in all directions like water ripples. This was the immeasurable devil steel's aura. The immeasurable devil souls stopped in their tracks, not daring to charge forward. Then tens of thousands of endless demonic souls screamed in place, roaming about, as if they were extremely anxious. A moment later, tens of thousands of demonic souls scattered in all directions. In the past, they had gathered here because of the immeasurable devil steel. Now that the immeasurable devil steel had disappeared, they were running around in all directions. Not good retreat. Let's go. This time, the masters of the Heavenly Palace were scared to death. A large number of immeasurable devil souls were charging at them, and they had already discovered them. The immeasurable devil souls shrieked, and a large number of them charged at the masters of the Heavenly Palace. Go! The Lord of Heaven of Extermination roared, and he retreated rapidly. More than 20 heavenly human race experts disappeared in the blink of an eye, not daring to linger. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He hadn't expected the crisis to be resolved so easily. Xian Yinqing's aura was still rising. Late 8th level God Master Realm. Peak 8th level God Master Realm. Boom. In less than a minute, Xian Yinqing's aura reached the 9th level of the God Master Realm. After reaching the 9th level of the God Master Realm, Xian Yinqing's aura finally stabilized. His powerful aura also retracted. Xian Yinqing opened his eyes. Little Qing, how are you? Lu Ming asked with concern. I'm fine. Xian Yinqing smiled. He felt good after breaking through 2 levels of cultivation. Little Qing, what's going on with the immeasurable devil steel? Lu Ming asked. I don't know why the immeasurable devil steel suddenly flew into my body, but I feel that the immeasurable devil steel has already recognized me as its master. I can control it now, and I can comprehend some of the mysteries of the devil path from it at all times. Xian Yinqing explained. Opportunity, what a great opportunity! The immeasurable devil steel is definitely one of the most precious treasures of the previous era. You actually managed to get your hands on it. This old devil is truly envious, jealous, and hateful. Ah! The bone devil shouted. The soul flames in his eye sockets flickered incessantly, revealing a look of intense jealousy. He was a great devil, and he could naturally sense how extraordinary the immeasurable devil steel was. To those who cultivated the devil path, it was definitely a supreme treasure. Bone devil, didn't you obtain a great opportunity as well? How's the fusion with the skeleton coming along? Lu Ming changed the topic. It's almost done. It's a pity that I don't dare to break through due to the origin tribulation. Otherwise, I could use this opportunity to break through to the origin realm. Bone devil sighed. Although you didn't break through, your battle strength should have increased by a lot, right? Lu Ming asked. Of course. Kid, I can suppress you with a single finger. Do you see that? My body is invulnerable. Even an origin-grade divine weapon can't hurt me. Ha ha ha, I'm invincible in the divine master realm. Bone devil roared with laughter. Invincible in the divine master realm? Keep bragging. If Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian break through to the divine master realm, can you deal with them? Lu Ming probed. Cough cough, that kind of freak is another matter. However, I don't care about the so-called strongest person in the heavenly palace, the Lord of Heaven. Bone devil said confidently. Is that so? Alright, let's go. We're leaving this place. Lu Ming said. He was quite happy inside. If Bone Devil was not bragging, then Bone Devil was equivalent to a strongest Lord of Heaven at the very least. Under the influence of the origin tribulation, divine masters were at the peak of the origin realm. A strongest Lord of Heaven could sometimes have a great impact on the battlefield. Moreover, Xian Yinqing had also reached the 9th layer of the divine master realm. Xian Yinqing was extremely powerful in the first place. As a 9th layer divine master, Xian Yinqing was definitely not an ordinary Lord of Heaven's opponent. Even if she was not as strong as a strongest Lord of Heaven, she should not be weaker than a peak Lord of Heaven. With Lu Ming's current battle strength, he was definitely not Xian Yinqing's opponent. Even if they ran into the exterminating Lord of Heaven and the others, they had nothing to fear. Even if they were outnumbered, charging out should not be a problem. In a flicker, the 3 of them flew back the way they came. With Xian Yinqing in control of the immeasurable devil steel, they had no need to fear the immeasurable devil soul. Hence, their speed was extremely fast. In a dozen minutes, they had covered a very long distance. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, they heard a violent explosion in front of them, as well as a long whistle. It's the Heavenly Palace's people. It seems like the Heavenly Palace's people are fighting with the immeasurable devil soul. Bone Devil said. Let's go and take a look. If there's a chance, Lu Ming said. A cold light flickered in his eyes. This was a good opportunity. If there was a chance, Lu Ming did not mind taking action and eliminating the Heavenly Palace's experts. More than a dozen peak divine masters and a dozen 9th layer divine masters. It was not a small loss for the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 4730. Currently, the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer were at war. The Heaven Destroyer's base was in a precarious situation. Eliminating a portion of the Heavenly Palace's forces would be a great help to the Heaven Destroyer. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was just about to test my strength. Bone Devil grinned. Of course, it only revealed a row of black teeth. Kill. Xian Yinqing was even more decisive. He charged in the direction of the sound. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the battle. As expected, it was the Heavenly Palace's people fighting with the immeasurable devil souls. At this time, the 20 or so Heavenly Palace's experts were surrounded by a large group of immeasurable devil souls. However, some of the Heavenly Palace's experts took out a few round beads. There were 7 round beads in total. These beads emitted a dazzling radiance, and a strange energy permeated the air. This energy vibrated in a unique way. Whenever the immeasurable devil souls rushed over, they would be sent flying. It seemed like these 7 round beads were specially made to restrain the immeasurable devil souls. However, there were too many immeasurable devil souls. Moreover, these immeasurable devil souls were the ones who had approached the immeasurable devil steel. They were extremely powerful. Although they were sent flying by the strange energy fluctuations, they were not destroyed. The Heavenly Palace's experts wanted to break out of the encirclement, but they couldn't do it in a short time. As long as we break those 7 round beads, the Heavenly Palace's experts will die. Lu Ming said. That's easy. Wait for me here. Bone Devil said. After saying that, he turned into a streak of black lightning and disappeared. A moment later, Bone Devil returned. The only difference was that his body was shrouded in a layer of devil chi. It was obvious that Bone Devil had killed an immeasurable devil soul, and used the other party's devil chi to disguise himself as one of the immeasurable devil souls. Watch me. Bone Devil directly charged towards the Heavenly Palace's experts and the immeasurable devil souls. Those immeasurable devil souls treated Bone Devil as one of their own, and did not attack him. Bone Devil's speed was extremely fast. He charged past the immeasurable devil souls in an instant and charged towards one of the round beads. It's him. It's the skeleton beside Lu Ming. Stop him. The people of the Heavenly Palace naturally recognized Bone Demon. Several Lord of Heaven immediately attacked Guemo. Several terrifying attacks were launched at Guemo. However, Guemo didn't care about these attacks at all. He didn't have any intention of blocking them, and allowed the attacks to land on his body. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sounds of metal clashing rang out, but Guemo was completely fine. The 3 attacks did not leave a single mark on his body. He rushed past them without stopping and arrived in front of one of the beads. His pitch-black palm bone slashed at the bead like a demonic blade. Bang! The bead immediately exploded. Of the 7 beads, there were still 6 left. After shattering this bead, the Bone Demon quickly rushed to the next bead. With another palm strike, the second bead exploded. The Bone Demon's speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had shattered 2 of the beads. Many heavenly humans finally reacted. Damn it, damned skeleton, blast him to pieces. Kill. More than 20 heavenly humans were enraged. They unleashed all their strength and attacked Guemo. These beads were their life-saving treasures. If all of them were destroyed, they would lose their treasures that could suppress the infinite demonic soul. Only death awaited them. Therefore, they attacked with all their might. Break. The Bone Demon's soul fluctuated. His hands were like demonic blades as they slashed out continuously, breaking the attacks one by one. Even if some of the attacks landed on Guemo, he only staggered a little. It was as if nothing had happened. He broke through the attacks and arrived in front of the 3rd bead. With a palm strike, he shattered the bead. There were still 4 beads left. The Bone Demon rushed to the 4th bead. You're courting death. With a roar, a sharp sword light slashed at the Bone Demon. The sword chi whistled and filled the air with terrifying fluctuations. The soul fire in the Bone Demon's eye sockets flickered. The sword made him feel a sense of danger. Source-level weapon. A thought flashed through the Bone Demon's mind. He didn't need to look to know that this was an attack from a source-level weapon. He grabbed at the air, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. The spear swept out horizontally. Clang! The spear and the sword light collided with a deafening boom. A terrifying force spread out in all directions. Puff! Puff! 2 9th-tier divine masters of the Heavenly Palace couldn't dodge in time. They were struck by the scattered force and died on the spot. Then the 2 figures floated backward. One was the Bone Demon, and the other was the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. The one who had attacked just now was the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. The battle sword in his hand was in source-level weapon. The weapon of my Heavenly Palace. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination said coldly as he looked coldly at the golden battle spear in the Bone Demon's hand. Soon, the battle sword in your hand will be mine. The Bone Demon's soul fluctuated and produced a voice. The golden battle spear in his hand was indeed obtained from the heavenly human tribe expert. In the world of light. Today, I will make you pay with your life. Not just anyone can use the weapon of my heavenly human tribe. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination said coldly. His body exuded a powerful aura as he pushed his fighting strength to the limit. He stepped forward and charged at the Bone Demon. The Bone Demon was fearless. He waved his battle spear and met the attack. Clang! Clang! The two moved with astonishing speed. After exchanging several dozen blows, the victor was still undecided. The Bone Demon is indeed much stronger than before. In the past, he would never have been able to match the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. But in terms of strength, the two seem to be on par. Lu Ming muttered. If this battle drags on, the Bone Demon will win. Xian Yinqing said. Lu Ming nodded. That was indeed the case. The Bone Demon had fused with a pitch-black skeleton. His body was indestructible, and his demonic qi was extremely dense. Although the offensive strength of the two was about the same, the Bone Demon was superior in other aspects. In the short term, the two might be on par, but in the long term, the Bone Demon would win. After exchanging several dozen blows, the Bone Demon ignored his defense and took a blow from his opponent. Then he threw out his spear and swept it at the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination coughed up blood and retreated. His body almost exploded, and his face was pale. Bam! Bam! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Bone Demon stabbed out twice with his spear and shattered 2 more round pearls. Now there were only 2 round pearls left in the Heavenly Palace. The immeasurable demonic souls screamed and rushed toward the experts of the Heavenly Palace. With only 2 round pearls left, it was impossible to protect all sides. There would always be openings. Many immeasurable demonic souls rushed in and attacked the experts of the Heavenly Palace. The experts of the Heavenly Palace could only fight back. However, ordinary attacks were ineffective against these immeasurable demonic souls. These immeasurable demonic souls were very powerful. Ah! Suddenly many 9th-tier Divine Master Heavenly Humans screamed. Their faces became ferocious, and their eyes turned blood red. They were completely filled with negative emotions. Kill, kill, kill. Several celestial beings roared, and they actually attacked their own people. Chapter 47:31. Puff puff, blood splattered everywhere. Several heavenly human tribe members were killed by their own people. They have been controlled by the inner demon and have completely fallen. Kill them! The Lord of Heaven of Annihilation shouted. Several Lord of Heaven of Annihilation attacked and killed the heavenly human tribe members who had fallen into madness. However, more immeasurable demonic souls rushed over, and they couldn't kill them all. Some of the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation were also affected by the immeasurable demonic souls. The negative emotions in their hearts kept erupting. As for the Bone Devil, it set its sights on the remaining 2 beads and charged towards them. Let's work together and stop him. The Lord of Heaven of Annihilation shouted as he waved his origin divine weapon and attacked Guemo. At the same time, the other Lord of Heaven of Annihilation also attacked Guemo. Among them, the Lord of Heaven of Silver Armor was also very powerful. He was a top Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. He was second only to the 4 strongest Lord of Heaven. He also wielded a source-grade divine weapon, a silver spear. Guemo waved his spear and blocked the attacks of the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation. He staggered and retreated. However, as soon as Guemo retreated, he attacked the other party again. Although Gumo's defense was strong, his explosive attack was about the same as the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation. The other party's experts worked together and blocked Gumo's attack. They also knew Gumo's weakness, which was his eye sockets. That was where Gumo's soul was. Gumo's body was indestructible, but his soul was his weakness. In this way, Guemo had to focus on defense and couldn't break through the other party's defense. However, the other party only had 2 beads left and their defense was insufficient. Immeasurable demonic souls kept rushing in, and many heavenly human tribe members were affected. Some heavenly human tribe members were completely controlled by the inner demon. The other heavenly human tribe members could only attack and kill them. After being controlled by the inner demon, they had become killing puppets. Otherwise they would turn around and kill their own people. Lu Ming, let's attack too, Xian Yinqing whispered. Attack. Go around and exterminate the Lord of Heaven and the others. Lu Ming said. The two of them quietly took a detour. The people of the heavenly human tribe were fighting with all their might, so how could they still notice Lu Ming and the other person? When they circled behind the Lord of Heaven and the others, the two of them charged toward the battlefield. Those boundless devil souls had discovered the two of them, and they were about to pounce on them. However, Xian Yinqing controlled the boundless devil steel, and released a wisp of aura that deterred those boundless devil souls from approaching. The two of them successfully passed through the infinite demonic souls, and arrived behind the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming died. The people of the heavenly palace naturally discovered Lu Ming and the other person. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven roared and stabbed his silver spear at Lu Ming. However, Xian Yinqing made his move. He took out his source-grade divine weapon and clashed with the silver spear. A loud explosion resounded as the silver-armored man's attack was blocked. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven was shocked as he stared at Xian Yinqing. When they exchanged blows, he felt that Xian Yinqing's strength was shockingly strong. It seemed that Xian Yinqing wasn't any weaker than him. Heavenly Demon Domain. Xian Yinqing pressed his palm down, and the Heavenly Demon Domain enveloped the battlefield. Black lotus flowers appeared and turned into sword chi that filled the sky. They attacked the people of the heavenly palace. At the same time, Lu Ming also made his move. He rushed towards the experts of the heavenly human tribe. As he rushed out, Qiu turned into a mirror and a light shield that enveloped the people of the heavenly human tribe. Those with weaker strength were immediately affected by the illusion, and their movements paused for a moment. Guemo wouldn't miss this opportunity. He stabbed out with his spear and killed the two Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming, on the other hand, became one with his spear and used the sky-breaking style. He rushed out and stabbed at the silver-armored Lord of Heaven. Unfortunately, the Lord of Heaven reacted too quickly. He was almost unaffected by Qiu's illusion. He slashed his sword at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked, and could only retreat quickly to avoid the sword. There was still a huge gap between his current strength and Extermination Heaven Lords. Your opponent is me, Guemo shouted coldly. His spear was like a golden bolt of lightning as it stabbed at the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven had no choice but to fight with Guemo with all his strength. Meanwhile, Xian Yinqing was entangled with the silver-armored Lord of Heaven. Swoosh! Lu Ming changed his direction and rushed towards one of the beads. Get lost! Several Lord of Heaven roared and attacked Lu Ming together. However, Lu Ming was fearless. He waved his war god spear and blocked two attacks. As for the other two attacks, Lu Ming didn't care. He let them hit his body, because Qiu had turned into armor and covered his body. With Qiu's defense, Lu Ming blocked the two attacks. He rushed past them and stabbed his war god spear twice in a row. This time, Lu Ming activated the power of origin. The power of origin exploded in the war god spear, activating a trace of the war god spear's power, and greatly increasing Lu Ming's attack power. Two of the Lord of Heaven's experts tried their best to defend against Huang Xiaolong's attack, but they failed. Their bodies shook violently as they staggered back, coughing up blood. One of them had a hole in his body, and he was almost killed. After injuring the two Lord of Heaven, Lu Ming didn't stop there. The war god spear swept out horizontally. Bang! One of the beads was directly blasted apart. With only one bead left, the Seven Moons beads area of defense became smaller. A large number of immeasurable devil souls rushed towards the heavenly palace's experts. Xian Yinqing sent a wisp of energy into Lu Ming's body that contained the immeasurable devil steel's aura. The immeasurable devil souls avoided him on purpose. More heavenly humans were attacked by the immeasurable devil souls. When the immeasurable devil souls rushed past their bodies, terrifying and strange energy erupted, triggering the negative emotions in their hearts. Kill. 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 I'm number one under the heavens. Number one under the heavens, my ass. I'm the invincible one under the heavens. Those who go against me must die. Kill. I want to become the origin. I want to live forever. The heavenly humans' negative emotions erupted as they fell into their heart demons. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their expressions were hideous. As the immeasurable devil souls continued to attack, their heart demons grew stronger. By this time, the 9th level godmasters were already dead. The remaining experts on the Lord of Heaven's level couldn't resist the influence of their heart demons, and they slowly fell into madness. Regardless of who it was, there were negative emotions in their hearts. Even the Buddha race's top experts couldn't ignore everything. Once they fell into their heart demons, it was extremely terrifying. In the end, these heavenly humans started to kill each other. Lu Ming retreated in time to avoid being implicated. Charge out! The exterminating Lord of Heaven roared. After exchanging a move with the Bone Devil, both of them retreated. Then he controlled the last bead, and led the silver-armored Lord of Heaven and two other Lord of Heaven in a mad dash in a certain direction. Stay! The Bone Devil wouldn't let them leave so easily. He charged forward. Die for me! One of the Lord of Heaven revealed a crazed expression as he charged at the Bone Devil. As he charged, his body emitted a dazzling light. He wanted to self-detonate. Chapter 4732. Be careful! Lu Ming roared to warn Bone Demon. At the same time, he quickly retreated to Xian Yanqing's side, wanting to put Xian Yanqing into the chaos ring. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Dream on! Bone Demon shouted coldly. Instead of retreating, he rushed towards the other party, completely ignoring the other party's attack. In an instant, he rushed into the other party's arms. His palm was like a knife, stabbing into the other party's dantian, directly crushing the other party's universe bridge. Then the other hand chopped down, splitting the Lord of Heaven into two halves, completely killing him. However, this heavenly monarch had also obstructed the Bone Demon for a short while, giving the extermination heavenly monarch an opportunity. He was very decisive and directly threw the last round bead in a direction. Explode! The Lord of Heaven the extermination shouted softly, and the round bead exploded with a boom. The round bead exploded, forming a shock wave of energy. Everywhere it passed, a large number of infinite demonic souls were destroyed, and a path was forcibly opened in the crowd of infinite demonic souls. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Lord of Heaven the extermination, the silver-armored Lord of Heaven, and the other Lord of Heaven, the three of them quickly rushed towards the path. Stay! Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing attacked. Xian Yanqing performed the heavenly demon territory, enveloping the three Lord of Heaven in it. On the other hand, Lu Ming performed the primeval style, and condensed a piece of land to suppress the trio. Their attacks were mainly to delay. They wanted to delay the three of them, waiting for Bone Demon or infinite demonic souls to rush over. Break! The three Lord of Heaven roared and attacked together. Among them, the Lord of Heaven the extermination and the silver-armored Lord of Heaven were too strong. Both of them controlled source-level divine weapons. With a blow, they directly tore apart the Chaos Continent and the heavenly demon territory, and continued to escape. However, at the critical moment, Qiuqiu shot out a beam of light that enveloped the three of them. Qiuqiu was now at the 8th level of the God-Lord realm, and the illusory energy contained in the Pillar of Light was extremely powerful. Of the three of them, only the exterminating Lord of Heaven was completely unaffected and could instantly break free. The other two would also be affected. Although the silver-armored Lord of Heaven would only be slightly affected, he would be able to quickly break free. However, this slight influence was already enough, because the Bone Devil had arrived. Boom! Lu Ming activated the golden spear, causing it to become incomparably huge. It pressed down on the silver-armored Lord of Heaven and the other Lord of Heaven. However, the exterminating Lord of Heaven was too fast, and had already escaped the attack range. Ah! The silver-armored Lord of Heaven roared as he broke free from the illusion. He channeled all of his strength into the silver spear, and placed it in front of him, trying to block the Bone Demon's attack. Clang! The two source-level divine weapons collided with each other, creating a powerful shockwave that bent the silver spear. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven's body shook violently as he retreated, spitting out blood. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven was clearly no match for the Bone Demon, and had been heavily injured in one blow. The Bone Demon's attacks continued, sweeping through the enemy like a storm. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing charged at the other Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing working together to deal with an ordinary Lord of Heaven was far too easy. In just one blow, their opponent had been heavily injured. This Lord of Heaven howled, his face savage as his body erupted with dazzling light. He was actually trying to self-detonate again. However, self-detonation required some time. How could Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing give him that time? Xian Yanqing used the heavenly demon domain to tightly seal him, while Lu Ming used the heaven-breaking style to pierce through his forehead, killing him completely. On the other side, the silver-armored Lord of Heaven was no match for the bone demon at all. He was completely suppressed. The bones in his arms were broken, and he almost lost his grip on his spear. Annihilation! Come and help me! The silver-armored Lord of Heaven roared, wanting to call the Lord of Heaven to help him. However, the Lord of Heaven did not even look back as he hurried away. He had finally broken out of the immeasurable demonic soul's encirclement. How could he let himself fall into danger again? Moreover, the bone demon was too strong. If he returned to save the silver-armored Lord of Heaven, he might very well die. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Our people will avenge you. The Lord of Heaven's voice rang out as he left without looking back. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven let out a desperate roar. He could only fight with his life on the line. However, there was a big gap between his strength and the bone demons. In addition, Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming immediately came to help the bone demon. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven's fate was already sealed. He could not even perish together with the bone demon. After a few moves, the bone demon's golden spear pierced through his head. After killing the silver-armored Lord of Heaven, the bone demon reached out and grabbed the silver spear in his hand. Unfortunately, that guy ran away. The bone demon sighed and looked in the direction the Lord of Heaven had escaped. The other party had already broken out of the immeasurable demonic soul's encirclement. It was impossible to catch up to him. Lu Ming also felt that it was a pity. That was the strongest Lord of Heaven. If they could kill him, it would be a huge loss to the heavenly palace. Lu Ming, this silver spear. The bone demon stared at the silver spear in his hand and dragged out his words. How could Lu Ming not understand the bone demon's meaning? He smiled and said, "This time it's all thanks to you that Shaoqing was able to obtain the immeasurable devil steel. We were able to kill so many experts of the heavenly palace. This source-grade divine weapon naturally belongs to you." "Haha, then I won't stand on ceremony." The bone demon laughed and said, "Lu Ming, can I use these two source-grade divine weapons to exchange for one of the heavenly court's divine weapons?" The soul fire in the bone demon's eyes flickered as he spoke. It was obvious that he was embarrassed. His two source-grade divine weapons were just ordinary source-grade divine weapons. They couldn't be compared to the heavenly court's divine weapons in Lu Ming's possession. That was a top-grade divine weapon. However, he really coveted the heavenly court's divine weapons in Lu Ming's possession. He could only thicken his skin and ask. Of course. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. He wasn't stupid. He knew the value of a heavenly court's divine weapon far exceeded two ordinary source-grade divine weapons. However, he didn't lose out by exchanging it with the bone demon. The bone demon was his follower. If the bone demon had a heavenly court's divine weapon, his strength would increase. Wouldn't that be more beneficial to him? In fact, even if the bone demon hadn't said anything, Huang Xiaolong wanted to give him a heavenly court's divine weapon, so that he could unleash his full strength. The bone demon's words were exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Hearing Lu Ming's straightforward answer, the bone demon was overjoyed. His soul fire flickered as he said, "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't misjudge you. You're really loyal." "Bone demon, which divine weapon do you want? Other than the war god spear, you can choose anything else," Lu Ming said. "I want that violet gold battle axe. It's simple and powerful in battle," the bone demon said. Lu Ming's mind moved and the violet gold battle axe appeared in his hand. He handed it to the bone demon without hesitation. The bone demon received it and couldn't bear to part with it. Then he handed the golden and silver spear to Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, I'll enter your chaos ring first and refine the violet gold battle axe. You guys should leave quickly. That Lord of Heaven has escaped. The heavenly palace will know soon," the bone demon said. Chapter 47:33. Guemo entered the primordial ring and began to refine the violet gold war battle axe. Guemo was only a peak almighty right now, so his origin energy was limited. After obtaining the source-grade weapon, he needed to refine it before he could use it. This was different from reciprocity experts. Reciprocity experts basically did not need to refine their source-grade weapons to unleash great power. This was also the reason why Lu Ming had lent the source-grade weapons to Heaven Destroyer's reciprocity experts, and not to peak Almighty experts. This was because Almighty experts could not use the source-grade weapons immediately. They needed time to refine them before they could unleash some of their power, so lending them out was useless. Of course, if reciprocity experts took the time to refine the source-grade weapons, it would be easier for them to use them and their power would be greater. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing left the boundless demonic abyss and the continent. Lu Ming, where are you going next? Xian Yanqing asked. Mid-Autumn Moon, Dandan Bubble, and the others are all cultivating in seclusion. Since the people of the Heavenly Palace can find you, I'm afraid they can find the others as well. I want to bring the others out. Lu Ming said. That's right. If the people of the Heavenly Palace find us, it'll be extremely dangerous. This time, it's all thanks to the arrangements left behind by Master Fei Huang. However, do you know where they are? Xian Yanqing asked. When the Origin Tribulation descended, Fei Huang once drew a map of all your seclusion locations and gave it to me. She was probably afraid of encountering a situation like this. Lu Ming said. He then took out the jade token that Fei Huang had given him and looked at it. The jade tablet recorded the specific locations where Dandan and the others were cultivating in seclusion during Autumn Moon. The closest place to here is the Sea of Yuanxin where Autumn Moon is. Let's go to the Sea of Yuanxin first and bring Qiu Autumn Moon out. Lu Ming said. Then the two of them turned into two streaks of light and left, heading towards the Sea of Yuanxin. The void of the universe ruins was also filled with danger. However, the two of them were more experienced and lucky. They did not encounter any danger along the way. However, the continents they passed by along the way surprised them quite a lot. Especially Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming had seen a lot of them before. Xian Yanqing. Most of the continents in the ruins of the universe were deathly still. Aside from some terrifying insects, there were no plants or other life forms on the continents. But now, plants had sprouted on many continents. Flowers were blooming, and plants were flourishing. Huge trees were spread across the continents, and they were lush and full of vitality. The continent was filled with exuberant energy and life essence. How was this still deathly still? It had clearly become a holy land for cultivation. Although these continent fragments hadn't given birth to living beings yet, it was only a matter of time before they did. The heaven and earth have really changed. The profound laws of the universe ruins have become orderly. Everywhere is filled with vitality. Everywhere can be a cultivation paradise. Xian Yanqing exclaimed. Yes, there are many places in the universe ruins. Although they are not of much help to the Divine Master Realm or above, they are very beneficial to the cultivation of those below the Divine Master Realm. The lower the cultivation, the greater the effect. I can imagine that after a long period of time, it's not impossible for some main-level divine medicines to be born. Lu Ming said. Is the entire universe going to usher in a golden age of cultivation and return to the primeval continent of the last era? Xian Yanqing exclaimed. It was very likely according to the current trend. So, we can't let the heavenly human race monopolize these infinite resources. Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded solemnly. Indeed, the universe ruins had undergone a great change and would usher in an unprecedented era. If the Heaven Destroyer could survive this disaster, then occupy a part of the universe ruins and cultivate its descendants, it would become stronger and stronger in the future. It might be able to compete with the Heavenly Palace. We've arrived at the Sea of Yuanxin. Suddenly Lu Ming whispered with a hint of joy. They were about to see the autumn moon. You're so happy to see the autumn moon? Are you not happy to see me? Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He quickly smiled and said, How could that be? I don't know how happy I am to see you, Xiaoqing. When I knew that you might be in danger, the first person I thought of was you. Lu Ming said affectionately as he held Xian Yanqing's small hand. Fool, I'm joking with you. Xian Yanqing burst into laughter. She was so charming that Lu Ming was mesmerized by her. Xiaoqing, you're so beautiful. I can't get enough of you even if I look at you for the rest of my life. Lu Ming said. Glibtung, Lingyue, Huangling, Mulins, and the others, is this how you captured their hearts? Xian Yinqing said coldly. Lu Ming wished he could slap himself. Why did he have such a cheap mouth? Xiao Qing, let's go pick up the autumn moon. Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and flew forward. In the void in front of them, there was an ocean floating. This ocean was very large, even larger than a fragment of a continent. The seawater was not ordinary seawater. It actually had 9 colors, and was filled with dazzling multicolored light. It wasn't strange for an ocean to be floating in the universe ruins. There were many places with it, and it wasn't the first time Lu Ming had seen it. However, the seawater was actually 9 colors. This was definitely the first time he had seen it. The autumn moon's 9 orifices sacred heart also contains 9 colors. Could it be that this Sea of Yuanxin has something to do with the 9 orifices sacred heart? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps it was really possible. Otherwise, Fei Huang wouldn't have sent the autumn moon here. Xian Yinqing followed behind Lu Ming, and the two of them flew into the Sea of Yuanxin. After flying into the Sea of Yuanxin, they realized that the Sea of Yuanxin was really big. It was vast and boundless. Lu Ming took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message to the autumn moon. However, he realized that it couldn't be sent out at all. With such a big Sea of Yuanxin, how can we find the autumn moon if the news can't be sent out? Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, the people from the Heavenly Palace shouldn't have discovered this place yet. Let's split up and search. Xian Yinqing suggested. Alright, let's split up and search. Once there's news, immediately send a message. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them flew in 2 different directions. They spread out their spiritual senses to search for the autumn moon. However, after searching for several hours, they didn't find anything. If the autumn moon is cultivating at the bottom of the sea, it's useless for me to search like this. Let's go into the sea and have a look. Lu Ming thought for a while. Then with a plop he dived into the sea. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a powerful force in the sea hitting him. This force was really similar to the power of the 9 orifices sacred heart of the autumn moon. However, although this force was strong, it wasn't difficult for Lu Ming to block it with his current cultivation. He had been searching in one direction in the sea. Chapter 47-34. There were no living creatures in the Sea of Yuan-Xian. Apart from the 9-colored seawater, there was nothing else. Lu Ming searched for 7 days in a row but found nothing. Let's go out and see if Xiao Qing has found anything. Lu Ming rushed out of the sea. Because of the strong impact in the sea, the voice transmission jade talisman could not be transmitted in the sea. Soon after coming to the sea, Lu Ming received a message from Xian Yinqing. Lu Ming immediately flew in the direction of Xian Yinqing. Lu Ming flew at full speed and soon found Xian Yinqing. Xiao Qing, what did you find? Lu Ming asked. Let's go down and have a look, Xian Yinqing said. When the two entered the sea, Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up. This was because the seawater here was different from the seawater he had explored before. There were many fish in the sea here. These fishes were also colorful, a riot of colors. Lu Ming looked carefully. There were 9 colors of these fish, which was similar to the sea. The point was that these fish were not living creatures, but made of energy. However, they were very similar to real living creatures. Their eyes were very smart. When they saw Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing, they were not afraid. They swam around the two of them and looked at them curiously. Amazing! They are not living creatures, but they contain intelligence. Lu Ming sighed. There will be more and more of these fish as we move forward in this direction. Xian Yinqing said. Let's go and have a look. The two of them moved forward. Sure enough, the more colorful fish they moved forward, the more colorful fish there were. These fish were not aggressive at all. At most, they looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing curiously and swam away. The two of them kept moving forward. After a day, Lu Ming estimated that they were about to reach the central area of the Sea of Yuan-Xian. At this time, the two of them made another discovery. They discovered that many plants had appeared in the seawater. These plants also had 9 different colors. At this point, the impact of the seawater was getting stronger and stronger. Just as the two of them were about to continue forward, the seawater in front of them suddenly began to ripple violently. It turned into a huge pillar of water that shot towards them. The two of them were shocked and quickly dodged. However, more and more water pillars appeared. In the end, they were densely packed together. Bang! Lu Ming was finally hit by a water pillar. The powerful force caused Lu Ming to continuously retreat. What a strong power. But there must be something strange about this place. Maybe the autumn moon is right in front of us. Break for me. Lu Ming took out the war god spear and used the heaven-breaking stone to stab at one of the water pillars. With a loud bang, the water pillar was directly pierced and exploded. Xian Yanqing also made a move. He took out his source-grade divine weapon and destroyed several water pillars in succession. The two of them no longer dodged. Instead, they worked together to break through the water column and continued forward. Whoosh! Suddenly, the water pillars all disappeared. However, the water was still flowing rapidly. In the end, it actually gathered into a figure. It was a figure made of 9-colored seawater. It could be clearly seen that it was a woman. She was very beautiful and seemed to be around 30 years old. She stretched out her hand and instantly, endless seawater surged towards Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing wanted to dodge, but they discovered that their bodies were frozen by the 9-colored seawater. At this moment, the two of them turned pale with fright. However, no matter how they resisted, it was useless. The difference was too great. The surrounding seawater turned into two huge hands and grabbed Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. However, it only grabbed them and did not attack them further. What a strong power! It's impossible for a divine master to have such power. This is definitely the power of the Origin Realm. However, under the Origin Tribulation, Origin Realm existences would have to seal themselves and not dare to come out. How can there be an Origin Realm expert here? Lu Ming's mind raced. He found it hard to believe. The other party doesn't seem to be an Origin Realm existence. It's not a living being, Xian Yanqing said. After all, she was an Origin Realm existence in her previous life, so she could see something. Don't enter this place. Leave. The figure condensed from seawater actually spoke. Lu Ming was delighted. Since the other party could speak, there was room for negotiation. Moreover, the other party did not seem to want to kill them. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have been finished long ago. Senior, we're here to look for someone. Have you seen a young woman called Autumn Moon? She came here before. Lu Ming shouted. What's your relationship with her? The figure condensed from seawater asked. Lu Ming glanced at Xian Yanqing. He's Autumn Moon's husband. Xian Yanqing pointed at Lu Ming. Oh, so it's you. Autumn Moon did mention that you're looking for her. After the figure condensed from seawater finished speaking, another figure condensed from seawater on the other side. Who else could it be but Autumn Moon? Yes, it's her. Lu Ming was overjoyed. You can leave. You can't see her now. She's receiving my inheritance. The figure condensed from seawater said. Huh. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were both stunned. Senior, you don't know. The people from the Heavenly Palace will probably find this place very soon. At that time, it will be unfavorable for Autumn Moon. If Autumn Moon continues to stay here, it will be very dangerous. Lu Ming called out. The Heavenly Palace? The figure condensed from seawater whispered. Then it asked, what kind of experts will the Heavenly Palace send here? As long as it's not above the Origin Realm, I can guarantee Autumn Moon's safety. Above the Origin Realm? How arrogant! This was Lu Ming's first reaction. Of course, it was only a thought that flashed through his mind. He did not dare to say it out loud. Senior, that won't happen. Now that the Origin Tribulation has descended, the existences of the Origin Realm have all sealed themselves. The strongest are peak divine masters. Lu Ming said. The Origin Tribulation has actually descended now? The sound of seawater condensing seemed to be very surprised. This surprised Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The person in front of them was definitely an existence of the Origin Realm or above. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. However, how could such a person not know about the Origin Tribulation? Was it not said that when the Origin Tribulation descended, no matter where in the entire universe, as long as one was at or above the Origin Realm, it would be difficult to avoid it? Senior, won't you be affected by the Origin Tribulation? Lu Ming asked. This was definitely a big matter. Now that the origin tribulation had been sealed, the strongest were divine masters. If the existences of the origin realm were not affected, would they not be able to sweep through the universe? I've already fallen. Naturally, I won't be affected by the origin tribulation. The figure condensed from seawater said. What? Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were both shocked. The person in front of them had already fallen? Was the person speaking to them an imprint or brand left behind by him? Whatever. I'll tell you about me in detail. Otherwise you won't be able to leave at ease. I'm the same as Autumn Moon. I once possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices. The figure condensed from seawater began to explain in detail. Chapter 47-35. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were shocked when they heard what the figure said. Did this person once possess the sacred heart of 9 orifices? As far as they knew, there were only 2 people who possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices since the beginning of the primitive universe. Before the mid-autumn moon, there was only one person. That person was a legend in the primitive universe. He had unparalleled talent, but he was a loner. He did not join any faction and cultivated alone. There were very few records of that person. They only knew that the person was at least at the origin realm in the end, but he suddenly disappeared and never appeared again. Therefore, there were not many records of the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the universe. Could the figure condensed from the sea be the legendary person? Or was this person from the previous era? However, as the person continued speaking, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing finally understood. It turned out that this person was really the one and only sacred heart of 9 orifices in the universe before the mid-autumn moon. Her name was Zhongyu. It had to be said that Zhongyu was really an unparalleled genius with rare talent. She had the sacred heart of 9 orifices. Without anyone to guide her, she groped alone, referring to the experiences of cultivators with similar sacred hearts of 7 orifices or 5 orifices to find her own path. Her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, crushing her peers. She stayed away from disputes and cultivated alone. When her cultivation reached the Divine Master realm, she entered the ruins of the universe. She wanted to find the cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the ruins of the universe. She believed that there must have been someone who possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the previous era. She hoped to find the cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices that was left behind from the previous era. Unfortunately, she spent countless years and still did not find the complete cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices. However, she did find an incomplete cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices. It allowed her to confirm that there were indeed people who possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the previous era. And there were many of them. Some had even cultivated to the transcendent realm. In the end, Zhongyu relied on the incomplete cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices, and her talent to cross the mountain of the origin realm, and enter a new realm. Although this realm did not reach the transcendent realm, it was still far stronger than the origin realm. However, that realm was too difficult. There were layers upon layers of tribulations, and every step was filled with danger. Without any experience or guidance from predecessors, she finally encountered a huge problem. In the end, she wasn't able to pass through and died in this sea of Yuan heart. However, although she had fallen, the remnant imprint and the core of her power, the sacred heart of 9 orifices, had unintentionally merged with the sea of Yuan Xian. In other words, she was the sea of Yuan Xian. Just like that, countless years passed. She saw countless people come to the primordial heart sea, and then leave. Until 800 or 900 years ago, the autumn moon came to this place. For countless years, the first 9 apertures sacred heart had come here. Zhongyu was naturally overjoyed. Everything she had learned and comprehended could not be cut off just like that. Also, she wasn't willing to give up on the path that she hadn't taken yet. She needed someone to take it for her. Therefore, after a series of tests, she decided to pass on everything she had learned to Chiu Autumn Moon. So Mid-Autumn Moon is now accepting seniors' inheritance? Lu Ming asked. Yes, but this path is very difficult. Without the experience of predecessors, she can only rely on herself. Therefore, she needs to be very careful. The mistakes that I have made in the past have to be avoided. There are many things to learn. The inheritance will take a long time. Zhongyu said. How long will it take? Lu Ming asked. 1,000 years if it's short. It's hard to say if it's long. It depends on her comprehension ability. Zhongyu said. Lu Ming sighed. It seemed that he couldn't take Mid-Autumn Moon away now. However, he was happy for Mid-Autumn Moon to have such an opportunity. He was also happy for Autumn Moon. Otherwise, Mid-Autumn Moon would be like Zhongyu. Without anyone to guide her, she would have to rely on herself to comprehend. It was too difficult. Senior, if the Heavenly Palace finds this place, will it really be okay? Lu Ming asked again. He was still a little worried. Don't worry. Although I can never leave this place, I can still use part of my strength in this sea of elemental heart. Not to mention that it's the origin tribulation now. Even if it's the origin realm, I can still stop it and ensure Mid-Autumn Moon's safety. Zhongyu said. Hearing Zhongyu's words, Lu Ming was relieved. In fact, it was the best choice for Mid-Autumn Moon to stay here and accept the inheritance. Not only could she increase her strength, but she also had the protection of an unfathomable existence. There wouldn't be any danger. If she left with him, she would most likely face a fierce battle, which would be even more dangerous. Little Qing, let's go. Lu Ming turned his head and smiled at Xian Yinqing. Yes. Xian Yinqing nodded. The two turned and left. After the two left, the figure condensed by the sea also dissipated. The sea returned to its calm state. Soon, Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing left the Sea of Elemental Heart. Lu Ming, where are we going next? Xian Yinqing asked. The closest place to this place should be the Wanhua ruins. Dandan should be there. Let's go find Dandan first. Lu Ming said. Then, the two of them went to Dandan's location. More than a month later, the two of them arrived at the Wanhua ruins. In the void ahead, there was a fragment of a continent floating. The two of them quickly approached and landed on the edge of the continent. Be careful. Don't go any further. This place is full of danger. Guemo had flown out at some point and looked into the distance. He warned Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing nodded. In fact, they could also see it. The terrain here was extremely complicated. Mountains were stacked on top of each other. Some of these mountains looked like divine dragons, some like phoenixes, some like divine swords, some like spears. However, these mountains seemed to be connected to each other. They emitted a terrifying aura that gave people a strong sense of crisis. Lu Ming had a feeling that as soon as he set foot on these mountain peaks, he would encounter a terrifying attack. Formation. Lu Ming understood that there were terrifying arrays everywhere in this place. Senior Fei Huang said that this place is a relic left behind by a great formation force from the previous era. There are formations everywhere. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to enter, Lu Ming said. Not only that, many of the formations here are natural. Although many of them are broken, they are still terrifying, Guemo said. He had lived for a long time and was very good at formations. Let's send a message to Dandan. If we really can't find him, we will leave. This place is full of formations. Even if the Heavenly Palace comes here, they probably won't be able to catch Dandan, Lu Ming said to Xian Yinqing. After saying that, Lu Ming took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Dandan. Originally, Lu Ming didn't have any expectations. However, unexpectedly, the message was successful. Soon, Lu Ming received a reply from Dandan, asking them to wait for him here. He would be there soon. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing waited here for 3 days, but there was still no trace of Dandan. Chapter 4736. Dandan is still so unreliable. Lu Ming curled his lips. Dandan replied and asked them to wait for a while. His a while was 3 days? Lu Ming, look. At this time, Xian Yinqing pointed to the front. Lu Ming looked up and found that there were suddenly rays of light in front of them, flashing from time to time. At the same time, it was accompanied by a series of screams. No. Enough, enough, I don't want to play anymore. Ouch. This seat is in so much pain. Are you friends? Among the screams, Lu Ming and Gu Qing saw a tortoise running toward them. The tortoise stood upright, and the shell on its back became bigger. It stepped on the void and ran wildly, looking very wretched. Needless to say, If this tortoise was not Dandan, who else could it be? Behind Dandan there was a string of creatures. No, to be precise, these were not creatures because they were not living beings, but were made of energy. They looked very small, only the size of a palm, and there were various types such as birds, tigers, swords, and so on. At a glance, there were more than a dozen of them. Array spirits. These are all array spirits. The array formation here is really impressive. Forming so many array spirits, Guemo exclaimed. Array spirits. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing were also shocked. Generally, only extremely advanced array formations could give birth to array spirits after a long period of time and by chance. Lu Ming had encountered one before, but the probability was very small. There were more than a dozen of them here. More than a dozen array spirits chased after Dandan, making chirping sounds. From time to time, a ray of light burst out and bombarded Dandan, causing Dandan to somersault in the air. Soon Dandan approached Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, and Guemo could no longer remain calm. They hastily retreated. Those were array spirits. They could activate the array formation to attack them at any time. This was no joke. You don't have to be afraid. They're all my friends. Ouch, stop hitting me. My butt. If you hit me again, I'll cut ties with you, Dandan roared. Needless to say, this was really effective. The dozen or so array spirits really stopped and curiously sized up Lu Ming and the others from a distance. They are also my friends. You guys can go back. I want to catch up with my friends, Dandan said to the formation spirits. More than a dozen array spirits yelled for a while, and then they all retreated. Dandan flew in front of Lu Ming and the others. Dandan, you're really something. You actually became friends with the array spirit, Lu Ming said with a smile. Don't you know who I am? I was born for Array Dao. Those array spirits naturally prostrated themselves before me when they saw me. Dandan transformed into a little Taoist priest with a smug face. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. This guy was bragging again. Who was the one who was beaten to the point of crying for his parents? This guy had become friends with those array spirits. He had most likely suffered a lot. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to expose him and give him some face. Dandan, what level of the Divine Master Realm is your cultivation? Lu Ming sized up Dandan. However, there was a mysterious force enveloping Dandan that concealed his aura. This should be the power of some array formation. 5th level Divine Master Realm. What about you? Don't tell me you've been suppressed by me, Dandan said proudly. A pair of small eyes stared at Lu Ming. There was an obvious flicker in his eyes. Please don't be higher than me. Please don't be higher than me. Then he was disappointed. Lu Ming revealed a trace of his aura. 7th level Divine Master Realm. You're really a monster. My cultivation has skyrocketed over the years. I didn't expect that I still can't beat you. Dandan's face immediately darkened. However, the next moment, he immediately jumped up. This was because Xian Yinqing had also revealed a trace of his aura. 9th level Divine Master Realm. You're all monsters. Dandan screamed. He was greatly shocked. All right, Dandan, let's get back to the topic. Something big has happened. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened in the past few years. Dandan's face darkened. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the primitive universe in less than 1,000 years. Lu Ming, let's go. I'll leave with you. I didn't cultivate for nothing all these years. I want to let those bastards of the heavenly human race have a taste of my power. Dandan said. Why don't you say goodbye to your friends? Lu Ming said. It's fine. I can inform them at any time. Dandan said and stepped out. Dandan, did you encounter any opportunities while cultivating in the Myriad Transformations ruins? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course. I'm not the same as before. Although my cultivation is only at the 5th level Divine Master Realm, you might not be able to defeat me easily. If there's a chance to give you a surprise, hee. Dandan returned to his usual appearance. With a smug face he asked, Lu Ming, where are we going next? This place is relatively close to the 10,000 Spirits Palace. Let's go find Yue, Lu Ming said. After some time, they arrived at the 10,000 Spirits Palace. The 10,000 Spirits Palace was very strange. It was completely connected by countless ancient trees, forming a huge palace. However, it was already damaged. From afar, one could see that many places were damaged. This 10,000 spirits palace was also left behind from the previous era. Lu Ming first took out a sound transmission jade talisman and sent a sound transmission to Ling Yue. However, the news could not be spread. "Let's go in and take a look," Lu Ming said, and took the lead to fly towards the 10,000 spirits palace. The 10,000 spirits palace was extremely huge. Although it looked like a palace, its area was not smaller than a continent fragment. The group landed on a branch. Compared to the branch, they were like dust. Lu Ming and the others followed the branch and headed towards the depths of the 10,000 spirits palace. However, after walking for a while, they realized that they were always moving around the periphery and could not enter the depths of the 10,000 spirits palace. They continued forward, but the result was still the same. "What's going on? Is there a formation here?" Lu Ming frowned and looked at Dandan. "There is indeed a formation, but this formation is extraordinary," Dandan said with a frown. "What do you mean?" Lu Ming said. "Because the formation here is alive," Dandan said. "A living formation?" Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Bone Demon were all surprised. "That's right. The formation here is completely formed by the surrounding ancient trees. Every ancient tree is a part of the formation. Moreover, these ancient trees can constantly move. When we left just now, these ancient trees were moving silently. Even we found it difficult to detect them," Dandan said. "Dandan, do you have a way to break it?" Lu Ming asked. "No." Dandan's answer was very straightforward. Lu Ming was a little speechless and said sarcastically, "Didn't you say that you were born for formations? This time, you obtained a great opportunity in the myriad transformation ruins. Why can't you break any of the formations you encounter?" Chapter 47-37. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Dandan was immediately displeased. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "What do you know? This kind of array formation is one with the entire palace. If you break a part of it, it will immediately repair itself. Unless you destroy the entire palace or control the entire palace, you won't be able to break it." Lu Ming did not say anything. He knew that Dandan's words made sense. In terms of array formations, Dandan was indeed an expert. "Let's walk a little more. If it really doesn't work, then forget it," Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing, Dandan and Bone Demon had no objections. They understood that Lu Ming wanted to walk a little more, because he wanted to confirm if this array formation was really that profound and safe. If it was safe, he could let Ling Yue continue to cultivate here. Later on, Lu Ming and the others tried a few more times, but the result was the same. They kept wandering around the periphery of the hall, unable to reach the core area. In the end, Lu Ming and the others gave up. "Let's go to the next place, the Sea of Time and Space," Lu Ming said. They had tried so many times, and with Dandan, a formation master, they were still unable to enter. Even if the people from the Heavenly Palace came, they would definitely not be able to enter. Ling Yue staying here to cultivate was safer than following them, so there was no need for her to come out. Their next target was the Bubbles cultivation ground, the Sea of Time and Space. However, when they arrived at the Sea of Time and Space, they stopped far away. The Sea of Time and Space was in a very remote place in the ruins of the universe. It was not a real ocean, and there was no seawater. Here, there was only a vast expanse of void. There was no substance in this void, nor were there any living beings. The void was constantly twisting and changing. It was hard to tell if it was real or not. At first glance, it seemed as if dozens of layers of space had appeared, but after a while, it seemed as if hundreds of layers of space had appeared. Such a scene caused everyone to stop in their tracks. After that, Lu Ming took out the sound transmission jade talisman, but it couldn't be sent out. It was blocked by a layer of energy. The space-time ocean is filled with space-time power. It's impossible to transmit sound, Dandan said. After saying that, Dandan waved his hand, and a divine weapon flew out towards the space-time ocean. This was a master-grade divine weapon. A shocking scene occurred. When this master-grade divine weapon flew into the space-time ocean, it actually disintegrated rapidly, turning into dust and dissipating. In just a breath's time, a main-grade divine weapon had been silently reduced to ashes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a main-level divine weapon had ended up like this. If a cultivator were to enter, it would most likely not be any better. It's impossible to enter this place unless you've grasped the power of space. Even reciprocity experts will struggle to enter, Jianchen said. Bone frowned. That's great. Bubble is safe in there. Let's go to the next place, the land of the fallen gods. Lu Ming said. The land of the fallen gods was the place where the primitive god spirit and the heavenly human tribe had their final battle. It happened at the end of incipient god era. This battle determined the direction of the eldritch universe. In the end, the heavenly human race won and established the heavenly palace to rule the universe. As for the primordial gods, almost all of them were killed. Only a few survived to resist the heavenly palace. This battle also happened in the ruins of the universe. There were too many experts who participated in the battle back then. If it happened in the universe, who knew how much damage it would cause? The land of the fallen gods was made up of many fragments of continents. These fragments of continents varied in size. Many small fragments surrounded the largest fragment of continents. These fragments of continents were all blood red. They were dyed red by blood. Legend has it that this used to be a complete continent fragment. Its surface area was even larger than the 1,000-year battlefield. Later on, the primordial divine spirit and the celestial race fought and shattered the continent. The primordial divine spirit's blood dyed the continent red, causing the continent fragment here to be red. Xian Yanqing said. As they talked, they walked towards the land of the fallen gods. As expected, the fragments of continents floating in the void were all red. There was a terrifying aura permeating the air. Powerful primordial gods and the heavenly human race had fallen here. Their blood contained the killing intent of these experts. It had not dissipated for billions of years. At this point, everyone became more cautious. Because this place used to have experts of the heavenly human race training here all year round. They might encounter experts of the heavenly human race. However, they did not encounter anyone of the heavenly human race along the way. They guessed that the heavenly human race had sent their experts to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. That was why they did not see any heavenly human race experts here. Soon, they set foot on the largest continent. This continent was also blood red in color, and the air was filled with terrifying steam engines. The continent was full of potholes, as if it was telling the tragedy of the battle back then. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual. They did not see any remains of the primordial gods. Lu Ming thought about it and understood. The heavenly palace must have occupied this place after the defeat of the primordial gods. The heavenly palace had most likely transported the bodies of the primordial gods away. The bodies of the primordial gods were treasures that were extremely beneficial for cultivation. Everyone sped up and headed toward the center of the continent. As they went deeper, they found that the air was filled with a layer of blood qi. The closer they got to the center of the continent, the thicker the blood qi. The blood qi contained terrifying qi, and also contained terrifying offensive power. It was like steel needles that were about to pierce into the bodies of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others used their skills to resist the qi. The three of them continued to move forward, but the blood qi became thicker and thicker. In the end, even their vision was greatly affected. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from ahead. Lu Ming immediately recognized that it was the roar of the primordial gods. Ahead, Dandan exclaimed. Everyone quickly rushed forward. Then they saw several huge figures fighting. Each of the figures was incomparably huge. They stood indomitable and were more than 1,000,000 feet tall. Wan Shun. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that one of the figures was Wan Shun. He had enlarged his body and used various secret techniques to fight 3 figures alone. The other 3 figures were no smaller than Wan Shun. However, they were not real creatures. These 3 figures were condensed from blood qi. Although it looked very real, Lu Ming and the rest had good eyesight. They could tell at one glance. They were 3 primordial gods condensed from blood qi, and they were fighting fiercely with Wan Shun. Good fellow, Wan Shun has already reached the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm. This place is indeed suitable for him. He probably obtained great benefits. Dandan cried out, full of envy and jealousy. After not seeing each other for more than 800 years, he realized that Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Wan Shen's cultivation were far above his. He had become the one with the lowest cultivation. There was also Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and Ling Yue. He did not know their cultivation. If they were also above his, he would vomit blood. Chapter 47-38. The battle between Wan Shen and the three primordial godly spirits formed from blood was extremely intense. Wan Shen was invincible and his body was filled with inexhaustible energy. Every time he punched, several terrifying secret techniques would burst forth to attack his enemies. But the most terrifying thing was his fist. It contained unparalleled power and destructive power, more terrifying than any secret technique. Wan Shen was like an invincible war god. However, the three primordial godly spirits formed from blood were also very powerful. They were locked in battle with Wan Shen. Those three primordial godly spirits formed from blood should be the remnant undying wills of the primordial godly spirits that died here. They used blood as a body to accompany Wan Shen in battle to help him cultivate. Guemo said, the soul fire in his eye sockets jumping. No wonder Senior Fei Huang brought Wan Shen here. This place is really suitable for Wan Shen. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming and the others did not disturb Wan Shen's cultivation. Soon half an hour passed. Wan Shen became more and more courageous as he fought, and began to suppress the three primordial godly spirits formed from blood. In the end, he defeated one primordial godly spirit with a single punch. Then he launched a fierce attack and defeated the last two primordial godly spirits. Then Wan Shen's body rapidly shrank to normal size and flew toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, why are you here? Wan Shen asked curiously. Of course, we're here to fight with you. Something big has happened. Before Lu Ming could speak, Dandan shouted. What happened? Wan Shen's expression changed. It's like this, Dandan began to explain. Lu Ming was also happy to relax. What? Something like this actually happened? No wonder we haven't encountered a single heavenly human all these years. So that's why. Let's go. We'll kill our way back immediately. Wan Shen roared. Wan Shen, don't be rash. Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Wan Shen. I don't know how the heavenly human race managed to control the demons. Now there are more than 20,000 Divine Lord experts. If we go over, it'll be like hitting a rock with an egg. We won't be of any use. Lu Ming said. Then what should we do? Myriad Gods Tao. The gap between the two sides is simply too great. We have to find help. Lu Ming said. Helpers? Where would we find helpers? Now that even the demons are under the control of the heavenly palace, where would we find helpers? Myriad Gods Tao. Lu Ming, you can't be thinking of looking for the quasi-saint race, right? As far as I know, the quasi-saint race is very ambitious and has hidden themselves very deeply. I'm afraid they won't help us. Xian Yanqing said. She had the memories of her past life, so she knew as much as Tang Jun quasi-saint race is indeed unreliable. Lu Ming said. When he was fighting for the human king's body in the world of rings, he had come into contact with the quasi-saint race. The strength of the quasi-saint tribe was definitely beyond his imagination. He could see that even the Yi Immortal was somewhat afraid of the quasi-saint tribe. However, the quasi-saint race's ambition was definitely not small. They had been very low-key for so many years, but when the human king's body appeared, they made a move in a high-profile manner. This was definitely not ordinary. The possibility of seeking their help was extremely low. Then what should we do? The myriad deities asked. Dark Universe. Lu Ming suddenly said. What? This time even Xian Yanqing, Dandan, and the others were shocked. Dark Universe? Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to seek the help of the evil demons? Was he crazy? Moreover, wasn't the evil demons controlled by the heavenly human race? The evil demons and the heavenly human race have been enemies since ancient times. The difference in strength between the two sides isn't big. How could the evil demons suddenly be controlled by the heavenly human race? Something big must have happened. I plan to go to the Dark Universe and investigate what exactly happened. If the evil demons can break free from the heavenly human race's control, the situation will immediately reverse. In addition, the heavenly human race only sent out 7,000 to 8,000 evil demons this time. Logically speaking, the number of evil demons should be more than 7,000 to 8,000. If the heavenly human race really controls the evil demons, the number of evil demons sent out should be more than 7,000 to 8,000. Perhaps there's something hidden inside? Lu Ming analyzed. Xian Yanqing, Dandan Wanshun, and the others felt that this made sense. If they could find out what happened in the dark universe, or find a way to break the evil demons free from the heavenly human race's control, then the danger of Heaven Destroyer Station would naturally be eliminated. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have a way to enter the dark universe, nor would they dare to enter the dark universe. One was the entrance to the dark universe, which was guarded by the 4 heavenly palace. There were a large number of experts, so they couldn't enter at all. The other was that even if they could enter the dark universe, they would be killed by the evil demons. However, it was different now. Now that it was the Origin Tribulation, all the Origin Realm experts had sealed themselves. The Heavenly Palace had mobilized almost all the Almighty Realm experts to attack the Heaven Destroyer Station, including some of the evil demons. Now that they entered the dark universe, they could protect themselves. Afterward, they discussed the specific details and set off for the dark universe. There was more than one entrance to the dark universe. They chose the entrance to the dark universe guarded by the illusory Heavenly Palace. Several months later, they finally arrived at the entrance to the dark universe of the illusory Heavenly Palace. In the starry sky of the universe, there was a huge abyss, like a crack in the starry sky. The abyss was so huge that it was like a speck of dust compared to it. Around the abyss, there were hundreds of stars. In the past, there were countless Heavenly Palace experts stationed on these hundreds of stars. Among them, there were definitely many Almighty Realm experts, and there were even Origin Realm experts. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was too low when he came here in the past, so he couldn't sense the location of the Almighty Realm or Origin Realm. Back then, the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Palace official said that the 5 Heavenly Palaces all guarded such an entrance to the abyss. However, the 5th Heavenly Palace is mysterious and unfathomable. No one knows where it is. In the starry sky of the universe, no one has seen it before. Is it really guarding an entrance to the abyss? Or is it fake? Lu Ming pondered. There are also people from the Heavenly Palace guarding those stars, but there aren't many of them and they aren't strong. There isn't a single Almighty. Gumo's spiritual sense was powerful. He scanned the stars one by one, but no one discovered him. It seems that the demons are really under the control of the celestial race. Otherwise, the Heavenly Palace wouldn't be so relaxed and only have so few people stationed here. Lu Ming said. However, there wasn't a single Almighty here, which made it easier for Lu Ming and the others to move. Dandan used a formation to conceal everyone's aura and figure. They quickly flew toward the entrance to the abyss, and no one discovered them. After entering the abyss, they kept descending. Their speed was many times faster than when Lu Ming had first come here. The first time, Lu Ming had participated in the Heavenly Soldier examination and followed the Heavenly Official. It took him a day to reach the bottom. Now it only took him half an hour to reach the bottom. There was a huge city on the ground below. It was built by the Heavenly Palace, and it was called Nantian City. It used to be used to fend off the demons, but now there weren't many people guarding it. Chapter 4739. In Nantian City, Lu Ming and the others scanned the area with their spirit consciousness. They didn't find a single divine master, and there weren't many people guarding it. Moreover, the protective array of Nantian City wasn't activated. It wasn't in a defensive state at all. It was as if the dark universe had become the backyard of the Heavenly Palace. There wasn't a single divine master, so naturally, no one noticed Lu Ming and the others. They easily passed through Nantian City and entered the territory of the demons. There were countless forces among the demons. According to their strength and danger level, they were divided into different levels by the Heavenly Palace. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5. When Lu Ming participated in the Heavenly Soldier assessment, he entered the Level 2 area. These areas were filled with countless demons. Once a non-demon creature was discovered, it would attack. However, this time Lu Ming and the others entered the territory controlled by the demons. They weren't attacked because all the demons were controlled. They were controlled by the heavenly human race. Lu Ming and the others found that there was 1 or 2 members of the heavenly human race in each demon force. All the demons were obedient and listened to the orders of the heavenly human race. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the others were very gloomy. They continued to move forward and passed by a large number of demon forces. Whether it was level 2, level 3 or level 4 or level 5, they all obeyed the orders of the heavenly human race. What happened in the dark universe? Why are all the demons obeying the orders of the heavenly human race? Wanshen asked in shock. It's not just a few forces. It seems that the entire dark universe is the same. What kind of method can achieve such a shocking effect? Xian Yanqing said. Even though she had the memory of her previous life and was knowledgeable, she couldn't figure out what had happened. Anyway, this was definitely not a good thing for Heaven Destroyer. We'll know after we capture a few heavenly human race members and interrogate them. Lu Ming said. Then he started to take action. He quietly entered a level 5 demon force and took down a heavenly human who was guarding the place. This heavenly human race member was only at the Divine Emperor realm, so he couldn't resist at all. In a remote place, you are Lu Ming. How dare you come to the dark universe? The celestial god emperor of the heavenly human tribe recognized Lu Ming at first glance and shouted in horror. He had not expected that Lu Ming would be so bold as to enter the dark cosmos at this time. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, what happened in the dark universe? How do you control the demons? Lu Ming asked coldly. Don't even think about getting a single word out of me. The heavenly human race god emperor roared. Is that so? You really have a backbone. Unfortunately, not everyone has such a backbone. If you don't say it, someone else will. Go ahead. Lu Ming coldly spoke. Under the horrified gaze of the god emperor of the celestial race, he stomped his foot down. The body of the god emperor of the celestial race was torn into pieces, and he died on the spot. Then Lu Ming and the others went to another demon force and captured the heavenly human race member guarding there for interrogation. Just like Lu Ming said, not everyone had such a backbone. When they interrogated the third person, that person obediently spoke. It's the demon ancestor worm. The divine masters spread the demon ancestor worm into the air of the dark universe. The demon ancestor worm is extremely small, but it can enter the body of every demon through the air. The demon ancestor worm will corrode the demons. Once the demons are corroded by the demon ancestor worm, they can only obey our orders like puppets. The third heavenly human race god emperor said in a trembling voice. Demon ancestor worm? Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan Guemo, and Wanshen were stunned as they had never heard of it before. What is the demon ancestor worm? Where did it come from? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. It's the top secret of my tribe. Even many divine masters don't know about it. We only know how to carry out missions. The heavenly human race god emperor said. Are all the demons in the dark universe controlled by the heavenly human race? Or are there some demon forces that haven't been controlled? Lu Ming asked again. There are indeed some demon forces that haven't been controlled by the demon ancestor worm. We don't know what's going on either. The heavenly human race god emperor said. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. What are those forces? Where are they located? Lu Ming continued to ask. There are 4 royal families of the demons. 2 of them have been controlled by us, and the other 2 are not. I have a map of the dark universe here. You can take a look. The heavenly human race god emperor took out a map from his storage ring as he spoke. Lu Ming took it and injected his energy into it. A map appeared out of thin air. It was indeed a map of the dark universe. The size of the forces in the dark universe were clearly marked on it, including the 2 royal families that hadn't been controlled. Everyone, I've told you everything I know. Can you spare my life? The heavenly human race god emperor looked at Lu Ming and the others anxiously. He had told them all in order to survive. Poof. Before he could react, the myriad god attacked and destroyed his body and soul with one move. You know we're here, and you still want to live? How naive. The myriad god sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Let's go. Let's find the 2 royal families that haven't been controlled. Lu Ming said. Xian Yinqing, Dandan, and the myriad god didn't say anything and followed Lu Ming. With the map, they didn't have to search blindly. Besides, almost no one in the dark universe could stop them, so they were extremely fast. Soon, they approached one of the territories occupied by the royal families. The royal family they first came to was called the Purple-Eyed Demon Race. There were a total of 4 royal families, and they were the strongest forces in the dark universe. Their bloodlines were powerful, far superior to other demons. They were also the most powerful. The 4 royal families occupied 2/3 of the dark universe's territory. The other demon forces were almost all subsidiary forces of the 4 royal families. Kill! Kill them! Lu Ming and the others were flying when they suddenly heard battle cries. Cold killing intent surged toward Lu Ming and the others like a tide. Following that, huge and burly figures rushed out from the surrounding mountains. These figures had wings on their backs, and they were all demons. Moreover, they were extremely powerful, all at the God Lord realm. Among the demons, they were known as demon lords. A total of dozens of demon masters charged toward Lu Ming and the group. Lu Ming's group of 5 had sharp spiritual senses. They immediately reacted and blocked these attacks. The newcomers are very strong. Stand down and leave them to us. A dignified voice came from the sky, and then a violent pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Following that, several terrifying attacks attacked Lu Ming and the others. Peak God Lord. Lu Ming and the others didn't need to look to know that these attacks came from Peak God Lord experts. They were extremely terrifying. Chapter 4740. Those who attacked Lu Ming and the others in the sky were definitely Peak Demon Lord existences. They were very powerful, and there were quite a number of them. Leave it to me. Bone Demon roared and rushed up. He didn't use the source-level divine weapon, and his pitch-black palms continuously slashed out. Bang, bang, bang. Many explosions sounded in succession. Bone Demon's figure landed back on the ground, completely fine. As for the Peak Demon Lord in the sky, he was knocked back explosively. Only now did Lu Ming realize that there were a total of 7 Peak Demon Lord figures in the sky, but facing Bone Demon, they were completely at a disadvantage. At the same time, Lu Ming also discovered that these demons were very different from the demons that Lu Ming had seen before. These demons were only slightly taller than humans, and their figures were also more slender. At the same time, their appearance was closer to humans. The demons that Lu Ming had encountered before all had wide mouths and fangs, and their faces were ferocious. But these demons didn't. Their appearance was almost no different from humans. It was just that they still had a pair of demon wings on their backs. And their eyes were all purple. Purple-eyed demon race. Lu Ming understood that these people should be one of the 4 royal demon races, the purple-eyed demon race. These people were indeed not controlled by the celestial race. At this moment, these 7 demons looked at Bone Demon in shock. Bone Demon's strength was too strong. The 7 of them working together were actually not his match. What powerful strength! Looks like a top lord of heaven from the heavenly palace has come. Very good. Killing you all will be a great loss to the heavenly palace. Not far away, a cold voice came. Following that, a group of people stepped on the air and came over. This group of people had a total of over 100 people. They were all purple-eyed demons, and each demon emitted a terrifying aura. Demon Lord, over 100 people, and they were all Demon Lord existences. Lackeys of the heavenly palace kill. One of the Demon Lords stepped out, holding a pitch-black demon blade in his hand. His body emitted a terrifying aura. The demon wings on his back flapped, and his figure was like a bolt of black lightning, pouncing towards Bone Demon. This person actually wanted to fight Bone Demon alone. The demonic saber slashed out, and the terrifying saber light went straight for the Bone Demon's head. The Bone Demon was fearless. It faced the enemy with its bone palm, striking out with a palm. With a clang, the bone palm and the demonic saber collided, causing a violent explosion. The Demon Lord's body trembled violently, and he retreated rapidly. The demonic saber in his hand actually had a hole in it. That was a main-grade divine weapon, not a source-grade divine weapon. You want to fight me alone? How naive. You're simply displaying your slight skill before an expert. Guemo snorted coldly. His body was like lightning as he charged towards the other party. His bone palms struck out continuously, forcing the other party to retreat continuously. The surrounding purple-eyed abyssals were all shocked. That Devil Master who attacked was a top-notch Devil Master in the Devil Clan. Among the Devil Masters, there weren't many who could match him. However, he wasn't a match for Guemo at all. The other party's strength was too shocking. In fact, it wasn't that this demon lord wasn't strong. On the contrary, his strength was astonishing. His combat power was almost on par with the strongest Lord of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace. Even if it was a little lacking, it wouldn't be too far off. However, it was a pity that he was restrained by Guemo. Guemo was the ancestor of the demonic path, and abyssals were also abyssals. The other party's demonic chi was restrained by Guemo, and his combat power couldn't be displayed at all. Even if Guemo didn't use a divine weapon, he could still easily defeat the other party. Let's attack together. Why talk about fairness with the Heavenly Palace's trash? Yes, let's attack together. The other abyssals roared. Suddenly, more than a dozen abyssals pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Everyone stop. We're not from the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming roared. Don't try to quibble. Do you think we'll believe you? Kill them. More than a dozen abyssals instantly closed in on Lu Ming and the others. They exploded with terrifying attacks, pouring towards Lu Ming and the others. Boom. Lu Ming had no choice but to attack. He took out the War God Spear and clashed with two Peak Devil Masters, blocking their attacks. At the same time, Dandan, Wanshen, and Xian Yinqing also attacked. The tortoise shell behind Dandan's back rapidly expanded. The tortoise shell was covered with dense runes. These runes were very small, and mortals couldn't see them with their naked eyes. Countless tiny runes intertwined with each other to form different formations. These didn't exist before. Clearly, Dandan had obtained them from the myriad transformations ruins. One of the rune arrays emitted a resplendent light. In the sky, several huge shields suddenly appeared. The attacks of several Peak Devil Masters bombarded these shields, but they didn't break through. Ha ha ha, I'll let you have a taste of my array from the last era. Dandan laughed proudly. On the other side, Xian Yinqing was fighting several Peak Devil Masters alone, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Roar. Wanshen roared, and his body rapidly expanded. His blood boiled, and his muscles bulged. With a punch, he blasted away the attack of a Peak Devil Master. Wanshen's divine power has mutated. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Wanshen's divine power was originally one of the strongest among the primordial divine powers. But now, it had mutated and become even more terrifying. Just like Xi's divine power had also mutated. However, Wanshen's mutated divine power seemed to be even stronger and more terrifying than Xi's. Guemo was only a 7th-level divine master, but he could fight a Peak Devil Master alone. In terms of combat strength, although he was slightly inferior to Lu Ming, he wasn't far off. The surrounding evil demons were dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. The combat strength of Lu Ming and the others was too strong. Each and every one of them was a freak. When did the Heavenly Palace produce so many freaks? We can't let these people go. Take this opportunity to kill them all. We'll definitely make the Heavenly Palace suffer heavy losses. Yes, attack. More evil demons roared and wanted to attack together to kill Lu Ming and the others. Everyone, you've misunderstood. We're not from the Heavenly Palace. We're from Heaven Destroyer. We're here to cooperate with you. Lu Ming continued to roar. Bullshit, who would believe you? A evil demon who was fighting with Lu Ming roared and continued to attack. Stop. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. This voice seemed to have some kind of magical power. After it rang out, all the evil demons stopped and retreated. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke was a young evil demon. Moreover, it was a woman. This woman was almost no different from a human. She had a graceful figure, and looked like she was bursting with divine material. She wore a long purple dress and had a pair of purple gem-like eyes. Even among humans, she would be a peerless beauty. However, Lu Ming was sure that she was an evil demon. Although the evil demon wings on her back were retracted, the aura she emitted was definitely that of an evil demon. Her cultivation was at the 6th level Divine Master realm. Princess, these people must be the peerless geniuses that the Heavenly Palace carefully nurtured. Shouldn't we get rid of them? An evil demon asked. They might not be from the Heavenly Palace. They just said that they're from Heaven Destroyer. The young woman smiled. Chapter 47-41. The young woman's smile was filled with a myriad of emotions. It wasn't hard to tell that she was the princess of the purple-eyed fiend race. Princess, don't trust them so easily. Some fiends advised. You're right. The fiend princess nodded and looked at Lu Ming and the others. Do you have any way to prove that you're not from the Heavenly Palace but from the Heaven Destroyer? Is there a need to prove it? The primitive divine spirits and the heavenly human race are enemies. I'm a primitive divine spirit. How can I be from the Heavenly Palace? Wan Shen shouted. You're right. The primitive divine spirits and the heavenly human race are enemies. You're also a primitive divine spirit, but there are more than one primitive divine spirits controlled by the heavenly human race in history. The fiend princess smiled. Wan Shen was speechless. Then, what about the forbidden body? Lu Ming asked. Forbidden body? The fiend princess' eyes lit up. I've heard that the forbidden body and the heavenly human race are enemies. Could it be that one of you is a forbidden body? I'm a forbidden body, Lu Ming said. You're a forbidden body? Almost all the fiends looked at Lu Ming. Princess, we've never seen a forbidden body. We can't tell if he's a forbidden body, a fiend said. You're right. These fiends were really cautious. Lu Ming was speechless. But it was understandable. Now that the fiends were in danger, anyone would be more cautious. Do you have any evidence to prove that you're from the Heaven Destroyer? If you can, we can sit down and talk. The fiend princess said. Easy. Lu Ming smiled and took out a rest image stone calmly. When they were fighting for the human king's body in the world of light, everyone was suppressed to the 1st level of the Divine Master realm. Many people secretly recorded the battle with the rest image stone, especially the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. Back then, Fei Huang had also seen the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. That was how she figured out the true identity of the Yi Immortal. In order to study Yi Immortal's Genesis techniques, Lu Ming had made a copy of them. Now they could finally be put to good use. An image appeared on the breathing shadow stone. It was an image of his battle with the heavenly human tribe. Looking at this scene, there was no doubt that Lu Ming was a member of Heaven Destroyer. This was because it couldn't be faked, as both sides had several thousand divine masters on their side. They really are Heaven Destroyer's men. The surrounding demons finally retracted their auras. The demon princess, accompanied by several experts, walked towards Lu Ming and the others. I'm sorry, there was a misunderstanding just now. The demon princess said. I understand. If it were us, we would also be so cautious. Lu Ming said, putting away the rest shadow stone. I'm Zixian. How should I address you? The demon princess said. Lu Ming and the others reported their names. Everyone, how did you enter this place? Won't the people of the Heavenly Palace stop you? In history, no one outside the Heavenly Palace has ever entered this place. Zixian asked curiously. Now that the world has changed, the Heavenly Palace has deployed all the experts to attack the Heaven Destroyer's base. They are not on guard against the dark universe. Then Lu Ming briefly explained the current situation of the primitive universe. I see. I didn't expect the situation to be so tense. Zixian's face also became serious. Princess Zixian, since you are not controlled by the demon ancestor insect, why don't you take the opportunity to attack? The Heavenly Palace is not on guard now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Ming said. If the demons could attack, they would be able to restrain part of the Heavenly Palace's forces, and the Heaven Destroyer would have more chances to turn the situation around. It's not that we don't want to attack, but we can't. Zixian sighed. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked. Do you think we are not affected by the demon ancestor insect? None of the demons in the dark universe can escape the demon ancestor insect's influence. We can only suppress it with a special method, but we can't suppress it for too long. Every once in a while we have to enter a specific place to suppress it again. Otherwise, we will be completely eroded by the demon ancestor insect. Zixian smiled bitterly. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others' hearts sank. It turned out that the purple-eyed demons were also eroded by the demon ancestor insect. They could only suppress it with a special method, but they could not leave for a long time. Then, wouldn't no one be able to restrain the heavenly palace? What is the demon ancestor insect? Is there a way to completely remove it? Lu Ming asked. There is. Zixian said. What is it? Maybe we can help. Lu Ming said. You, Zixian seemed to have thought of something, and her purple eyes suddenly brightened. Speaking of the demon ancestor insect, we have to start from the source. If you don't mind, why don't you follow me to Modu? Zixian said. Sure. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. They, the Heaven Destroyer, had no enmity with the myriad demons. On the contrary, they had a common enemy. He believed that the purple-eyed demons would not harm them. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others followed Zixian and the others to Modu. Modu was the capital of the purple-eyed demons. Its full name was Purple-Eyed Demon City. On the way, they learned that the Origin Realm experts of the purple-eyed demons had sealed themselves because of the Origin Tribulation. Now the purple-eyed demons were temporarily managed by Zixian. Zixian naturally had brothers and sisters, but Zixian was the most talented of them all. She was the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of the purple-eyed demons. Her prestige in the purple-eyed demons was very high. Soon they arrived at Modu. Zixian set up a banquet. Everyone ate and drank while chatting. We also verified many times before we finally found the origin of the demon ancestor insect. If our deduction is correct, the demon ancestor insect should be refined by the heavenly human race, using the flesh of the demon ancestor, and some other materials using a unique method. Zixian explained. The flesh of the demon ancestor? How did it fall into the hands of the heavenly human race? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, don't you know the origins of the heavenly human race and us demons? Zixian glanced at Lu Ming and asked. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. Not only him, but Xian Yanqing, Guemo Dandan, and Wanshan also shook their heads. Then, they looked at Zixian expectantly, wanting to hear some secrets from her. There's nothing to hide. The heavenly human race and the demon race are from the previous era. Zixian said. What? Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others were all shocked. Their eyes couldn't help but widen. The heavenly human race and the demon race were actually from the previous era. Were they a great clan from the previous era? Were they residents of the primitive continent? Had they experienced the change of era and passed down until now? It was simply inconceivable. Legend had it that at the end of the previous era, a great war broke out in the primitive continent. The primitive continent shattered, and everything was destroyed. Nothing was left. The entire universe was turned into ruins. The heavenly human race and the demon race actually survived? Chapter 47-42. In the previous era, the Eldritch continent was dominated by the human tribe, the demon tribe, and the sorcerer tribe. These three tribes almost ruled the entire Eldritch continent. Among them, the human race was the most powerful. The monster race and the Wu people might not be as powerful as the human race. The heavenly human race and the fiend race were actually the servants of the human race. Zixian continued to explain. Her words were simply astonishing. Lu Ming and the rest were dumbfounded. The heavenly human race and the fiend race were the servants of the human race in the last era. Don't be surprised. It's recorded in the ancient books of the fiend race. Besides, the heavenly human race wasn't called the heavenly human race at first, but the demi-human race. They changed their name to the heavenly human race in the new era. It means the sky of the human race. How ridiculous. Do they think that a name can change the fact that they used to be servants? Zixian sneered. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that there were so many secrets hidden behind. What they knew before was probably just the tip of the iceberg. Later on, an earth-shattering war broke out in the primitive universe. The primitive continent was shattered, producing a destructive energy that wiped out all living beings. The heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe were lucky, and only a portion of their people survived. Zixian continued. Legend has it that when the untainted land was destroyed in the last era, Even the Transcendents died and all living beings were destroyed. How did the fiend race and the heavenly human race survive? Lu Ming asked curiously. We were just lucky. Zixian said casually as if she didn't want to talk about it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he didn't ask more. He knew that Zixian was hiding something, but since she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to ask more. After all, this was someone else's territory. Some of the ancestors of the Devil Clan participated in the Great War on the primitive continent and died there. Most of them were left somewhere in the ruins of the universe, and were found by the heavenly humans. Then they were refined into devil bugs. The bloodlines of fiends are extremely strict. The demonic ancestral insects they refine from the flesh of fiend progenitors possess an extremely great suppressive effect on younger fiends like us. That's why we're so easily corroded. Even reciprocity existences struggle to resist because it's a suppression that originates from the bloodline. Zixian continued to explain. Lu Ming and the others finally understood the origin of the demonic ancestral insects. The demonic ancestral insect was refined by the heavenly human tribe, using the flesh and blood of the demonic ancestral insect that had died in the primordial continent during the last era. Why do you demons have a feud with the heavenly human race? Logically speaking, you were once the subordinates of the desolate human race. This time, it was Xian Yanqing who asked. In fact, this was also the question that Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others wanted to ask. That's because the heavenly human race is despicable and shameless. They trapped my race in this dark universe. Flames of hatred burned in Zixian's eyes. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. Were the fiends not originally in the dark universe because of the heavenly human race? Speaking of this, it's a very long story. It's also related to why my purple-eyed fiend clan was able to temporarily resist the demonic ancestral insect. Zixian continued. Lu Ming and the others perked up their ears to listen. The reason why the purple-eyed fiends were able to temporarily resist the demonic ancestral insect's corrosion was because we had the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal. Zixian explained. The powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal? Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others were still puzzled. They discovered that what they were hearing today was something they had never heard of before. That's right, the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal. As the name implies, the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal comes from the demonic ancestral blood crystal. The demonic ancestral blood crystal is the Fiend clan's most precious treasure. According to legends, it's related to the birth of the Fiend clan. It's incomparably ancient, and is the Fiend clan's foundation and source. It's even older than the Fiend clan's primogenitors. My clan blends the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder into water and soaks us in it. Borrowing the power of the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder, we can suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Zixian explained. Lu Ming and the others understood. The reason why the demonic ancestral insect could corrode the Fiend clan was because it was refined from the flesh of the Fiend clan's primogenitor. The demonic ancestral blood crystal could suppress the Fiend clan's primogenitor in terms of level. Therefore, it could suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Unfortunately, the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder we have is too little. After being diluted with water, its power has weakened greatly. It can't destroy the demonic ancestral insect in our body. It can only suppress it for a short period of time. After a while, the demonic ancestral insect in our body will become active again. We have to enter the water again and borrow the power of the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder to suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Zixian sighed. You mean if the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder isn't too diluted, it can completely destroy the demonic ancestral insect in your body? Lu Ming asked. That's right. However, the amount of demonic ancestral blood crystal powder we have is too little. Moreover, there are too many clansmen. We can't just use it to save a few people and ignore the majority, Zixian said. Then, how can we obtain more demonic ancestral blood crystal powder? Or, how can we obtain a complete demonic ancestral blood crystal? Lu Ming asked. This is what I want to tell you. It's about the origin of the grudge between the Fiend clan and the Heavenly Human clan. In fact, the demonic ancestral blood crystal is in the dark universe. Zixian said. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, and the others' eyes flashed, but they didn't say anything. They knew that Zixian would continue. After the previous era ended and the era changed, it evolved into the current primitive universe. The Fiend clan and the Heavenly Human clan were lucky enough to survive. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Human clan obtained the Fiend clan's supreme treasure, the demonic ancestral blood crystal. They didn't return the demonic ancestral blood crystal to the Fiend clan. Instead, they placed the demonic ancestral blood crystal in the Dark Universe and sent the news to the 4 royal demon clans. The demonic ancestral blood crystal is the Fiend clan's supreme treasure. The 4 royal demon clans wanted to control it in their own hands. Therefore, the 4 royal demon clans led all the Fiend clan members and rushed into the Dark Universe to fight for the demonic ancestral blood crystal. When the 4 royal demon clans and their subordinates entered the Dark Universe, the Heavenly Human clan took the opportunity to block the entrance and prevent the Fiend clan from returning to the primitive universe. They also killed all the remaining Fiend clan members in the primitive universe. In the beginning, the 4 royal demon clans didn't pay attention because they wanted to fight for the demonic ancestral blood crystal. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. The exit had been completely blocked. The Heavenly Human clan sent a large number of powerhouses to guard it. The Fiend clan fought each other for the demonic ancestral blood crystal and suffered great losses. They wanted to rush out, but it was already too late. After Zixian's explanation, Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, Dandan, and the others finally had a general understanding of the grudge between the Fiend clan and the Heavenly Human clan. They also knew why the Fiend clan members stayed in the Dark Universe. Chapter 47-43. According to Zixian, the Fiend race was stronger than the Celestial race at the beginning of this epoch. But because the 4 royal races fought each other, their strength weakened rapidly. In the end, their overall strength became weaker than the Celestial race, and they were blocked in the Dark Universe by the Celestial race. Then, what about the Demon Ancestor Blood Crystal? Which race did it end up in the hands of the 4 royal races? Lu Ming asked. Sigh, no one got it. Zixian shook her head and sighed. The treasure box that contained the blood crystal of the demon ancestor had long been enchanted by the Human King. When the 4 royal demon clans were fighting for it, they accidentally triggered the enchantment on the treasure box. The enchantment opened and covered all directions. All the demons that were enveloped by the enchantment were turned into ashes. Many of the experts of the 4 royal races died under the seal. A seal set up by the Human King? The Human King. Lu Ming's heart trembled. You already know that the Fiend race was once the servants of the human race. The seal set up by the Human King is extremely effective against the Fiend race. So even if the Demon Ancestor Blood Crystal is somewhere in the Dark Universe, and every Fiend knows where it is, they can't get it. As long as they step into the range of the seal, they will be turned to ashes. This is the same for the Celestial race. There were Celestial race members who once stepped in and wanted to take away the Demon Ancestor Blood Crystal, but they were also turned to ashes. Zixian said. Oh, there were Celestial race members who wanted to take away the Demon Ancestor Blood Crystal? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. The Celestial race wanted to cut off the Fiend race's path of retreat, so they couldn't cultivate. Zixian said. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, Dandan, and the others were even more curious. Zixian seemed to have guessed what Lu Ming and the rest were thinking. She continued. Are you curious about how the Demon Clan is trapped in the Dark Universe and can't enter the ruins of the universe to search for resources? How do the Almighty Realm and the Origin Realm cultivate and advance? Lu Ming and the others immediately nodded. Actually, this question had been hidden in Lu Ming's heart for a long time. In the primitive universe, once one's cultivation reached the Godly Master Realm, one would have to enter the universe's ruins to search for resources to increase their cultivation. For example, the Great Desolation Crystal and the main-level Divine Medicine could help Divine Masters improve. Treasures that contained origin imprints could help reciprocity experts increase their cultivation. None of these existed in the universe. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any in the Dark Universe. How did the demons improve? If they couldn't improve, the demons would have been destroyed by the Heavenly Palace a long time ago. It's still because of the ancestral fiend blood crystal. Although the treasure box containing the demon ancestor's blood crystal is covered with a spirit formation that prevents us from approaching it, the aura of the demon ancestor's blood crystal is still leaking out non-stop. It's affecting a very large area around it. The area within billions of miles of the ancestral devil blood crystal is affected by the ancestral devil blood crystal, producing a type of bloodstone. Even if a devil lord realm abyssal were to absorb this bloodstone, their cultivation would increase. And within the bloodstone, there's an extremely high chance of producing a bloodstone of an extremely high grade. Even for reciprocity experts, it's extremely helpful. It's like treasures with origin imprints. The celestial race had never thought of this. They originally wanted to trap the demon race in the dark universe. Without resources, the demon race would become weaker and weaker, eventually being destroyed by them. However, they never thought that the blood crystal would have such an effect. Later on, they regretted it. They wanted to take the blood crystal away, but it was already too late. They couldn't even approach the blood crystal. Zixian sneered. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. So that was how it was. The heavens were truly clear. The cycle of cause and effect was truly unpredictable. In the past few years, the demon race has slowly recovered a sliver of vitality through the bloodstone produced by the blood crystal. If it weren't for the deep enmity between the four royal races, our strength wouldn't be much weaker than the heavenly palace. Zixian sighed. After a moment of silence, she said again, "All right, I've pretty much told you the history of the enmity between the celestial race and the demon race. This time, I want to ask for your help in retrieving the blood crystal." Lu Ming was shocked. He said, "Even the experts of the celestial race and the demon race failed. Do you think we can do it with just the few of us?" "I can't say for the others, but the two of you might be able to do it because you're both humans." Zixian's gaze moved between Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The barrier was cast down by the human king. The celestial race and the demon race possess terrifying killing power, but they might not be able to harm humans. It's a pity that our demon race is trapped in the dark universe and can't leave. As a result, we haven't been able to find human experts to help us all these years. Zixian sighed. The demon race can't find human help, but can't the celestial race? Perhaps the celestial race has already tried to find human experts. Lu Ming said. The celestial race had controlled the universe for countless years. It was very easy for them to find a few human experts to help them during this period. Impossible. The celestial race has already approached the ancestral fiend blood crystal once. After that, the four royal demon races sent a large number of experts to guard around the ancestral fiend blood crystal. The celestial race never had a chance to get close to the ancestral fiend blood crystal again. Lu Ming, think about it. Only by getting the ancestral fiend blood crystal can our race completely get rid of the ancestral fiend worm's corrosion and send troops to deal with the celestial race. Only then can the heaven destroyer be saved. Zixian said. Okay, I'll help you get the ancestral fiend blood crystal. Lu Ming agreed almost without hesitation. Because there was no way out now. If they couldn't help the demon race get rid of the ancestral fiend worm's corrosion and send troops to deal with the heavenly palace, the heaven destroyer's crisis wouldn't be resolved. For the time being, this was the only way to go. Good. You rest for 2 days. 2 days later we'll set off, Zixian said. She raised her wine cup and gave a toast to Lu Ming and the others. 2 days later, Zixian led a group of experts to the location of the ancestral fiend blood crystal. The location of the ancestral fiend blood crystal was originally at the intersection of the four royal races' territories. The four royal races had sent experts to guard it, and each of them occupied a territory to mine the bloodstones. However, because of the ancestral fiend worm, 2 of the 4 royal races have been controlled by the celestial race. Only the silver-winged race and the purple-eyed race have managed to suppress the ancestral fiend worm, because they have kept some of the ancestral fiend worm's powder. They can still control themselves and move freely. Now, only the silver-winged race and purple-eyed race have experts guarding the ancestral fiend blood crystal. Zixian said. Silver-winged race? Will we be stopped by the silver-winged race when we go there? Lu Ming asked. No, The 4 royal races are actually divided into 2 factions, and they are fighting against each other. The silver-winged race and purple-eyed race are allies. Once we get the ancestral fiend blood crystal, we can get rid of the ancestral fiend worm of both races. At that time, both of our races will send troops to deal with the celestial race, Zixian said. Chapter 47-44. Lu Ming and the others were overjoyed. If the 2 demon royal families sent out their troops at the same time, he would be more confident in dealing with the heavenly palace. It seemed like they had to get the ancestral demon blood crystal. Actually, at the beginning, the 4 demon royal families had some ancestral demon blood crystal powder. However, the other 2 families had used it up due to other reasons. The silver-winged race and the purple-eyed race had kept it. It could only be said that they were under the ancestral demon's protection. Zixian sneered. Her voice was mocking, as if she was mocking the other 2 demon royal families. The dark universe was vast and boundless. Although it was not as vast as the universe, it was still extremely shocking. They took a few days to arrive at the location of the ancestral demon blood crystal. It was a vast and boundless plain. The ancestral demon blood crystal was in the center of the plain. Even from far away, they could see the light in the center of the plain. The barrier on the ancestral demon blood crystal covers a radius of 100,000 miles. We can't get close, Zixian said. At this moment, a group of demons flew over. Zixian, are they the human experts that you mentioned? A burly demon asked. This demon's eyes were not purple like Zixian's but black. However, his demon wings were silver, as if they were made of silver, and had a metallic texture. He looked very similar to a human, and was not as ferocious. The silver-winged race. Lu Ming and the others knew that this was most likely one of the 4 demon royal families, the silver-winged race. That's right, Yin Kong. They are human experts from the Heaven Destroyer. I have sent someone to inform you of the details. I believe you already know. Zixian said. Understood. Let's go. Yin Kong nodded. The group of people headed toward the center of the plain. Soon they were close to the center of the plain. Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others stopped. If they continued forward, they would be close to the barrier. The ancestral demon blood crystal is in that treasure box. They stood in the sky and Zixian pointed ahead. With Lu Ming and the others' eyesight, it was easy for them to see things 100,000 miles away. As expected, there was a treasure box floating in the air 100,000 miles away. A light barrier emanated from the treasure box, enveloping an area of 100,000 miles. This light barrier was a barrier set up by the human monarch. Xiaoqing, you guys stay here. I'll go alone, Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing, Dandan, Wanshun and the others. No, I want to go with you. Xian Yanqing immediately shook his head. Yes, let's go together. The more people there are, the higher the chances. The myriad god added. No, you can't go. You're not humans. You'll be in great danger if you go. Lu Ming immediately refused. The celestial race and the abyss devils couldn't cross the barrier. The Dandan, the myriad god, and the bone demon weren't humans. The consequences of crossing the barrier were unpredictable. I am a human. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming stubbornly. In the end, Lu Ming sighed. He knew that he couldn't persuade Xian Yanqing. He pulled Xian Yanqing's hand and said with a smile, Then let's go together. Lu Ming pulled Xian Yanqing and flew forward. As he flew, he took Qiuqiu and handed it to the bone demon for safekeeping. Although they were humans, they didn't dare to be careless. The 2 of them were covered in layers of defensive energy, raising their defenses to the limit. At the same time, they were highly focused. If they sensed something wrong, they would immediately retreat. A moment later, the 2 of them charged into the barrier. They were fine. After the 2 of them charged into the barrier, they weren't attacked, nor were they turned to ashes. The abyss devils were overjoyed. They're really fine. That's great. Haha, our race is saved. Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others were overjoyed. As abyss devils, they would immediately be attacked by the barrier and turned to ashes the moment they stepped into the barrier. It didn't matter how strong they were. However, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were completely fine. Sure enough, they guessed correctly. The barrier set up by the human monarch wouldn't attack humans. However, in reality, It wasn't that nothing happened at all as they imagined. The moment Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing stepped into the area where the barrier was, they felt a powerful pressure pressing down on them. Fortunately, with the two of their cultivation, it wasn't difficult to resist this pressure. Go! Lu Ming gave a light shout, his power erupting as he charged forward. With one step, he was 100 miles away. Xian Yinqing's speed was also extremely fast, not much slower than Lu Ming. In less than a minute, the two of them charged out a distance of 50,000 miles. But after arriving here, the two of their speed became slower and slower. Because the closer they got to the treasure box, the greater the pressure they suffered. Arriving here, they could no longer maintain their previous speed. They could only reduce their speed and advance slowly. Outside the barrier, Zixian and the others also saw the problem. It seems that although they weren't attacked by the barrier, they seemed to be under a lot of pressure. Zixian said. It should be. Based on the situation, the closer they are to the treasure box, the greater the pressure. Let's hope they can reach the bottom. Yin Kong sighed. All the evil demons had grave expressions, afraid that Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing wouldn't reach the end and obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing slowed down and maintained a constant speed. The distance between them and the treasure box was also constantly shrinking. 50,000 miles, 40,000 miles, 30,000 miles. Soon, they were less than 10,000 miles away from the treasure box. However, when they stepped within 10,000 miles, the pressure on them suddenly increased. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's bodies couldn't help but sway. Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others' hearts also trembled along with Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's bodies. Little Qing, can you still hold on? Lu Ming asked. This little bit of pressure is nothing. Xian Yinqing smiled and continued to move forward. A faint devil steel appeared on her body, breaking through the heavy pressure. That was the immeasurable devil steel. I must reach the end and obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal. This is the only way to resist the heavenly palace. Lu Ming roared in his heart, and the battle symbol art's ninefold battle power erupted. Forbidden power circulated crazily as he continued to move forward. 10,000 miles, 9,000 miles, 8,000 miles. The distance between them continued to shrink, and in the end, they entered the range of 1,000 miles. Within the range of 1,000 miles, the pressure rose sharply. Bang! Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing's bodies shook violently, and they retreated several steps. Zixian, Yin Kong, and the others' hearts shook violently, and their faces paled. Can't we break through? Zixian whispered, and despair flashed in her eyes. If they couldn't obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal, the evil demons would face the end of the world. Their remaining demon ancestor blood crystal powder wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. As time passed, the power of the demon ancestor blood crystal powder would be exhausted, and they would no longer be able to suppress the demon ancestor insect. At that time, they would also be corroded by the demon ancestor insect and become the heavenly human tribe's puppets. That would be worse than death. Chapter 47-45. I don't believe it. Break for me. Xian Yinqing bellowed. The immeasurable devil steel appeared above her head, and a powerful energy rushed into Xian Yinqing's body. Bang! 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 Xian Yinqing took several steps forward, entering the range of 1,000 li. When Xian Yinqing entered the range of 1,000 li, her body shook violently as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Even the immeasurable devil steel shook violently. Xian Yinqing staggered backward again, vomiting a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale. Little Qing, don't force yourself. Leave the rest to me, Lu Ming said to Xian Yinqing. Then he also stepped forward. When he took a step forward, he circulated his strength to the limit, and even the origin energy inside the origin seed burst out. Bang! He also stepped into the range of 1,000 li. In an instant, an earth-shattering power pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he roared angrily, trying his best to resist this power. If only I had the human king's body with me. At this time, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The barrier here was laid down by the human king. If the human king's body was with him, he could probably break the barrier here and successfully obtain the archdevil ancestor's blood crystal. But now, the human king's body was with Fei Huang, and it had sealed itself along with her. At that time, who would have thought that something like this would happen? If he had known, Lu Ming would have brought the human king's body with him. But it was too late for regrets now. Now he could only rely on himself. Break! Lu Ming roared, and he circulated his strength to the limit. Dots of light appeared on his body, and these dots of light connected to each other, forming a door. Behind the door, a yellow muddy road appeared, leading to the depths of darkness. On the yellow muddy road, there was a pool of fresh blood. At this time, the pool of blood suddenly emitted a bright light, as if there was a force rushing forward. In an instant, the pressure on Lu Ming disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the pressure from the outside world disappear? Was it because of this pool of blood? Just now, this pool of blood emitting a bright light had been successfully captured by Lu Ming. That's right, it must be because of this pool of blood. What was the origin of this pool of blood that it was so mysterious? This was the second time. The first time, when Lu Ming was in the immortal burial sea of blood in the Thousand Autumns battlefield, he was in a desperate situation and entered a mysterious state. At that time, there was a strange movement in the pool of blood. A gush of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, causing his combat ability to soar, and he killed a powerful enemy in one fell swoop. And now, the pool of blood had changed again. But this time it was different. This time, Lu Ming did not enter that state. The bloodstains did not gush into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength did not increase. The bloodstains seemed to have only eliminated the external pressure. Why? Why did the pool of blood was drawn by the barrier? Lu Ming could not figure it out. However, now was not the time to think about this. Getting the demon ancestor blood crystal was more important. Without the pressure, Lu Ming's speed suddenly increased. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed to the treasure box. In just an instant, Lu Ming arrived beside the treasure box. This, Zixian Yinkong, and the others were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming, who looked like he could not bear it, suddenly increased his speed and rushed to the treasure box. The treasure box was half open. A fist-sized gem lay in the treasure box. The gem was blood-red, as if it was condensed from blood. It emitted an ancient aura. This was the demon ancestor blood crystal. Lu Ming reached out to open the treasure box. Without any obstruction, he took out the demon ancestor blood crystal from the treasure box. It was unobstructed. Swoosh. After getting the demon ancestor blood crystal, Lu Ming did not stop. He quickly retreated. He retreated for about 100,000 miles, but he was still within the boundary of the barrier. I got it. The demon ancestor blood crystal. It's really the demon ancestor blood crystal. I can feel the blood in my body boiling. How many years has it been? The demon ancestor blood crystal has finally appeared again. Ha ha ha. All the demons around were ecstatic and excited. They finally got the demon ancestor blood crystal. They were saved. All the demons stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Only a few people calmed down quickly, such as Zixian and Yinkong. They saw that Lu Ming did not immediately walk out of the boundary of the barrier. A strange look flashed in their eyes. Brother Lu Ming, do you have any other conditions? Just say it. Zixian said. She was unusually intelligent. When she saw that Lu Ming did not immediately walk out of the barrier, she knew that Lu Ming most likely had other conditions. That's right. I do have a condition. When your two races walk out of the dark universe and head to the universe's starry sky, I hope that you will restrain your subordinates and not kill the innocent. Lu Ming said. After all, demons were evil, bloodthirsty and greedy. Especially those ordinary demons. Once the demons entered the primitive universe, they would be like wild beasts that had escaped from their cages. They would probably hunt the creatures of the primitive universe without restraint. All living beings would become food for the evil demons, plunging them into misery and suffering. Although Lu Ming was not that kind, he did not want to see the entire universe suffer because of him. I can promise you that. Restrain your subordinates. After all, our enemy is only the heavenly human race. Zixian said. I can also promise you that. Yinkong nodded. But Brother Lu, after all, there are many demons. It's impossible to completely restrain them. We can only try our best. There will still be some killings. Zixian said again. As long as you try your best to restrain them. Lu Ming nodded. It was impossible for the demons to enter the universe so peacefully. It would definitely cause a disaster. If he had a choice, Lu Ming did not want to let the demons enter the universe's starry sky. However, he had no other choice but to do so. Swoosh. Lu Ming moved and left the boundary. He came to Zixian and the others. Who will take care of the ancestral demon blood crystal? Lu Ming asked. We've already discussed it. The two races will take turns to take care of it. However, the most important thing now is to get rid of the ancestral demon worm. Yin Kong, I'll bring the ancestral demon blood crystal back to Purple Eye Demon City. You guys immediately return to Purple Eye Demon City to get rid of the ancestral demon worm. Zixian said. Alright, let's do that. Yin Kong said. Yin Kong immediately brought all the members of the Silver Wing clan back to the Silver Wing clan to gather their people. Meanwhile, Zixian brought Lu Ming and the others back to Purple Eye Demon City. There was a small lake in the north of Purple Eye Demon City. The lake was not big. It was only about 10 miles wide. The lake water was light red, and there were many Purple Eye demons soaking in it. The ancestral demon blood crystal's powder was mixed in the lake water. The demons in the lake were using the power of the ancestral demon blood crystal's powder to suppress the ancestral demon worm in their bodies. Chapter 47-46. At this moment, the small lake was surrounded by purple-eyed demons. These demons stared at Zixian with burning eyes. They had heard that a few humans had helped Zixian bring back the ancestral demon blood crystal. They were saved. Under the gazes of countless demons, Zixian took out the ancestral demon blood crystal. Is this the ancestral demon blood crystal? It must be. I can sense an ancient and lofty aura from it. It's as if I'm just a speck of dust in front of it. It must be the ancestral demon blood crystal. Many demons were discussing excitedly. Zixian carried the ancestral demon blood crystal and stepped into the air. She came to the center of the lake and slowly descended. She and the ancestral demon blood crystal sank into the lake. The moment the ancestral demon blood crystal entered the lake, strands of red energy spread out and fused into the lake. The color of the lake quickly darkened. It was originally light red, but it quickly turned dark red. Soon, all the lake water turned dark red, like blood. At this moment, the demons in the lake suddenly trembled. Their faces revealed complicated expressions of pain and joy. On the shore, all the demons watched nervously. They prayed that it would be useful to destroy the ancestral demon worms. This process lasted for about an hour. After an hour, all the demons in the lake suddenly trembled. Their faces revealed extremely comfortable expressions. Following that, black smoke rose from their bodies. When the black smoke dissipated, all the demons opened their eyes. Ha ha ha, the ancestral demon worms in my body are all gone. Me too. Not a single one of them is left. They're all destroyed. I've recovered. The ancestral demon blood crystal is really useful. The demons in the lake laughed wildly. They were extremely excited. Whoosh. The demons on the shore were also excited. They were wild with joy. They were saved. They were saved. The energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal could indeed completely destroy the ancestral demon worms. Whoosh. Whoosh. The demons in the lake rushed out of the lake and stood high in the sky. Zixian also rushed out of the lake with the ancestral demon blood crystal. She carefully observed the ancestral demon blood crystal and found that it had not changed. Its energy was still abundant. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others were overjoyed. If the ancestral demon blood crystal was effective, then they had the power to deal with the Heavenly Palace. Heaven Destroyer. There was finally some hope. Next batch, enter the lake. Zixian's voice sounded. Splash. Splash. Several figures dashed into the lake. The lake had a circumference of 10 miles, so it was quite easy for 100,000 demons to enter at once. About 100,000 demons entered the lake. This time, Zixian did not put the fiend ancestor blood crystal into the lake, because the color of the lake was still very dark. The energy was still abundant. About an hour later, the second batch of 100,000 abyss devils that entered the lake also succeeded. The demon ancestor worms in their bodies were all wiped out. The ancestral demon blood crystal crystals blood crystals crystal. Demon ancestral demon worms. Demon. The ancestral demon worms is demon worms the demons demon crystal demons. The fourth followed blood ran batch demon blood after 5 batches, the lake's water finally faded. Zixian put the ancestral demon blood crystal back into the lake. Soon, the lake turned dark red again. As one of the 4 great royal races, the purple-eyed demons had a large population. Not to mention the side branches, just the main branch alone numbered in the billions. 100,000 per hour was too slow. It would take a few years to kill 1 billion purple-eyed demons. Not to mention the side branches and the silver-winged demons. It would take too long to eliminate all the ancestral demon worms. However, it was impossible not to eliminate all of them. As time passed, those demons would be completely corroded and controlled by the heavenly palace. That would be even more troublesome. Finally, they decided to find another place to eliminate the ancestral demon worms. They found a large lake. The lake had a radius of 100,000 miles. It was not difficult for billions of demons to enter at once. Zixian put the ancestral demon blood crystal into the large lake. The ancestral demon blood crystal immediately emitted strands of red energy. The lake water quickly turned red. In less than a day, the lake water within a radius of 100,000 miles had turned dark red. Zixian took out the ancestral demon blood crystal. She found that the ancestral demon blood crystal's energy had only decreased a little. Compared to the vast energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal, it was just a drop in the ocean. Begin! Zixian shouted. Swish! Swish! Countless demons rushed into the lake. There were countless demons. There were at least billions of them. Billions of demons. It was simply overwhelming. An hour later, the ancestral demon worms in the billions of demons were eliminated by the energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal. There were cheers at the scene. Next was the silver-winged demon race. Kong had already brought all the silver-winged demons here. The silver-winged demons also entered the lake and spent an hour to eliminate the ancestral demon worms in their bodies. Just like that, in just a few days, all the demons under the 2 great royal races had eliminated the ancestral demon worms. There was still a trace of the ancestral demon blood crystal's energy in their bodies. They were not afraid of the ancestral demon worms in the air. At least in the short term, they would not be corroded by the ancestral demon worms. The 2 great royal demon races naturally cheered and were wild with joy. They were even more grateful to Lu Ming and the others for being able to bring out the ancestral demon blood crystal. 3 days later, a large number of experts had gathered in the silver-winged demons' demon capital. Zixian brought a large number of purple-eyed demons experts here. Lu Ming and the others were naturally among them. This was because they were going to set off from here and kill their way into the primitive universe. The reason why they came to the silver-winged demons' demon capital was because the silver-winged demons had a supreme treasure called the Demon Fortress of Een Ruins. This supreme treasure required a large number of experts to activate. It was extremely powerful. The most powerful thing was its defensive power. Once activated, its defensive power would be astonishing. They planned to ride the Demon Fortress of Een Ruins and kill their way into the primitive universe. After all, the Heavenly Palace now controlled a large number of experts. There were more than 22,000 Divine Lord Realm experts. The total number of Divine Lord Realm demons that the purple-eyed demons and silver-winged demons could mobilize was only about 5,000. It was far less than the Heavenly Palace. It was very dangerous to rashly kill their way out. They needed a treasure like the Demon Fortress of Een Ruins. According to Kong, activating the Demon Fortress of Een Ruins required 120,000 Demon Emperor Realm demons and 3,600 Demon Lord Realm demons. If the 2 great royal races worked together, they would be able to mobilize these demons. The Demon Emperor Realm was equivalent to the God Emperor Realm. The number of Demon Emperors in this realm was much higher than the Demon Lord Realm. Whether it was God Emperors or Demon Emperors, they were much easier to reach than Divine Lords or Demon Lords. The Divine Lord Realm was a huge hurdle. In the primitive universe, only 1 out of 100 God Emperors could break through to the Divine Lord Realm. Chapter 47-47. A huge metal fortress floated above the silver-winged demonic city. This was the demon fortress of Unrivaled. Let's go. Let's go. Kong and Zixian both gave their orders. Immediately, the experts of the two royal demon families flew towards the demon fortress of Unrivaled. There were a total of 120,000 demon emperors and 5,000 demon lords. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others naturally followed them into the demon fortress of Unrivaled. Not long after, the 120,000 demon emperors and 3,600 demon lords all arrived and began to activate the demon fortress of Unrivaled. Rumble. The demon fortress of Unrivaled roared and flew out, disappearing above the silver-winged demonic city in the blink of an eye. As it flew out, the demon fortress of Unrivaled quickly shrank until it was the size of an ordinary room. The speed of the demon fortress of Unrivaled was astonishing. Not long after, they flew across the boundless territory and arrived outside Southern Sky City, where the illusory heavenly palace cultivated in the dark universe. Of course, there was still some distance between them, and the heavenly palace did not discover them. Lu Ming, Zixian, and the others gathered together to discuss. This is the city built by the heavenly palace. Let's charge in and destroy them. That's right. Since the heavenly palace does not have a demon lord guarding it, destroying them will be a piece of cake. A few demon experts said. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent and hatred. Those who could speak here were all top experts at the peak of the demon lord level, and extremely powerful. I don't think it's appropriate. Lu Ming shook his head. Why is it inappropriate? A burly demon stared at Lu Ming. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had done them a great favor, he would have scolded him. If we attack here, the upper echelons of the heavenly palace will quickly receive the news and send experts to surround us. Lu Ming said. We have the demon fortress of Unrivaled. Why should we be afraid of them? This time, we will kill our way into the primitive universe and fight the heavenly palace to the death. A burly demon roared. He looked like he wanted to kill the people from the heavenly palace. Lu Ming shook his head. It looked like most demons weren't good at using their brains. No wonder they had been toyed around by the heavenly human tribe and trapped in the dark universe for their entire lives. We abyss devils have always stayed in the dark universe. We're not familiar with the current situation of the primitive universe. However, Lu Ming and the others are much more familiar with it. Let's listen to their opinions. Zixian waved her hand, indicating for the other demons not to speak and to listen to Lu Ming. We have too few experts in a head-on confrontation, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. We need to maximize our value. As for the city in front of us, there are no experts at all. Even if we destroy it, it won't be a great loss to the heavenly human tribe. It won't affect the heavenly human tribe's overall battle strength at all. Lu Ming said. You're right. In that case, what should we do next? Zixian nodded and asked. Our biggest advantage now is that the heavenly human tribe doesn't know that you've gotten rid of the demon ancestor worm, so they don't guard against you at all. So, we need to do more things before they find out. It has to be something big, something more valuable than attacking this city. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, please continue. Zixian said. The other demons also came to their senses and nodded, agreeing that it was indeed so. I know that the heavenly palace has a heavenly prison where many prisoners are kept. Of course, these prisoners refer to the heavenly palace's prisoners. All of them have a deep grudge against the heavenly palace and the heavenly human tribe. There are many experts among them. If we let them out first, it will definitely be a headache for the heavenly palace. It will also definitely be able to reduce the combat strength of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming said. Heavenly prison? I see. All right, then we'll listen to Brother Lu. After we get out, the first thing we'll do is to attack the heavenly prison. Zixian Kong and the others nodded in agreement. I have a spatial treasure that can temporarily hide the demon castle of Unrivaled and take it out quietly. It won't attract the attention of the heavenly palace. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming, Dandan, Xian Yanqing, and the others left the demon castle of Unrivaled. Lu Ming put the demon castle of Unrivaled into the chaos ring. They quietly entered Nantian City and left the dark universe through Nantian City, returning to the primitive universe. After arriving in the primitive universe, Lu Ming took the demon castle of Yin ruins out of the chaos ring. Is this the primitive universe? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to come to the primitive universe in my lifetime. Is this the universe? It's so beautiful. All the abyss devils looked at the universe through the demon castle of Yin ruins, including Zixian. They were stunned for a moment. After a while, they came back to their senses. Lu Ming entered the demon castle of Yin ruins and discussed the next steps with Zixian and the others. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed in the direction of the heavenly prison. The demon castle of Yin ruins emitted strong ripples as it broke through space and rushed toward the heavenly prison. Each of the 4 heavenly palaces had an entrance to the heavenly prison. Lu Ming didn't know the entrances to the other 3 heavenly palaces, but Lu Ming knew the entrance to the heavenly prison in the dreamy heavenly palace. The heavenly prison's entrance wasn't too far from the dark universe's entrance. It didn't take long for them to arrive. At this point, Lu Ming put the demon castle of Yin ruins back into the chaos ring. Only a few of them remained outside. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan Guemo, Wanshun, Zixian Kong, and more than a dozen peak demon lords. There are some heavenly humans guarding the entrance. However, there's only one divine lord. The rest are all god emperors. A peak demon lord scanned the area with his spiritual consciousness. The heavenly humans around the heavenly prison's entrance had nowhere to hide. Obviously, there were more experts guarding this place in the past. However, the divine lords had been transferred away recently to attack the Heaven Destroyer. Only one divine lord was left to guard this place. Moreover, he wasn't very strong. Attack. Kill them as fast as you can. Don't alert the others. Zixian ordered. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming and the others turned into streaks of light and rushed toward a palace. Especially the dozen peak demon lords. Their speed was too fast. They rushed into the palace in a few breaths. In the palace, there was only one divine lord and a few dozen god emperors. Facing more than a dozen peak demon lords, the gap was too big. They couldn't resist at all. They were killed before they could even resist. By the time Lu Ming and the group entered the main hall, the entire main hall had already been taken over. Then they gathered around the entrance. Dandan, I'll leave the rest to you. Lu Ming said. This was because there was a rune array seal around the entrance. They wanted to open the seal without making a sound. Don't worry. Leave it to me. This array is very simple. It won't take long for it to be broken silently. Dandan grinned and began to break the array. Chapter 47-48. This time, Dandan wasn't bragging. In just a little over an hour, Dandan broke the seal and opened the entrance to the heavenly prison. Next, Zixian left behind a few peak demon lord experts to guard the place. If there was anything wrong, they would send a message to them. As for the others, they all followed Lu Ming and the others into the heavenly prison. Heavenly human tribe. You didn't expect me to return to the heavenly prison like this, did you? Lu Ming stood in midair, looking at the vast land of the heavenly prison. His eyes shone brightly. The heavenly prison was still the same as before. The heart flame devil fire would constantly invade one's body, causing one's negative emotions to explode. In the end, the heart demon would erupt and cause one to go completely crazy. This was very similar to the infinite demon soul of the infinite demon abyss. The infinite demon soul could also trigger the negative emotions of living beings, causing their heart demon to erupt. In the end, they would be controlled by the heart demon and fall into madness. However, the heart flame devil fire's power was far inferior to the infinite demon soul. The infinite demon soul could easily affect even peak divine master existences. As for the heart flame devil fire, it had almost no effect on divine master existences. Lu Ming and the others easily blocked the attack of the heart flame devil fire. Let's go. Lu Ming identified the direction and flew in a certain direction. Xian Yanqing, Dandan, Zixian and the others followed. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. The other abyss devils were in the demon castle of Yin ruins, and were placed in the chaos ring by Lu Ming. It was more convenient to move with fewer people. However, after Lu Ming and the rest flew for a distance, they were stopped by someone. 8 figures blocked their path. Hehe, Unfamiliar faces that I've never seen before. Are you new here? Then become our playthings. One of the elders sneered. These 8 people looked at Lu Ming and the others with eyes full of murderous intent, coldness, anticipation, and viciousness. Their eyes were blood red. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that these people had been attacked by the heart flame devil fire. Their negative emotions had erupted, and the evil side of their hearts had been completely revealed. They would do some perverted things. Why talk so much nonsense with them? This chick is mine. I'll torture her well, haha. A burly man laughed wildly. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Xian Yanqing, filled with greed. He laughed heartily as he charged towards Xian Yanqing. A large hand reached out to grab Xian Yanqing. 8th Great Supreme God Layer. The big man had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. He was one of the strongest cultivators in the prison. You're courting death. Dandan sighed. He knew that the burly man was dead meat. Sure enough, when the burly man was about to approach Xian Yanqing, an aura silently spread out from Xian Yanqing's body. The burly man's body suddenly stiffened in the air, his eyes filled with fear. Then, like dust, his body was blown away by the wind and completely turned into ashes. The other 7 people opened their eyes wide. What kind of despicable trick did you use? Shouted the gloomy old man. He was bewildered. Get lost, shouted Lu Ming. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with them. His Divine Master Realm aura burst out and pressed down on them. Plop, plop. The 7 people were pressed down by Lu Ming's aura and fell to the ground like raindrops. Ah, it's a Divine Master. The 7 people screamed in fear. At that moment, the heart flame devil fire seemed to have disappeared. They felt cold all over. There was no ferociousness or murderous intent in their eyes, only fear. There was a Divine Master Realm cultivator among them. Could it be that they weren't imprisoned? Could they be experts from the Heavenly Palace? Get lost, shouted Lu Ming coldly. He withdrew his aura. Run. The 7 people felt as if they had been pardoned. They didn't dare to stay any longer. In the blink of an eye, they all fled. Lu Ming didn't kill them because he couldn't be bothered to. They were only affected by the heart flame devil fire. Moreover, if they were released later, they could affect the Heavenly Palace a little. This was just a small interlude. They continued their journey. After that, they would occasionally encounter those crazy people who would attack them, but they were easily dealt with by them. Those who were completely crazy were easily killed by them. As for those who still had a little bit of intelligence, as long as Lu Ming and the rest released a trace of aura, the other party would flee in horror. Lu Ming and the rest didn't spend too much time before they arrived at the place where the Sky Heart tribe used to live. When Lu Ming arrived, he realized that something was wrong. The place where the Sky Heart tribe lived was much more dilapidated than before. Lu Ming released his spiritual senses and realized that the number of people in the Sky Heart tribe was much less than before. Moreover, many of them seemed to be in bad states. They had been invaded by the Heart Flame Devil Fire. Lu Ming immediately determined that the Sky Heart tribe members who were in bad states had been invaded by the Heart Flame Devil Fire. They were filled with tyrannical emotions. How could this be? The Sky Heart tribe was able to refine jades of the Heart Flame Devil Fire. Back then, Lu Ming had used jades of the heart to resist the invasion of the Heart Flame Devil Fire. How could the Sky Heart tribe members who could refine jades of the heart be invaded by the Heart Flame Devil Fire? Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He realized that he was familiar with a few people. The clan leader of the Sky Heart tribe, Xian Fan. There was also an elder of the Sky Heart tribe, Xian Wu. Lu Ming was more familiar with these 2 people back then. They seemed to have gathered to discuss something. Let's go, Lu Ming shouted. In a flash, they disappeared from their original positions. In the next instant, they appeared in front of Xian Fan and the rest. Who are you? Xian Fan and the rest were shocked. They had not realized that someone was so close to them. Their hair stood on end, and they instinctively retreated. Clan leader Xian Fan, elder Xian Wu, it's me, Lu Ming said. It's you, Mu Yin. Soon, Xin Fan and the rest saw Lu Ming clearly and exclaimed in shock. When Lu Ming first entered this place, he had used the name Mu Yin. When they saw that it was Lu Ming, Xian Fan, and the rest calmed down. Mu Yin, why are you here again? Didn't the people of the heavenly human tribe say that you had escaped? Are you captured again? Xian Fan asked in astonishment. Everyone, Mu Yin is actually my alias. My real name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming explained. Lu Ming. Xian Fan, and the rest nodded. They were not too surprised. It was normal to use an alias when roaming the outside world. There was nothing to be surprised about. I wasn't captured. I barged in on my own accord. Lu Ming said. What? Xian Fan. And the rest were dumbfounded. Someone had barged into the heavenly prison on his own accord. Wasn't he walking right into a trap? They could not figure it out. Everyone, what's going on with the Sky Heart tribe? Also, all of you seem to have been invaded by the Heart Flame Demon Fire. Lu Ming said. He realized that Xian Fan, Xian Wu and the rest seemed to have been invaded by the Heart Flame Demon Fire. They were not in the right state. It was just that their cultivation base was high enough to suppress it. Chapter 47-49. Sai, we have to start from when Lu Ming left. Xian Fan sighed and continued to explain. It turned out that not long after Lu Ming and the third demon sword had escaped, the heavenly human tribe had arrived and pinned the blame of Lu Ming and the third demon sword's escape on the Sky Heart tribe. They had killed many members of the Sky Heart tribe. In the end, they discovered the secret of the Jades of Heart, and took away all the Jades of Heart. They also ordered the Sky Heart tribe not to refine any more Jades of Heart. The heavenly human tribe would send people to investigate every once in a while. If they found that the Sky Heart tribe continued to refine Jades of Heart, they would kill some of the Sky Heart tribe members as punishment. The Sky Heart tribe had no choice but to do as they were told. All these years, many of the Sky Heart tribe members were tortured by the Heart Flame Demon Fire. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It seemed like the Sky Heart tribe was implicated. However, he would save the Sky Heart tribe members this time to repay their kindness. Xian Fan, I promised you that I would save all of you if I had the chance. This time, I am here to bring all of you out. Lu Ming said. Bring us out? Xian Fan, Xian Wu and the others were stunned. Lu Ming could bring them out? There were many powerful figures guarding the vicinity of the prison. There were quite a number of Almighty Realm experts. Would Lu Ming be able to bring them out? There is a huge change in the chaotic universe. There are no experts from the Heavenly Palace around the Heavenly Prison. Don't worry, we can enter and leave easily. Lu Ming said. Xian Fan, and the others were still skeptical. They looked at Zixian and the others. Although Zixian and the others were evil demons, they looked no different from humans. Moreover, they kept their evil demon wings. Their cultivation was much higher than Xian Fan and the others. Therefore, Xian Fan and the others did not recognize Zixian and the others as evil demons. Don't you want to get out? Zixian said as a powerful aura emanated from her body. Almighty! Xian Fan and the others were shocked. They did not expect Zixian to be an almighty at such a young age. This time, Lu Ming actually brought a divine master powerhouse in. Could he really bring them out? Their eyes were filled with hope and a hint of excitement. Clan leader Xian Fan. I'll have to trouble you to quickly gather all the Sky Heart clansmen. Also, send someone to spread the news in the heavenly prison. Tell them that they can leave the heavenly prison, and ask everyone to wait at the exit. Lu Ming said. Good. Xian Fan nodded repeatedly. Then, he instructed an elder to carry out the task. This was their only chance to escape, so they had to take the risk. Clan leader Xian Fan, I'm going to another prison. There are more experts locked up there. I want to save them all. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's go. Elder Xian Fan and the others led Lu Ming to the entrance of another prison. Back then, this place had been sealed by chains formed by the power of void. Back then, it had taken Lu Ming many years to break the seal. But now this place was sealed again. It was still the enormous chains, still the power of void destruction. The difference was that the number of chains had increased from 49 to 81. After you left, the experts of the heavenly human tribe came and sealed this place again. I'm afraid it will take a long time to break it. Clan leader Xian Fan sighed. Back then, Lu Ming took 490 years to break the 49 chains. Now that there were 81 chains, how long would it take? They were a little worried. They were afraid that they would not be able to leave if they delayed too long. Don't worry, it won't take too long. Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards the chains. As he did so, Lu Ming released his aura. Boom. The void was shrouded by Lu Ming's aura. Xian Fan, Xian Wu, and the others almost fell to their knees. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with shock. They exclaimed, "Divine Master, it's the Divine Master." Gosh, he's definitely not an ordinary Divine Master. I've felt this aura before. He's an advanced Divine Master. Xian Fan and the others were shocked beyond words. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they could not calm down. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? Lu Ming had reached such a cultivation level. How did he cultivate? Was he still human? Lu Ming took a step forward and his body grew rapidly. Soon he had turned into a huge figure. With a palm strike, forbidden energy surged out and rushed towards the chains. Lu Ming's current cultivation was many times more powerful than it had been in the past. When the chains formed by the void energy came into contact with the forbidden energy, they melted like snow meeting fire. In just a few breaths' time, the chains were refined. In the past, Lu Ming needed 10 years. Now he only needed a few breaths' time. The main reason was that Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Boom, boom. Lu Ming did not stop. Both of his palms struck out continuously. A vast taboo force gushed out continuously, refining the nihility chains continuously. In just a few minutes, all 81 chains had been refined. The entrance to the other great prison was revealed. Let's go. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, Zixian, and the others rushed into the entrance and disappeared. Let's go and take a look. Xian Fan and the others gritted their teeth and followed. The other great prison did not seem to have changed much. In the vast universe, there were many huge corpses floating in the air. These corpses were mostly the corpses of divine masters. There were all kinds of races. There were corpses of the dragon race, phoenix race, sky heart race, heaven and earth race, primordial divine spirit race. Many races had once been incomparably glorious in history, but now they had all disappeared. Our divine masters, clan leader Xian Fan, and the others looked distressed. Clan leader Xian Fan, how many divine masters did the Sky Heart race have in total? Lu Ming asked. When we were at our peak, we had close to 200 divine masters. However, when we were attacked by the heavenly human race, many of them died in battle. However, there are still more than 100 left. Clan leader Xian Fan said. However, there are only a dozen corpses of divine masters in the Sky Heart race, Lu Ming said. Young friend Lu Ming, are you saying that there might still be divine masters alive in our race? Xian Fan and the others' eyes lit up. It's just a guess. I can't guarantee it. Lu Ming said. This was something that he had already suspected before. Although there were many corpses floating in the Great Prison, there were only a dozen corpses of divine masters in the Sky Heart race. The Sky Heart race used to be one of the top 10 races. Naturally, they had more than a dozen divine masters. Where were the other divine masters? Were they all turned into ashes? Chapter 4750. After that, Lu Ming and the others searched carefully. As for the divine master corpses, Lu Ming did not plan to take them away. The main reason was that many of the divine master corpses were too big. For example, the corpses of some primordial gods were as big as planets. Although Lu Ming's primordial ring was not small, it could not take away so many corpses. He might as well leave them here. However, Lu Ming put away some broken divine weapons. Of course, most of these broken divine weapons were primary grade divine weapons. It was almost impossible for them to be broken source grade divine weapons, because the heavenly human race would not leave them here. After circling around, they arrived at the region of black holes. There were some black holes in the universe here. Back then, the third demon sword had been imprisoned in a black hole. Those who could be imprisoned in a black hole were definitely experts. There's a sealing power. Has it sealed itself? Lu Ming and the others passed by a black hole. From afar, they could see a stone coffin in the center of the black hole. There were some runes and formations on the coffin. They guessed that there was very likely an origin realm existence in the coffin, but it had sealed itself because of the origin tribulation. Then they circled around again. There were many black holes here, but only a few of them seemed to have life inside. Most of the black holes might have things like stone coffins, but they might also be empty. This was because the power of the black holes was very shocking. Even divine masters would find it difficult to cross and would be torn apart. Even Lu Ming and the others found it difficult to enter with their current strength. Even if they forced their way in, it would be difficult for them to come out. Back then, Lu Ming had only been able to enter and leave because of the third demon sword. These black holes are very likely to imprison origin realm existences. Zixian sighed. Lu Ming also sighed inside. He estimated that there were more than a dozen origin realm experts imprisoned in these black holes. Unfortunately, it was the origin tribulation now. Even if those origin realm experts did not die, they had used their remaining power to seal themselves. If it were in the past, they could think of a way to save these people. There doesn't seem to be any divine masters in this prison. There's nothing other than corpses. Xian Yinqing frowned. Maybe there are other prisons. Lu Ming said. This was because something wasn't right. Could it be that the celestial race had killed all of the divine master realm existences? According to the celestial human tribe's way of doing things, this shouldn't be the case. Perhaps there was a heavenly prison that was specially used to imprison divine masters. Perhaps these heavenly prisons were all connected. Let's look around carefully. Lu Ming said. Everyone continued to search, not missing a single inch. Just like that, they searched for a few days and finally found something. Dandan discovered an anomaly in a certain area. It seemed to be the fluctuation of an array formation. Dandan used his technique, and as expected, a huge vortex appeared in the air. The vortex was sealed by chains. It was still a chain formed from the power of void. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. It was very likely that this was the passageway that led to another prison. Previously, it had been concealed by a concealment formation. If it weren't for Dandan's proficiency in formations, it wouldn't have been easy to find. Then Lu Ming took action and used his forbidden power to break the void destruction chains. Then they entered the vortex. Through the vortex, they entered an unfamiliar world. There was no heart flame demonic fire in this place. It was just that the divine chi of heaven and earth was somewhat dry. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate place. Look, there's a tower over there. Dandan shouted. The others also saw a tower in the distance. It was at least 100 zhang tall. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming said. Everyone flew toward the tower. This is. As they got closer, everyone was shocked. It was a metal tower. The interior of the tower was hollow, and a figure could be seen floating in midair. His body was bound by metal chains, and the other end of the metal chains was connected to the metal tower. The bottom of the metal tower was hollow. It was a bottomless cave. There was a kind of flame constantly rushing out from the bottom, covering the figure in the metal tower. Heart flame demonic fire. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the flame rushing out from the bottom of the metal tower was heart flame demonic fire. It was just that the density of the heart flame demonic fire was many times denser than the heavenly prison of the sky heart race. Since the heart flame demonic fire was so many times denser, its might would definitely be much stronger as well. Even divine lords would find it hard to resist. As though sensing Lu Ming and the others, the figure in the metal tower opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, filled with violent emotions as he struggled madly. Clang, clang, clang. Those chains vibrated unceasingly, letting out clanging sounds. Bastard of the heavenly palace. Kill me if you can. Kill me if you can, despicable and shameless bastard. The figure in the metal tower roared in anger. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was so angry that he was about to go crazy. This was a middle-aged man. What shocked Lu Ming was that this man was from one of the top 10 races, the Battle Saint tribe. Didn't the Battle Saint tribe submit to the heavenly human race? The heavenly palace actually imprisoned an expert from the Battle Saint tribe here? Clearly, the heavenly human race imprisoned this man in the metal tower, making him suffer the torture of the heart flame demonic fire. Such methods were truly ruthless. We aren't people from the heavenly palace. Lu Ming spoke. Bullshit, don't think that you can lie to me. The heavenly jade butterfly has already been taken away by you guys. How long do you guys want to imprison me for? If you have the capabilities, just kill me. Kill me. The muscular man from the Battle Saint tribe howled unceasingly. Clearly, he was suffering endless torture here, and wanted to die. I've already said that we aren't people from the Heavenly Palace. We are from the Heaven Destroyer. As he spoke, Lu Ming took out his battle god spear and swept it out, aiming for the metal tower. Boom. The battle god spear slammed into the metal tower, causing it to directly explode. Many of the chains that were wrapped around the burly man's body also exploded. Boom. The moment the chains shattered, the muscular man from the Battle Saint tribe was like a ferocious tiger that was released from its cage. A powerful aura erupted forth as his body swelled up. Violent energy gushed forth from him, shattering the remaining chains that coiled around him. Swish, the muscular man soared into the air and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Whether you guys are from the Heavenly Palace or not, I will know after I personally capture you and perform a soul search on you. The muscular man coldly spoke. Clearly, he was greatly affected by the devil fire and was filled with tyrannical emotions. The moment he was released, he wanted to kill crazily to vent his emotions. Divine Lord Realm, and a peak-level Divine Lord Realm expert at that. Lu Ming wasn't shocked. Instead, he felt joy. Judging from the aura the muscular man exuded, he was actually a peak-level Divine Lord Realm expert. In that case, this place was indeed a prison used to imprison Divine Lords. Leave it to me. Bone Demon spoke. His figure shot out like a bolt of lightning as he blasted out with his palm, colliding with the muscular man's attack. Bang. How could the muscular man be a match for Bone Demon? With just a single strike, the muscular man's body trembled violently as he retreated explosively, coughing out blood. Bone Demon's combat prowess was equivalent to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Since the muscular man was trapped here, his combat prowess wasn't at his peak at all. The disparity between him and Bone Demon was too great. Chapter 47:51. After Gu Mo injured his opponent, he didn't stop and continued to attack. With a swipe of his bone claws, they expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire space as he grabbed at the expert from the Battle Saint tribe. Roar. His opponent roared in rage, and did his best to defend. However, it was useless. The disparity was too great. Also, Gumo's body was incomparably tough. No matter how his opponent attacked, it was useless. At the next instant, his opponent was grabbed by Gumo's bone claws. Crackling sounds rang out from his body as it was unknown how many of his bones were broken. After that, Guemo smashed his opponent onto the ground, causing him to be unable to attack for a period of time. After being beaten up by Guemo, his opponent seemed to have regained some clarity. Wait a minute, are you guys really not from the Heavenly Palace? The expert from the Battle Saint tribe shouted. Nonsense. If we are from the Heavenly Palace, why would we release you? Since you are so arrogant, you would already be dead. Also, don't compare us to those bastards from the Heavenly Palace. Bah, those bastards. Dandan coldly snorted, his face filled with disdain. The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe flashed. Actually, he was already somewhat convinced. There was no way the people from the Heavenly Palace would break the metal tower to release him. However, if these people weren't from the Heavenly Palace, how did they enter? Hence he directly asked, since you guys aren't from the Heavenly Palace, how did you guys enter this place? Right now, a great change has occurred in the universe. The celestial race, the demons and the Heaven Destroyer are all fighting against each other. The heavenly prison became empty and hence we came in. Oh right, we are from the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming spoke. You guys are from the Heaven Destroyer? Wait a minute, you guys came in from the outside. Doesn't that mean that you guys can break out from the inside? The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe brightened. He had been imprisoned here for several stellar years. Now that there was a chance, he naturally wanted to break out. Of course we can. We have already passed through 2 heavenly prisons and connected them. Oh right, is this the place where godlords are imprisoned? Lu Ming asked. That's right. This is the heavenly prison for divine lords. The Heavenly Palace imprisons all the divine lords who haven't died yet. Each divine lord is locked up in a metal tower and tortured by the heart flame demon fire. If they can't take it anymore and fall into madness, they'll become puppets of the heavenly human race and be controlled by them. An expert from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. What? Lu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. It seemed that the use of the heart flame devil fire had exceeded his imagination. He had previously thought that some people would surrender to the celestial tribe on their own accord because they couldn't withstand the torment of the heart flame demonic fire. Meanwhile, those who had completely sunk into madness would eventually die of madness. It seemed that he had still underestimated the heavenly human tribe. The celestial race actually had a way to control those who had completely fallen into madness and turn them into their puppets. Since you are from the Battle Saint tribe, and the Battle Saint tribe isn't a lackey of the celestial race? Oh, a subordinate? Why were you captured? Dandan asked. This is how despicable and shameless the celestial race is. The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe flashed with bone-deep hatred. Once me and a few of my tribesmen obtained a supreme treasure called the Heavenly Jade Plate in a ruin in the universe. Who would have thought that the celestial race would find out about it and ambushed us along the way? 2 of my tribesmen died while I was captured by the celestial race. The Heavenly Jade Plate was taken away and I was imprisoned here, being tortured. Right now my tribesmen have no idea that I was imprisoned here. They might think that I died in the ruins of the universe. I will definitely take revenge for this. The expert from the Battle Saint tribe roared in rage. At the same time he gave a simple explanation of his origins. This person was called Battle God Wuji, and was a peak expert of the Battle Saint tribe. At the same time, he was also a peak-level monstrous genius. In the future he would definitely be able to break through to the origin realm. Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing and the others glanced at each other as joy flashed in their eyes. If they released this person and he returned to the Battle Saint tribe, he might cause a great impact to the Battle Saint tribe. If the Battle Saint tribe was extremely dissatisfied with the celestial race because of this, that would be for the best. There's no time to lose. Let's move out immediately and release the other deity lords. Lu Ming spoke. I will go with you guys. Battle God Wuji spoke. Lu Ming nodded. They didn't delay and flew forward. Not long after, they discovered another metal pagoda. Within the metal pagoda, there was another deity lord imprisoned. This deity lord was actually a deity lord from the Heaven and Earth race. The Heaven and Earth race was one of the top 10 races in the past, but they were destroyed by the celestial race. The remaining members of their race were all trapped in the Heaven Destroyer. They didn't expect that there would still be someone who wasn't dead, and was imprisoned here by the celestial race. This was normal. Although the lifespan of a deity lord couldn't be compared to an origin realm expert, who could live as long as the universe, the lifespan of a deity lord was extremely long. It wasn't a problem for them to live for hundreds of years or even longer. For example, the primordial god race had a deity lord who had survived from the incipient god era until now. Therefore, although the Heaven and Earth race had been destroyed for a very long time, it was normal for their deity lord to be able to survive until now. Boom. Lu Ming smashed the metal pagoda with a single move, saving the deity lord from the Heaven and Earth race. If you want to leave this place, go to the exit. Lu Ming didn't waste any more words. He pointed out the direction of the exit, and they left in a flash. Although the deity lord was tortured severely by the heart flame devil fire, and his eyes were filled with malevolence and madness, he hadn't completely lost his mind. He still retained a trace of consciousness. With the cultivation of a deity lord, once he escaped from the heart flame devil fire, it was still possible for him to suppress the negative emotions in his heart and slowly recover. True enough, after Lu Ming and the others left, the powerhouses of the Heaven and Earth clan managed to recover and dashed toward the exit. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others saw the third metal pagoda. It's a deity lord of my race. Xian Wu clan leader suddenly shouted, extremely agitated. The person imprisoned in the metal pagoda was a deity lord of the Heaven's heart race. As expected, not all of the deity lords of the Heaven's heart race had died. Some of them were still alive, but they were imprisoned here. Boom. This time Xian Yinqing took action. He took out the primordial god weapon and smashed the metal pagoda, freeing the deity lord of the Heaven's heart race. The souls of the Heaven's heart race were extremely powerful to begin with. They were also extremely strong against the heart flame devil fire. After escaping from the heart flame devil fire, they quickly regained their consciousness. They were naturally overjoyed when they saw Xian Wu and the others. At the same time, they were informed that there were at least a few dozen deity lords of the Heaven's Heart race that were still alive. This made Xian Wu and the others even more overjoyed. They continued to set off. The metal pagoda was discovered one by one. A deity lord was imprisoned in most of the metal pagoda. They were very direct. They smashed the metal pagoda and told the deity lord that he could leave. They pointed out the direction of the exit and left immediately. Chapter 4752. Needless to say, Lu Ming knew that the divine masters imprisoned here would not miss any opportunity. Even if they did not believe Lu Ming and the others, they would not give up as long as there was a chance. They had been tortured here all this time. Even if there was only a slight chance, they would still try. They would definitely head toward the exit. Therefore, Lu Ming and the others moved quickly. In a little more than a day, they had walked around the entire prison. The main reason was that the prison was not very big. There were not many divine masters in the first place. The place where the divine masters were imprisoned was naturally not that big. After walking around, Lu Ming counted silently in his heart. He was shocked to discover that they had released a total of 918 almighty. This was a shocking number. They were all divine masters, not godly emperors or godly sovereigns. There were not many races on the list of 10,000 primitive races that had divine masters. Races ranked below 1 or 200 usually did not have any divine masters. There were 918 divine masters in this prison. Of course, these divine masters came from various races. For example, the Heaven and Earth race, the Sky Heart race, the Dragon race, and other races that had been destroyed. There were also experts from the current top 10 races, such as the Battle Saint tribe and the Buddha race. There were also primitive divine spirits and experts from the human race. There were only so many divine masters from various races combined. Of course, Lu Ming did not plan to take these divine masters away. He wanted to bring them along with the demons to deal with the heavenly human race. There was no need for that. These divine masters came from various races. They were greatly affected by the heart flame and devil fire. They were difficult to control and would not listen to him obediently. It was better to let these divine masters go and let them act alone. These divine masters had been tortured by the heavenly human race for many years. Their hatred for the heavenly human race was overwhelming. After they left, they would definitely not leave the matter at that. They would definitely wreak havoc on the heavenly human race. This way, the heavenly human race would definitely send some divine masters to deal with these people. This way, they would be able to restrain some of the divine masters from the heavenly human race and relieve some of the pressure on the Heaven Destroyer. Let's go, Lu Ming said. They also headed toward the exit. Not long after, they returned to the first prison. At this moment, most of the Sky Heart tribe members had already gathered together. Lu Ming kept all of them into his chaotic desolation ring before heading towards the exit. Swoosh swoosh. Along the way, people could be seen flying towards the exit from time to time. There were divine masters in the third prison, and there were also existences below the divine masters in the first prison. Clearly, the Sky Heart race had already spread the news. After that, there was no need for Lu Ming and the others to intervene. All they had to do was wait for these people to go out and wreak havoc for the heavenly human tribe. They quickly flew to the exit and left. There, they saw the fiend expert standing guard outside. After asking around, he learned that many living beings had already escaped from the prison. Lu Ming, where are we going next? Zixian asked. After the trip to the prison, they were very impressed with Lu Ming. On this trip, they had released 918 divine masters, as well as a large number of existences below the divine master level. These people were scattered all over the place, which was enough to give the heavenly human tribe a headache. It was more effective than fighting the heavenly human tribe directly. Let's go to the heavenly palace, the dreamy heavenly palace. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. That's right, he was going to attack the heavenly palace. Now that the experts of the heavenly palace were gathered at the Heaven Destroyer base, the heavenly palace's defenses must be extremely weak. There was no better opportunity than now. There must be a lot of treasures in the heavenly palace. If they could take down the heavenly palace, the heavenly human tribe would definitely go crazy. On the other hand, Lu Ming had another idea, and that was the desolate crystals. He really needed the desolate crystals for his cultivation. Not only him, but Dandan and the myriad gods also needed the desolate crystals for their cultivation. A heavenly palace would more or less have some desolate crystals. Attack the heavenly palace? That's great. Zixian Ing Kong and the other abyss devils' eyes lit up. Attacking the heavenly palace was every abyss devil's dream. Let's go. I roughly know the location of the dreamy heavenly palace, Lu Ming said. Then Lu Ming released the demon fortress of Yin Ruins, and everyone entered it. Then the demon fortress of Yin Ruins soared into the sky and flew in the direction Lu Ming had pointed out. Lu Ming had never been to the real dreamy heavenly palace. When he was a heavenly soldier, he had always stayed in Dreamy City. Dreamy City wasn't the dreamy heavenly palace. It was just an outer city. However, he had been a heavenly soldier for a long time, and he had heard the rough location of the dreamy heavenly palace. It shouldn't be too far from Dreamy City. Before long, Lu Ming and the others found something. A spectacular scene appeared in the starry sky. In the starry sky, there were 360 stars and 3,600 planets. They were arranged in a row, forming a large formation. This formation surrounded a huge palace. This palace was made of stone. It was incomparably huge, no smaller than a planet. Looking at it from afar, one could feel an ancient and desolate aura. Is this the dreamy heavenly palace? It's really extravagant, using 360 stars and 3,600 planets to form a formation. Lu Ming muttered. He couldn't help but marvel at the heavenly palace's extravagance. The most extraordinary thing is that stone palace, which is the dreamy heavenly palace. It's a treasure left behind from the previous era. Zixian said. A treasure from the previous era? Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, Dandan, and the others were shocked and exclaimed. Yes, and it's a treasure of the human race. The eldritch continent of the previous era was truly vast and boundless. The human race ruled over countless territories, and naturally, it was divided into countless forces of various sizes, such as sects and countries. Among them, there was a king of a country. In order to guard the borders, he built 9 stone palaces to guard the borders and suppress the fate of the country. Later, the eldritch universe was destroyed. For some reason, the heavenly human race actually obtained these 9 stone palaces and used them as the foundation to build the heavenly palace. Zixian explained. It seemed that the demons knew a lot about the heavenly human race. As expected of a race left behind from the previous era. It said that there were a total of 9 heavenly palaces in the past. It seems that the 9 stone palaces were used as the foundation, but it seems that 4 of them have been destroyed. Lu Ming muttered. Although these stone palaces have gone through the change of eras, and are no longer the same as before, even Origin Realm existences can't destroy them. It's only possible if there's someone who has surpassed Origin Realm, Zixian said. Haha, we don't need to destroy them. We just need to take all the treasures inside. Dandan, do you have a way to break this formation? Lu Ming laughed and then asked Dandan. This formation is indeed very powerful. It borrows the power of the stars. If it was operated by some divine lords, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But now the formation is operating on its own, so it's much easier. I can find its weak points, and then gather the attacks of many divine lords to break this formation. Dandan said.